Show me my brother's best friend. A cowboy crossing romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text, copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Prologue. The entire scene felt surreal. Her heart thundering in her chest, Jenna Clark raked trembling fingers through her short hair and stared at the open velvet box displaying a sparkling ring in Riley's hand. Her whole family seemed to be holding their breaths, even the children who'd been screaming and yelping just minutes ago as they'd opened presents. Riley's gray eyes sparkled even brighter as he knelt in front of her on one knee, his Rudolph reindeer sweater, complete with a red nose, nearly as endearing as the smile she adored. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me? She took in a shaky breath of air that smelled of pine needles mixed with the aroma of turkey, mashed potatoes, and endless pies. She'd dreamed of Riley asking this question, hoped for it, but now exhilaration pooled with the apprehension in the pit of her stomach. She remembered all too well what had happened the previous time she'd said yes to the same question. Many pairs of expectant eyes stayed on her, including the eyes of the precious boy she'd come to love, Riley's nephew about to become his adopted son. And the mesmerizing eyes of the man she'd come to love, too, when she'd least expected it. Say yes, pretty please? Andy tugged at her dress sleeve. The rest of the children started clapping and chanting, yes. 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 Her smile was wobbly, but she straightened her spine to its full capacity. The past was in the past. As it should be. She'd spent many years searching for her fiancé all over Europe after he'd disappeared 2 days before their wedding, too many years refusing to accept Gaspard was gone. It was high time to accept it. Despite her thudding heart, a calmness she didn't expect enveloped her. She'd finally come to Mending Hearts Ranch for Christmas to spend this most wonderful time of the year where she'd grown up with her family. She hadn't expected to fall in love with the cowboy foreman who managed their ranch, her brother's best friend. For as long as she could, she'd resisted her attraction to Riley, whom she'd had a crush on when they were teens. She'd been determined to guard her frozen heart. But God's plan was much better than hers. The two loves of her life couldn't be more different. Rustic and rough around the edges just like the furniture in his house, this broad-shouldered, muscular, bulky cowboy didn't speak many words and favored simple cowboy boots and a horse as a mode of transportation. That down-to-earth personality, open and kind heart had appealed to her since her return to Cowboy Crossing. On the other hand, Gaspard was refined, elegant, talkative, as at ease in his tuxedo at opulent parties as he was behind the wheel of a sports car. Since she'd grown up on their Missouri ranch, the dashing Frenchman had been so different from the men she knew. Everything about him had intrigued her, from his enigmatic brown gaze to his accent and his profession of investigating stolen artwork. He'd swept her off her feet with elaborate compliments and adventurous trips to Europe's hidden gems, places she'd never have discovered otherwise. Thanks to Gaspard, she discovered her passion for art. But thanks to Riley, she rediscovered her passion for life. Sadness still lingered as she thought about Gaspard, but he'd want her to be happy again. Riley's gray eyes dimmed. You don't have to answer right now. I mean, if I'm moving too fast. Yes, she heard herself saying quietly. Then much louder, yes. So much joy filled his eyes as he lifted her and whirled around. Congratulations erupted around them, Andy yelling louder than everyone else. She'd received much more than she'd expected when she'd returned for Christmas. A family who'd accepted her with open arms, despite her long absence. And a family of her own. A family for Christmas. What could be a better gift? Her heart swelled. Okay, there was still the case of the stolen paintings she'd been working on for Riley, but she'd figure it out eventually. Hours later, she slipped into bed in her childhood room after the best day of her life. Thank you, Lord. Her phone beeped with an incoming message. She smiled, warmth filling her heart. Most likely, it was Riley. She couldn't wait to talk to him, to see him, could hardly believe her dream would come true. Still in a daze from the enormous change in her life, she reached for her phone. Her jaw slackened as she read the text from one of her European contacts. What? That couldn't be happening. I have new information about Gaspard. A man who looked very much like him was seen in London. Can you get to London as soon as possible? Her hands shook, and the phone thudded to the carpet near her bed. She rubbed her throbbing temples. How could this be? Her fiancé had disappeared 5 years ago, and she'd searched through Europe for over 4 years until accepting the truth that he was gone. But it might not be the truth at all. What was she going to do now? Chapter 1. 3 weeks earlier. Jenna had done many things in her life, but she'd never tried to escape in a wedding dress before. Not that she wanted to do that now. She plastered herself to the cream-hued wall and peered out the photo studio's floor-to-ceiling window at the navy blue sedan with tinted windows parked nearby. She zoomed in on the out-of-state license plate, covered partially by snow, and wondered whether the license plate was stolen. Her instincts were on high alert, and her hands itched to take a picture of it and have it checked out. Jenna, what are you doing?" Donna's voice reached her. Jenna winced. "Nothing. Well, besides being ridiculous." Foisting off a smile, she picked up the impossibly long and impossibly fluffy dress and marched back to the photographer and her only friend in Springfield, Missouri. Then she smoothed the satin fabric with clammy palms. After so many years working as an investigator specializing in art theft, she'd become paranoid. That was all. It should be. There could be plenty of navy blue sedans with tinted windows in the city, and one of them had just happened to pass her when she'd been grocery shopping yesterday. Another one parked now near the pastry store that neighbored the studio. Donna smiled at her behind the camera, her kind eyes lighting up. Just a few more shots, and that's it. Thank you for helping me complete my portfolio. A curvaceous petite blonde, with her curly hair flowing over her shoulders, Donna looked the opposite of Jenna. Jenna wore her raven black hair short with long bangs covering her blue eyes, stood taller than many men she'd met, and stayed slim no matter how much pizza, lasagna, or gelato she'd consumed. While Donna was sociable and open, Jenna kept to herself and allowed few people into her world. That reminded her. She gave herself a mental shake, despite a sharp knife turning inside her. No time for regrets. So she reapplied a pink lip gloss, widened her lips, and resisted the urge to run her fingers through the beach blonde hair. It wouldn't do to have the wig askew. She picked up the bridal bouquet of white roses that emanated a wonderful aroma and struck a pose. Good thing the embroidered dress reached the floor so she could wear her favorite boots instead of some ridiculous shoes. What are friends for, right? Donna was a childhood friend who'd also grown up in the small town of Cowboy Crossing, though they hadn't been particularly close. But for some reason, Donna was one of the few people Jenna had kept in contact with while in Europe, where she'd fled right after graduating high school. So, when Jenna had come back to Missouri, she stayed with Donna in Springfield for 2 days, working up the courage to return to the family ranch. After deciding she didn't want to be a poor artist for the rest of her life, Donna was opening a photo studio specializing in wedding and baby photos. She needed models for her portfolio and photos to decorate the studio. Getting a few pictures taken in a white dress seemed like a small favor for a great hostess. Donna stepped from behind the camera tripod and grimaced. Please smile like you mean it? Imagine this is the happiest day of your life. Right. Jenna did her best to infuse her expression with a joy she didn't feel. She'd owned a white dress once, a much simpler off-the-shoulder affair, none of these frills, lace, embroidery, or the myriad of stones now sparkling in the bright studio lights. Ridiculously, she'd kept that dress for years until giving it away along with her hope to bring back the love of her life. Her heart squeezed painfully. She lifted her chin as she took a deep breath of rose fragrance. No use pining for things that couldn't be. She'd made her peace with Gaspard's disappearance and decided to start a new life. It was about time, too. Donna waved to her. Okay, that's a wrap. Great. Air whooshed out of Jenna's lungs as she let her smile drop into a more natural neutral expression. She placed the bouquet on the polished white coffee table near a vase hosting white chrysanthemums, most of the studio furniture was snow white as well as the large tiles and arched wooden doors. She eased off the veil and tiara encrusted with stones, then removed the long curly blonde wig. Those things Donna could use later with a different model. The dress, however, needed to be returned to the bridal shop a few blocks away. The corset, or was it the memories, suffocated Jenna, and she couldn't wait to get back into her black slacks and checkered sweater. Once again, thanks for your help. I know it wasn't easy for you. Donna's green eyes clouded as she bit her bottom lip. It's okay. I was glad to help. I'll see you later. Jenna threw a warm oatmeal-hued coat over her shoulders, grateful she could hide her head beneath the attached hood. Even if the bridal shop where she'd left her clothes, not such a bright idea, come to think of it now, but she'd been too distressed by painful memories to realize it, was close by. December weather in Missouri had a bite to it. Especially a few weeks before Christmas. Her heart twisting, she picked up her purse and dashed outside, wincing from the sting of frost and guilt. She'd missed too many Christmases with her family. But no more. Her eyes narrowed, and she watched the navy blue sedan. She might have taken a break from her job. But right now, her gut feeling told her something was wrong. Maybe she wasn't the one being watched and should just go on her merry way. Still, as she hurried along the icy sidewalk, she took in her surroundings, recording them like a movie she might need to look through later, every passerby and every car and every possible exit if she needed one. She'd carpooled with Donna to the studio in the morning, so she'd have to be creative. Unlike her gloomy thoughts, the atmosphere was festive with red bows and snowflake decals decorating the stores and people carrying colorful gift bags, which reminded her she hadn't done her Christmas shopping yet. A chocolate brown truck parked near the pastry store, and a familiar figure climbed out. Oh. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of Riley in his signature black cowboy hat and cowboy boots. His camel-colored work coat hugged his broad shoulders, and a matching scarf covered his strong jaw. Tall and bulky, he'd easily tower over her, and that didn't happen often. She loved working with masterpieces, admired them, had seen a lot of them. But none of them had affected her the way Riley had. An amazing masterpiece God had created himself. Of all places, he just had to show up in Springfield, near the budding bridal photo studio. He was without his nephew today. She nearly scoffed. Just great. Why did her treacherous heart start beating so fast? After losing Gaspard, she wasn't interested in a romance. Besides, she'd learned as an awkward, gawky teen that her brother's best friend's affections could change fast. His eyes widened when he saw her, and his penetrating gaze moved along the dress showing under her coat and then back to her eyes. Jenna? She waved and plastered on a smile, cringing at her fluttering heart. She'd smiled so much today her cheeks hurt, the muscles just plain weren't used to it. Hello, Riley. From the corner of her eye, she saw the tinted window roll down. The man behind the wheel kept his head down, and all she could see was a cowboy hat. Anne. Did she glimpse a gun? Run. Her instincts screamed at her, and she did just that. She ran to Riley's truck. Could you please give me a lift? No? She slid into the passenger seat without waiting for an answer. She could return the wedding dress later. Right now, she needed to get out of here, and fast. She'd learned not to underestimate her instincts, or suspicious movements, for that matter. Thankfully, he climbed back in the truck and started the engine, no questions asked. He'd always been a man of few words, and now she was grateful for it. As he took off, she watched the sedan in the rearview mirror and slipped her hand into her purse, finding the reassuring smooth and cold surface of her gun. The window rolled back up. Good. She released a shaky breath. Thanks. There was a pause, the silence interrupted only by the rumbling motor. Where would you like me to drop you off? Good question. As her gaze stayed focused on the rearview mirror, she breathed in the scent of his intoxicating cologne, and her heart beat even faster. No, that was just adrenaline rushing through her veins. The sedan didn't move like she'd expected it to, didn't follow them. She'd overreacted. She allowed herself to relax a little, and the tight band around her lungs gave way. Then she studied his handsome profile. He had a very short mustache and beard, well, not exactly a beard yet, but not stubble any longer. She wondered how it would feel to run her fingertips against it. Concentrate. Where were you going? She took another breath, this time noting the scent of leather mingled with his woodsy cologne, and it reminded her of the stables and horse rides with her sister when they'd been kids. Her rib cage constricted. She hadn't realized then how happy she was. Back to your family ranch. I'm the foreman there. I was in the city buying tractor supplies and a few gifts. I've already picked up the supplies, and I didn't know what to buy for gifts anyway. Best to think about it for a while. He glanced her way. His gaze could turn her insides to mush when she'd been a teen, and her breathing became shallower. He returned his attention to the road fast, but her breathing didn't even out. What was wrong with her? Gaspard had taught her she should never let personal feelings affect her job. That had saved her life a few times. But she wasn't in Europe any longer, and she wasn't on the job. The family ranch where she'd once been happy near a quiet little town looked more appealing than ever. Always living on guard could tire a person, wear her out. Besides, it was about time to come home for Christmas. She tensed. She'd sent gifts every Christmas, but she'd rarely come. How would they meet her after a long absence? Would they be upset? Angry? Or an even worse question, would they care for her at all? Now or never. She stared at the snow-covered hills, where a few frosted trees shivered in the breeze, then squared her shoulders. It was time. Could you please drop me off at my family's house then? Sure. So you decided to return? A slight catch snagged his voice when he made a turn, as if the answer mattered to him. Her stomach clenched. What if her family resented her for being absent from their lives for so long? If so, she couldn't blame them. She'd come back a few times this past year, for the weddings, but disguised herself so no one guessed. Except Riley, who'd bumped into her after her brother Maverick's wedding. The last time she'd officially been home was a hurried visit for Dad's funeral, many years ago. His glance moved again to the dress as white as the fields outside. Did he think she was a runaway bride? She nearly snorted. Of course not. But he might think she was trying on the dress for herself. But he didn't ask, and she didn't elaborate. Instead, she tried to find neutral ground. How is your nephew doing? Andy is awesome. But it's difficult for him now that. She waited for the rest of the sentence, but it didn't arrive. You don't know, do you? He said at last. So much pain tightened his words that her heart shifted. Then she winced. She didn't keep up with everything in her own family, much less in her hometown. I don't know what. Chapter 2. A lump formed in Riley's throat. Talking about it was still difficult for him. My half-sister died. Drowned in her own pool. A soft gasp slipped from Jenna's lips. I'm so sorry. Please accept my condolences. How many times had people said that? Still, coming from her with such compassion, the words seemed to mean something more. I can imagine how difficult this is for you. His heart heavy, he slowed around a curve. Okay, he'd never been close to either one of his half-sisters due to the bad blood between his father who'd left and his mother who'd stayed and raised him with almost no support. But having her life end so tragically added pressure to his chest, a pressure hard to breathe past. And Riley loved his nephew with his whole heart, relating easily to the boy who'd been growing up without his father and with a mother who'd been absent way too much. As Riley thought about the painful questions in the boy's eyes, breathing became even more difficult. Even the familiar fields covered in a downy snow blanket, his home state that he loved so much, did nothing to soothe his raw nerves. Not as difficult as it is for poor Andy. His heart went out to his nephew. The one good thing, Andy had been staying with him when Amy died, not that it was much of a consolation. He said a prayer for Andy like he'd done daily. Many times a day. It's admirable of you to step in and care for him." Again, the inflections in her voice promised she meant the pat words, making them take on deeper significance than when others praised him. "Thanks. But I'm only glad to do so." He glanced at her, perusing her face for longer than necessary before returning his attention to the road. "And for what it's worth, I'm glad you're back." Her hair was cut short, much shorter than in high school when it reached her shoulders. Somehow, the haircut made her high cheekbones stand out more and her eyes bigger. He'd always thought she had striking electric blue eyes, but more so now. As a teen, he'd been attracted to his best friend's sister, to a subtle allure he couldn't comprehend then. But she'd been a no-no for him. He'd learned fast that the brainy girl from one of the richest families around was destined for bigger and better things than a fatherless cowboy wannabe from a struggling family. He'd worked hard to become a foreman and loved every minute of it. He'd given his mother the opportunity to retire from her backbreaking jobs and a house much nicer than he'd grown up in. He'd been eager to give Barbara all his love and a nice home, too, 3 years ago. But Barbara had wanted none of that and ran away with some rich guy right before their wedding. To think about it, Barbara's wedding dress reminded him a lot of the dress Jenna wore under her coat now. The familiar pain knifed his heart. His best friend, Mac, had said it was Barbara's loss, and eventually, Riley had believed it. He turned a corner and did his best to turn that page in his life, too. He sent a glance Jenna's way before returning his attention to the road. He'd gained a lot of confidence over the years and had dated before and after Barbara. So why did he become nervous with Jenna? Jenna's makeup was soft and subtle enough to be done professionally, and those pink glossed lips called to him on a level he didn't want to admit. Her crisp, clean, likely expensive, scent somehow reminded him of a brook frozen in winter. Her coat, accentuated with a sparkling black belt, looked elegant and stylish, and so did her matching boots. Her scarf was tied into some elaborate knot, and the buckle on her purse matched the one on her belt, while her nail polish matched her striking eyes. Huh. Those nails wouldn't last a day at the ranch if one had to do any manual labor. Probably, neither would she now. The entire look seemed well thought out. So different from the cowgirls he knew, who'd put on the cleanest jeans and Wrangler shirt they could find in the morning. Was this what European chic looked like? They'd been oceans apart since the moment she'd been born, even more so now, so there was no reason for this ridiculous longing. It wasn't that he considered her better than he was. It was just that they were too different and wanted different things in life. One wouldn't expect a thoroughbred and a gazelle to go together, would one? She was different from other girls even as a teen. And it wasn't just that she didn't seem to like dressing up in revealing clothes, wearing expensive jewelry, or gossiping about boys. With her then long black hair and soft eyes and occasional dresses, she wasn't a tomboy like her sister either. Neither had she been a jock exactly, though she'd run track. Maybe that was what had attracted him to her then. She couldn't be categorized. She'd always been in a league of her own. And she'd always had this disquiet in her eyes when he'd visited Mac, as if she'd been searching for something. He couldn't help wondering whether she'd found it far away from her home and whether it had been the reason she'd stayed away this long. A woman like her was akin to a bird, always ready to fly away, to reach for higher skies. She wouldn't want to stay in one place or with one man. For some reason, the thought made his rib cage constrict. Then her rigid posture showed him she was on high alert. Why? He tensed. Was this simply part of her job? He knew from Mac that during the past years she'd specialized in art theft investigations, sometimes dabbling into insurance fraud. A prickle inside had him tightening his fingers around the steering wheel's smooth surface. Should he tell her about his suspicions? Or would it be unfair to drag her into this story? After all, she surely wanted a wonderful, cheerful Christmas with her large and growing family. There's something you want to tell me, isn't there? Her voice was quiet, inviting without pressuring. He eased his foot on the gas pedal. He wanted to get to the ranch as quickly as possible, but not too soon. He needed to use the chance to talk to her while he could. It wasn't like he was hiring her, right? He just needed professional advice. He searched for the right words. She helped him by saying, "Was there anything suspicious about her death?" Like her younger sister, Jenna was straightforward. He was too. Well, Amy called her mother shortly before it happened. Amy's speech was slurred, and she sounded drunk. There was an empty bottle of red wine left near the pool. The police declared the case an accident, and the family decided not to do an autopsy. He frowned and twisted his grip on the steering wheel. He should have insisted, but he hadn't been thinking straight at the time. What made you think it might not be an accident? Based on the scent of her intoxicating perfume getting nearer, she leaned to him. He had an inexplicable urge to take her hand, to have that physical connection. Well, for a different reason, too. She'd once stroked his face with those long, tender fingers, and even over 20 years later, the memory made his blood rush faster. He'd messed up everything as a teen, but it was for the better. Oh, she was waiting for an answer. An answer he wasn't sure he wanted to give her. He passed a tractor, he'd wanted to drive slow, but not that slow, then rubbed his forehead. "It's likely nothing," he said at last. "In my line of work, often things people considered nothing turn out to be important clues." He relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. "Well, I wouldn't consider them clues. It's just, well, Amy told me she was going to sell one of her favorite paintings, which is strange. She didn't like to let any of her paintings go. She didn't elaborate. And I didn't press." His shoulders inched up as he cringed. He should have insisted on her telling him. He should have. Jenna's fingertips touched his, a fleeting touch that still left its mark. "Please don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could have done. Now, tell me more about that painting." "I don't know. Some kind of landscape. Nice wooden frame. One of those oil paintings her aunt left to her. I'm not an artsy type, so I didn't pay attention to it. Anne. She seemed to ask me to pick up Andy more often lately. I mean, I was only glad to do it, but maybe I should have asked her why." He clenched his teeth. He should have been more involved in his sister's life than occasional dinners and having Andy at the ranch from time to time or taking him on road trips to entertainment parks. "I tried to ask a few questions, talked to the family, but got nowhere. It's too late now. Everything is too late. Again, no blame game, okay?" Her voice was soft, encouraging. Non-judgmental. Unlike the voice in his head. "That's not all." He slowed for a sudden dip in the road, then picked up speed. "An expensive painting is missing from the living room." "Stolen?" She shifted even closer. He had her full attention now. He'd told the police about the painting, but they'd dismissed his concern. "No. The landscape Amy was going to sell." "Valuable then?" "Very. I'll need the name of the painting and the artist if you have it. Also, I have a few questions. You know the husband is usually the first suspect." "No husband. The guy disappeared right after Andy was born." "Disappeared?" The word almost squeaked out of her throat. He recalled the story Mac told him about her fiancé. Did she still miss the guy? Probably not if she decided to get married already, based on the dress she was wearing. She'd obviously been trying it on at the bridal shop. The why she'd wear it outside was beyond him, as was this sudden sting of jealousy. Not like disappeared without a trace. He just didn't want anything to do with his son, didn't want to be part of his life. Oh. His loss. She paused while her long fingers tapped the console. Who would benefit from her death then? Who'd inherit the paintings, the house with the pool, the valuables? Her son, our other half-sister, Mauve, and I. He huffed. Here's the thing. Whoever is going to be Andy's guardian will have access to the accounts and get the house and most of the paintings. Let me guess. Mauve took a sudden interest in the boy's well-being. His frown deepened. Not that I suspect her of any wrongdoing. Then he suppressed a groan. She has more chances to get it. She's married. Not only that, she's married to a wealthy man. He did his best to keep the bitterness out of his voice as he thought Mauve might be either tiring of all the parties she'd thrown this year or needing a tear-jerking story for her husband's new political campaign. His rib cage constricted as he slowed for a possible icy patch. He'd wanted so badly to have a large, loving, close-knit family like Jenna had and didn't seem to appreciate, and instead, his was a small dysfunctional one. He threw back his shoulders as he passed another tractor. Where were they going in the middle of the winter? He and Andy would have to be one small but caring family, and that had to be enough. Besides, the guys at the ranch were like family to him. The new project for foster teens the ranch had been preparing for winter break from school had shown him how much he really had. He'd already decided to put his heart and soul into it, as well as helping the low-income families in Cowboy Crossing he'd adopted. The biographies of the teens slated to arrive soon broke his heart. His eyes narrowed. No way was he going to surrender Andy to the foster system. Or to Mauve, for that matter. Mauve had always been as cold as the ice she'd added to the elegant glasses for their guests. Well, it would be easier to get custody if you were married then. Jenna's words brought him out of his sad musings. Or at the very least engaged. Mac told him the same thing. He'd dated plenty, but to propose again? He wanted to adopt Andy, but the idea of a fake engagement didn't sit well. It would have to be someone he trusted completely. A close friend. He glanced at her, then frowned. He was best friends with Jenna's brother, and Mac spoke highly of his sister. And let's be honest, Riley had liked her a lot when they'd been teens. They'd shared a camaraderie before he ruined it. He strived for a lighter tone as he passed a slow-moving truck. Too bad you're already taken. When is the wedding? Strange that Mac didn't tell him about his sister's pending nuptials or her coming back for Christmas for that matter. Another sting of jealousy made him look away. Excuse me. She jolted, her dress rustling with her movement. What wedding? He gestured at her dress. Well, weren't you buying a bridal gown? Oh. I was just doing a favor for a friend by posing for photos in a wedding dress. For some reason, the tight band around his lungs loosened up and breathing became easier. Go figure. So you're not getting married? No, a chuckle escaped those glossy pink lips. No. Not even dating. Why was it this important to him? His teenage attraction to her was long ended. Wasn't it? He had an idea. So, figuratively speaking, you're free to help out a friend with a fake engagement? Groan. Had he honestly said that? A pause stretched with only the motor humming in the background. Then. No. I mean. No. That was a lot of no's. I think you got your point across. His lips twisted dryly. No reason for a bitter taste. None whatsoever. He should have known it was a bad idea. He sped up as he saw the snow-covered sign welcoming drivers to Cowboy Crossing. No offense. Putting on a dress for a photo is one thing. I mean, getting back after a long absence is difficult enough. Announcing to them I'm engaged. Understood. His teeth clenched and his fingers clenched around the steering wheel, too. I said it without thinking. Also because of professional ethics. I'd like to look into Amy's death, I mean, if you want me to. He brightened. Thanks. And the reason for his heart swelling a bit was a chance at closure. The fact that now he'd have an opportunity to spend more time with Jenna had nothing to do with it, of course. I might not discover anything to show it was murder or theft. In fact, I hope I won't. Then you'll see you've done nothing wrong and she died of natural causes. Guilt can corrode one's soul. She hesitated. Ask me how I know. He connected the dots fast. I'm sorry about your fiancé. Thank you. It was 5 years ago. I made my peace with it. Did she? She didn't sound so sure. And if so, enough to open her heart to love again? It shouldn't have mattered to him. And still, it did. A sigh reached him. Just the way I needed my family to see me after a long absence. Wearing a wedding dress. Talk about making an entrance. He pulled up to her family mansion and turned off the engine. Christmas lights twinkled everywhere, underneath the roof, around the trees and fence, and ringing in a herd of reindeer on the lawn. They did Christmas decorations like they meant it here, more so this Christmas when there was a generous addition of children to the family. For weddings. Apparently, they did marriages like they meant it, too. The torment in her blue eyes tugged at him, and he forced himself to resist the urge to reach out to her. She had an independent streak in her teens, likely a bigger one now. They love you, he said. It's going to be great. She gave him a wobbly smile. I do have a wonderful family. Unlike him. Seemed every family had secrets, and he had an uneasy feeling in his stomach that asking Jenna to investigate Amy's death meant he was about to find out his. Chapter 3. Jenna's heart was beating fast as her gaze followed the chocolate brown truck driving away. She'd thought after so many years and hard-earned wisdom her first crush wouldn't affect her so much, especially considering how he'd stomped on her fragile heart when they'd been teens. But it still did. Maybe because the cute boy she'd considered a bit arrogant and conceited from female attention had grown into a hard-working, responsible adult willing to take even more responsibilities by adopting his nephew. And okay, the fact that he was so well built, his muscles chiseled by manual labor outdoors, didn't hurt either. It wasn't a great idea to offer him her investigative skills. Not at all. Well, right now, she had other things to worry about. She turned around, and her gaze swept over the snow-covered swing where she'd spent a lot of summers reading science books. This time, several teddy bears and plush puppies greeted her from the window, signaling the new generation in her family. Nephews and nieces she didn't even know. All the things she'd missed due to her ridiculous stubbornness. She took a deep breath and found the key. Would it work after all these years? Minutes later, she entered her spacious childhood home that still smelled of hearty food and freshly made bread, only now with the season's additional twang of pine needles. So many memories assaulted her, carrying her on a dizzying blizzard. Apprehension constricted her lungs, letting go a bit as Maverick, her favorite sibling and the one she'd been closest to, met her at the massive, heavy door. Finally. He drew her in a brotherly hug. Welcome home. With tears prickling behind her eyes, she wanted to say it wasn't home, not any longer, but instead, she just said, thank you. As she eased out of his embrace, she surveyed the multicolored lights strung along the walls and the Christmas decorations brightening the space. Even without walking into the living room, she could guess there'd be a tall tree decorated with heirloom ornaments in the corner and stockings with embroidered names would hang above the fireplace while framed photos smiled down on them. Photos that probably didn't include her. Her gut twisted. Was it too late to hope she could fit in here? If it was too late, it was her own fault. Her arrival left a lot to be desired, too. I'm sorry I'm arriving like this. With no luggage or presents. I didn't want to lose the courage to come back. She smiled apologetically at Maverick, who helped her shrug out of her coat before she wiggled out of her boots. He looked significantly better since she'd seen him in Moscow and even at his wedding. His limp wasn't as strong, and his eyes were shining. Beneath the hair now cut military short, he was clean-shaven, revealing the scars on one side of his face. But he didn't seem to mind, and neither did she. He was wearing a fun green and red sweater with a reindeer he wouldn't be caught dead in before, just in case the paparazzi had a chance for a shot. And, unlike the photos in the media when he'd been a race car champion, his smile was genuine. Gratitude warmed her heart. She'd worried herself crazy about him after his accident, but he'd healed much better than she could hope for. Marriage and fatherhood agreed with him. After so many trophies, he'd won the one that should truly matter, the trophy of love and happiness. Ironically, she'd once thought he'd be like her, destined to be alone. I'm happy you're here. His wide grin confirmed his words. After Vera and I met up with you in Europe, I had a feeling you might head for home sometime soon. He even told us all to expect you. And here you are, home for Christmas. You're our best present. Her baby sister, Liberty, hurried to her and snatched her in a bear hug. Jenna thought her bones cracked. Did Liberty lift her off the ground a little, too? Nah, Jenna was imagining it. Probably lack of oxygen from that tight squeeze caused hallucinations. That's so sweet of you to say, Jenna squeaked when she could get air into her lungs. Liberty let her go. I consider myself the best present, too. It's about time you got here. And, do you want to tell us something? She gestured to the wedding gown. And yes, I'm going to be your maid of honor. And no, I'm not going to wear a dress for your wedding. Jenna gulped a breath of much-needed air into her starved lungs. I'm not getting married. It's a coincidence. But thank you for the offer. Liberty behaved like she'd seen Jenna just yesterday, warming something inside Jenna, and she decided to go along with it. It was easier that way. Worry constricted her rib cage with a grip almost as strong as Liberty's. How would Mom and her other siblings meet her? And now it wasn't just them, but also their significant others and children. Jenna took in her only sister, glad to see Liberty was still cheerful and with her trademark green hair that suited her equally upbeat personality. The color reminded Jenna of a Christmas tree, with Liberty's eyes shining as brightly as Christmas lights. Jenna's heart twisted. She didn't realize before how much she'd missed Liberty, how much she wanted to rewind time and make a different decision all those years ago. Not getting married? Liberty sked. That's a shame. For the record, I'm getting to be pretty good as a maid of honor. I've been getting a lot of practice lately, though, she winked. I guess you'd call me a matron of honor now. No kidding. Jenna was happy for her siblings. She really was. But did all of them have to get married this year? Liberty's gaze slipped to Jenna's feet in black pantyhose. Hold on. Let me get you slippers. They are brand new. I bought them for someone else, but I'd rather you use them now. She disappeared into the hall. Jenna cringed. She didn't bring slippers or even a change of clothes. What was she thinking? Well, really, she wasn't. Her survival instincts had taken over. Liberty returned with fluffy pink slippers sporting carrot-nosed little snowmen and eyed Jenna's elegant coat and boots near the door. Not your style, I can see. But like I said, I bought them for someone else. Pink is great. Smiling, Jenna took them and slipped them on. Soft and warm like the family love she'd stopped hoping for, they fit her perfectly. Pinching her lips together, Liberty planted her palms on her generous hips. Clothes are a different thing, though. I'd give you mine, but you'd probably have to wrap them around yourself several times. I have a few outfits I bought for you for Christmas. I can get them to you now. The familiar female voice made her turn toward the hall. Vera. Jenna hadn't liked Vera much when they'd been teens. Jenna wasn't fond of the blonde cheerleading squad who'd have teased her mercilessly if not for her family's influence, and Vera had been part of that squad. It all changed this fall, when Vera had put her life on the line for Maverick. Jenna's and Vera's professions were somewhat similar, both of them working as private investigators. But the main reason was that she'd sensed Vera loved her brother and was exactly what he'd needed in order to heal. Now Jenna loved Vera like a sister instead of a sister-in-law because she'd put the shine in Maverick's eyes. If Jenna still prayed, Vera would have been an answer to her prayers. Vera was wearing a reindeer sweater like her husband. Must be a family thing. There was a shine in her eyes, too, as she held an adorable baby girl in a pink outfit and with a pink bow in her hair, who giggled at Jenna. That sound and the toothless grin tugged at Jenna in a manner she didn't expect. How would it feel if... No. It was best not to think about it. Jenna walked to Vera and hugged her without saying a word, careful not to disturb the baby. When she leaned back and saw a soft smile on Vera's lips, she knew she didn't have to say anything. Understanding shone in Vera's eyes. From this day forward, they'd be friends, and Jenna had too few of those. Should she ask for Vera's help in the new case? Thinking about Riley brought blood rushing to her face. No, it was better not to disturb Maverick and Vera's marital bliss, unless Jenna absolutely had to. Her shoulders inched up as she winced. She was reuniting with her family who'd been exceptionally kind to her. And still, her thoughts had wandered to that man and the possibility of a new case, both making excitement sizzle inside her. She'd had her priorities wrong for years, and apparently she hadn't changed yet. It didn't matter that her job gave her a sense of accomplishment or that Riley was the first man to spark her interest since Gaspard. She was a rotten daughter and a rotten sister. She smiled at her cute niece, hoping for her maternal instinct to wake up. Her shoulders sloped. Nada. At least, she'd missed only a little time with this baby. She'd missed years in the others' lives. Add to this a rotten aunt, too. So many regrets. Her stomach clenched. I'll set the table while you change. We need to fatten you up while you're here. What did you eat in Europe? Snails? Without waiting for an answer, Liberty stomped toward the kitchen. Jenna followed Vera and Maverick to the guest room where Maverick took the smiling baby and Vera handed over a large white box with a crimson bow. Thank you so much. Jenna wondered where she could change. After 2 decades, someone else surely occupied her room. You're more than welcome to stay in your childhood room or take one of the guest rooms. Maverick seemed to read her mind. The phone in her purse beeped. She took it out and glanced at the screen. Are you okay? I hope the family reunion went well. The text from Riley, she'd given him her phone number when she decided to look into his half-sister's case, and the fact that he cared made her smile. She'd grown used to relying only on herself for years, so having someone worry about her brought a much-needed warmth. Yes. Thank you. No need to rescue me again. She texted back and looked up. An admirer? Maverick winked. She feigned a frown. Why would you think that? He rolled his eyes, which was unusual for him. You're blushing, and you have a goofy smile on your face. I haven't seen either on you in a long time. Whoever it was on the phone, I'm glad he makes you smile. She usually wasn't this transparent. She'd learned to control her gestures and facial expressions. She lifted her chin. It's work. That was correct, wasn't it? If she started working for Riley, it could only be work. She'd never entered into a personal relationship with a client, and she wasn't about to start now. Never mind a sting at the thought. Maverick lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. Whatever you say. Just. Whoever it is, it's clear he brightens your life. Anne. If I may, I pushed an amazing person away twice. Only by the grace of God did she stay by my side. Don't repeat my mistake. She gave her brother another sisterly hug. It's different. You and Vera were meant to be together. Where is the rest of the family? Mom is Christmas shopping. The children are in the park with the nanny. Everyone else is working. Liberty and I just came here for a late lunch. Jenna released a breath she didn't realize she was holding, grateful for a reprieve before seeing the rest of the family and guilty for that gratefulness at the same time. Okay. I'm going to change and meet you in the dining room. He gave her a long look. You know, sis, I thought this was the worst year of my life. It turned out to be the beginning of the best time of my life. I hope it will turn out to be the beginning of the best time of your life, too. I know what happened to you still hurts, but if you surrender your pain to the Lord, miracles could happen. For a moment, she didn't say anything. They'd both grown apart from the Lord, but Maverick had regained his faith. Jenna wasn't sure she could. Thank you, she said at last. I will see you soon. The moment she entered her childhood room, she gasped. Not much had changed here. The same sturdy oak desk with its familiar scratches, a simple navy blue bedspread, and shelves filled with science books and sparkling trophies from science fair and track competitions. She couldn't believe it. It was as if all these years, her family had waited for her to come back. How could she not feel that? How could she stay away? Even if she was afraid she'd blurt out her father's secret and hurt the rest of the family, even if she'd fallen madly in love, so madly she'd kept searching for her disappeared fiancé for too long. Even if she had a profession she was passionate about. She should have returned, at least for some time. Then the white box with its bow slipped into the soft carpet as her gaze moved to a white-framed watercolor on the wall. A lump formed in her throat, and her fingers stroked the smooth glass, protecting the painting. A girl with long black hair flowing behind her shoulders was running in fields awash in golden and peach-hued wildflowers amid emerald-green grass. The artist was young when she'd done it, barely a teenager, but there was no mistaking her talent. Jenna didn't need to look at the signature to know the name. Claire. They kept it. They kept it still. Then Jenna did something she hadn't done in a long time. She wept as if the dam that had kept the river for so long had broken, and there was no stopping the waterfall now. Tears ran down her cheeks as she took the watercolor from the wall, slid to the carpet, and hugged it as if she were hugging a dear friend. Memories, too many memories, appeared in front of her eyes. She and Claire had grown up together, true BFFs. Whenever Jenna wasn't with one of her siblings, she was with Claire. Claire was her total opposite in everything. While Jenna was serious and quiet, even as a child, Claire had always burst with energy, laughing often, getting into mischief from time to time. Jenna had gravitated towards science and languages early, but for Claire, it was always about art. She'd taken her sketchbook with her everywhere and used every opportunity to sketch, and from the beginning, she'd clearly been good at it. Jenna had worn her long hair in a braid or a bun, while Claire had always let her golden locks flow freely and often decorated them with flowers. Jenna had liked jeans and t-shirts with simple one-color dresses on Sundays. Claire had often worn long flowy skirts of bright colors, white cotton shirts she dyed herself with streaks of blue or yellow, depending on her mood, and a lot of bangles on her wrists that rattled when she walked. Claire came up with their trip to Europe, their plans to take off as soon as they graduated. With her passion to explore the art museums in France and Italy, she'd worked hard for her dream. She'd come from a foster family, and though Jenna had offered to pay for them both, Claire had refused and done many projects, from doing portraits for people to painting their rooms to making one-of-a-kind clothes to raise the funds. While the trip was a dream for Claire, it turned into Jenna's escape from her father's painful secret. More than just the betrayal, his constant silent disapproval of her had spurred her on. Though she'd looked the most like their father, she'd been the furthest from him in character. That he'd always disliked her affection for science projects and the lack of affection for his beloved ranch didn't help. Despite her mother loving all of them equally and good camaraderie between Jenna's siblings, Jenna had felt like an outcast in her family sometimes. She was too different from them. Jenna hadn't planned to stay in France, and neither had Claire. But then Claire had fallen in love with Montmartre, the Louvre, and a small café offering the best croissants in the world. And Jenna had been too afraid she'd reveal her father's infidelity if she came home. Knowing what Dad had done would surely break Mom's heart. Besides, Claire was her best friend forever, so Jenna stayed for Claire. At first, Jenna had worked whatever job she could find, from being an au pair to a maid for a rich couple. But she was already fluent in Italian thanks to her cousin's heritage, and she had picked up French fast. So she started freelancing as an interpreter, too. Claire had become a waitress in her favorite cafe while working on her art in her spare time. Once Maverick had become successful as a race car driver, he'd started sending her generous funds and wouldn't accept them back. So Jenna had gone to the Sorbonne, and her client list had grown while Claire's art had become more successful. Somewhere between drinking espresso while admiring the Seine at sunset and studying famous paintings with Claire, Mona Lisa had turned out to be way smaller than either one of them had expected. Jenna had started falling in love with art, too. It was as if she could disappear into the stunning colors of the Boulevard Montmartre at night or the artist's garden at Giverny and forget her sense of betrayal over her father. Then she'd met Gaspard at one of her interpreting jobs and recognized that they shared a passion for art, though in a different way. By that time, Jenna had discovered men had paid attention not only to her pretty blonde friend but also to her. Granted, by then, her acne had cleared. She'd become a better dresser as she studied fashion and learned to sew to the style that suited her. And she'd realized it was best not to talk to guys about Newton's laws of motion or atoms and molecules. Still, the outrageous gifts and generous compliments from a dashing Parisian had surprised her. He'd thrown his coat on the ground so she wouldn't have to step in the dirt, spelt her name with bouquets in front of the rental she shared with Claire. But most importantly, he'd looked at her with more admiration than she'd seen from anybody. She'd drunk in that admiration as hurriedly as a wilted flower barely surviving without rain. With her height and a foreign accent, she'd still stood out in Paris in a different way than she had at the ranch. But blossoming under Gaspard's clear appreciation, she'd learned to embrace her uniqueness rather than resent it. Maybe seeing artists boldly expressing themselves helped, too. While she'd hunched before, embarrassed of her height, she'd learned to stand tall, even in high heels. Finally, she wasn't an awkward sibling with no desire for ranch work or a science geek, but a well-educated woman who could also turn heads on the streets of a city famous for beautiful, chic women. She'd missed her siblings with a passion, but a trace of guilt and resentment toward the ranch and her father had lingered even after he was gone. It was almost as if she'd failed him and his expectations, and he'd wanted to have a different family because Jenna wasn't good enough. Ridiculous, but she'd worn that resentment stubbornly like she'd worn an old ring that had scratched her fingers from time to time. To celebrate her graduation from the Sorbonne, she and Claire and Gaspard had gone on trips to Italy and Romania, and somehow among all that centuries-young beauty and magnificence, she realized it wasn't just the art she'd been falling in love with. Her emotions swirled, blending in, becoming less clear to identify, like the colors on her friends' canvases. She'd started missing her family more and more. But any time she'd mentioned going back to Missouri, just for a visit, Gaspard and Claire said they couldn't separate from her even for a little time. She'd needed to be needed, so she'd gone along with it. Her love for Gaspard was so overwhelming she'd started painting, too, though she wasn't any good at it. Then she'd done something even better. She'd started to heal. Until something else happened. Chapter 4. The next day, Riley couldn't stop thinking about Jenna. It was ridiculous, and he knew it. He'd only seen her for a short time after decades of not seeing her at all. But, with a few glances from her striking blue eyes, she'd already gotten under his skin. She'd changed a lot since high school. She wasn't an awkward teen anymore, but a stunning woman who knew her worth and embraced her uniqueness. So much more poise, elegance, confidence, with a hint of tragedy that for some inexplicable reason he wanted to help her recover from. He was drawn even more to this new, mysterious version of Jenna. Of course, he wouldn't compromise on his time with Andy or work. But after he'd tucked his nephew into bed and tiptoed out of his room, Riley found himself staring at the phone screen. Was it too late to call? Or to text? He sank onto the leather sofa and watched the Christmas tree's twinkling lights. Then his gaze moved to the gift boxes underneath as if he could find the answer there wrapped with a fine bow. Lord, what should I do? There was no immediate answer, but Jenna's image lingered in front of his eyes, so maybe that was an answer in itself. He had a perfect excuse. He did want to find out what had really happened to his half-sister. So he took a deep breath of air scented with pine needles and typed in. Good evening, Jenna. I hope you have a great time with your family. Would you still be able to talk about my case? If not, I'll totally understand. There. It sounded friendly and official enough, didn't it? He pressed send, and his pulse picked up as if counting the seconds until her reply. Most likely, she'd be busy with all her siblings and their growing families. He raked his fingers through his hair, then tidied up the many toys littering the floor. He shouldn't expect a reply anytime soon. The phone beeped. His eyes widened as he froze with a toy astronaut midair. It couldn't be her already, could it? He rushed to the sofa where he left his phone and opened the text. Do you have time right now? Whoa. His pulse increased even more at the possibility of seeing her soon. He hurried to move the rest of the toys from the floor so she wouldn't trip over toy trucks and the large collection of rockets and astronauts, Andy's latest passion. Probably enough toy astronauts to send on space missions for the next 100 years were waiting in those boxes underneath the tree. He wondered whether he should order takeout. He was forgetting something. What? Oh, right. To answer her. Hopefully, she didn't give up on him and didn't go to sleep. On the other hand, he didn't want to act too eager, couldn't reveal his attraction yet. He'd be formal. Yes, absolutely, of course. He cringed. Yeah, right. That didn't sound desperate at all. He deleted everything besides the yes and hit send. Then he thought a moment and sent her a text asking her not to ring the doorbell, that he was going to leave the door open. He didn't want Andy to wake up. Or to hear their conversation for that matter. He unlocked the door, then checked on his nephew, comforted that Andy was sound asleep. Hopefully, no nightmares tonight. Riley's gut twisted as he closed the door to the child's room. Since the tragic event, he'd found Andy too many times screaming and in tears, and his heart went out to the poor boy. Riley said a prayer for his nephew while striding into the hall. And just in time. The front door opened, giving a quick gust of cold air. Jenna walked inside, snowflakes on her long eyelashes, her short raven hair, and her oatmeal-colored coat. His heart shifted just from the sight of her. That's a security issue. She gestured to the door he closed after her. Don't do that again. Come on. We live in a small town. A lot of people don't lock the doors here at all. He helped her shrug out of her soft coat, keeping his voice low for his nephew's sake. They should lock their doors. But then, even elaborate security systems often don't work. She smelled of frost, hope, and something crisp and wintry. In her hands, she held a large box. It's a gift for Andy. You shouldn't have. The fact that she'd cared enough to buy a gift for a boy she'd only met once at Maverick's wedding and who hadn't exactly been nice to her tugged at him. But we both appreciate it. I'll place the box under the tree. He strode to the living room. When he returned, she was attempting to take off her knee-high boots. He shook his head. Leave them on, please. With a boy around the house, I have to mop the floor all the time, anyway. She looked doubtful, but then nodded. Underneath the coat, she wore checkered slacks, paired with a wide belt with a square buckle that matched her earrings and a checkered jacket with large white buttons. An azure blue turtleneck with a fascinating knit pattern underneath her jacket made her eyes stand out even more. A necklace made from metal squares reached her waist. He couldn't tear his gaze away from her. In their small town, she might as well be from another planet. She was all clean lines and angles, and only the snowflakes melting on her eyelashes and dark rims around her eyes hinted she could be all emotion, too. Would you like something to drink? To eat, he whispered when he stopped gawking and gestured toward the kitchen. Chuckling, she kept her voice low, too, as she walked to the kitchen. Her heels didn't click against the tile as if she made sure they wouldn't. I think I ate more in 2 days here than in months in Europe. But a cup of tea in this weather would be great. Hot green tea if you have it. I do. Tea would be good in this weather. He noticed she didn't wear gloves and had to resist the urge to reach for her hands to warm them up. I don't have a tea set. She must be used to exquisite porcelain. Mugs are totally fine. She took a seat, her posture rigid. Did she ever relax? He did his best not to notice how out of place she looked in his simple kitchen where he'd tiled the counters himself and where some plates were mismatched. 2 mugs had chipped off handles because Andy had dropped them, and Riley had said they were just fine to soothe the upset boy. Riley warmed up water in the microwave, which was probably not the way she was used to making her tea, but then he didn't own a teapot either. This is the only green tea I have. He placed the mugs and a box with tea bags on the table. Then it took him 2 attempts to open a box of cookies he'd bought for his nephew. Arg. He wasn't usually this nervous around women. But Jenna was still a mystery to him, like paintings by Picasso, the reproductions his sisters had shown him. He couldn't understand what all those geometrical forms meant, really. But unlike those paintings, Jenna fascinated him. He'd need to be careful not to let the attraction grow. It sounds great to me. She placed a tea bag in her mug and steeped it, her gaze sweeping over the kitchen. He gave himself a pat on the back for putting the dishes into the dishwasher earlier and cleaning up the mess he'd created while trying to cook the dinner Andy had wanted. He was used to sandwiches and takeout, but he wanted his nephew to have proper meals. In a short time, his kitchen had filled with pots and pans he'd never considered buying before, as well as 2 aprons, the blue one with a rocket applique for Andy. Oh, she might want some sugar. He opened the container and found a little toy astronaut moonwalking inside. He suppressed a grimace, but she might have caught a trace of it. I don't need a sweetener. Could you please sit down? I can't discuss the case with your back. A little tease lilted the ends of her words. He claimed the wooden chair opposite her, trying to get into a professional mood instead of noticing how her long, elegant fingers wrapped around the mug or the way her blue eyes openly studied his face. His pulse kicked up. What if he didn't want to keep things strictly professional between them? While she was still his best friend's sister, they were adults now. Surely, Mac would understand. Or not. But Riley sensed some distance in her, as if an important part of her still stayed in Europe. Would she ever consider returning for good? Starting a new relationship? She interrupted his musings. Let's get to the point. I don't have a license to conduct investigations here. So whatever I do will have to be unofficial. The good news is it's going to be pro bono for you. He raised his hand in protest. I'll be glad to pay you. She shook her head, sending those impossibly long bangs flying. You're my brother's best friend. With as much time as you've spent with him, you could practically be a brother to me. I wouldn't charge you. His chest deflated. Was that the way she'd seen him? As a brother? He took a sip of his tea to chase away disappointment. Let's discuss it later. In England, they drink tea with milk, don't they? He hurried to get up and opened the door of a fridge now generously populated with astronaut magnets. Well, the magnets served a purpose. They held small notes and a calendar in place. Would you like some milk? A soft smile touched her lips. I like my tea the way it is now. Pure. She removed the tea bag and laid it on the plate where he placed his. I enjoyed London, Rome, and Paris. Most of my work was there, too. But whenever I could, I tried to visit lesser-known jewels of Europe. Kutna-Hora, Olomouc, Bucharest, Sibiu, Brasov. He searched his memory for any geographical knowledge as he sat down again. Bucharest is the capital of Romania, right? A sadness appeared in her eyes. Yes. Sibiu and Brasov are in Romania, too. Those had a meaning to her, but he couldn't understand why yet. He wanted to. He took a sip of hot tea to stop himself from asking unwelcome questions. He'd tried to ask his friend about his sister from time to time, but Mac didn't have much information himself, even about her whereabouts. A few years after she'd graduated from the Sorbonne, she rarely seemed to stay in the same city for long, much less in the same country. He, who'd never had the desire to leave his home state, had often wondered why. As his gaze traveled to the astronaut magnets, he reminded himself about his priorities and listened for any sounds from the boys' room. If Andy woke up, Riley would have heard from here. He allowed himself to relax as the only sound was the wall clock ticking in the living room. It had taken him a long time to find a clock displaying space rockets instead of numbers. But you didn't invite me to talk about my travels. Even though the investigation is unofficial, I promise client confidentiality. She brushed aside her bangs. Why did she keep them so long? Except, of course, if I find out you killed your half-sister. Then I'd have to report you to the police. He nearly spat his tea. Excuse me? Would I hire you then? She shrugged and looked down, the bangs flowing over her eyes and hiding them. Okay, that explained why she grew her bangs so long. I used to be surprised by what some people could do. Not any longer. As she raised her hand to rake her fingers through her hair, he recalled the time she'd broken her hand. He and Mac had taken turns helping her with school assignments and whatnot. She reminded him of a bird with a broken wing then. She still did. Longing stirred inside him, and he had the urge to reach out to her and tell her she'd heal eventually. Or maybe ask her how he could help. But the vulnerability in her eyes disappeared so fast he wasn't sure it had been there in the first place. I'm sorry about your sister. Losing a sibling must be very difficult. A visible shudder went through her. She probably thought about her siblings. But if she really, truly loved them, why did she stay away so long? Air whooshed from his lungs. Thanks. We weren't very close. By the time my dad married the second time, I had little contact with him and his new family. Same went for his third, fourth, and fifth family. Her eyes widened. Wow. 5 marriages, huh? A mirthless chuckle erupted from his throat. Dad believes in the saying that if you don't succeed the first time, try and try again. He had no children in his 4th and 5th marriages. After we grew up, Amy, Mauve, and I decided we wanted to keep in contact, and so we did. Amy and Mauve live in Springfield, where Dad moved for his second marriage. Mostly, we just talked on the phone, and I helped when they needed to move or repaired some things in Amy's house, things like that. She studied him over the rim of her mug. But then it changed when Andy was born. She was perceptive. Well, not at the beginning. But once he turned 3, I felt a connection. His rib cage constricted. Maybe it was because he knew how difficult it was to grow up without a father. Andy had needed a father figure in his life, so Riley had become one. It had been that simple. I started taking him for weekends, then vacations. She started drinking, first socially, then more and more, so Mauve and I talked her into going for rehab. I told Andy that she went for a vacation, and he stayed with me for the entire summer. That was kind of you. Her praise mattered to him, but he didn't deserve it. He scowled at his tea, then slugged a sip and plunked the cup on the table louder than he intended. For 4 years, she promised us she was clean. When I visited, she didn't smell of alcohol any longer. Maybe if I realized she was drinking again sooner. If I intervened, she'd still be alive. Jenna's hand moved to him and covered his fingers, giving him a surprising jolt. Remember what I told you before? No blame game, please. You've done what you could. You helped when you could. He stared at her long fingers, needing her words, needing her touch, needing this. Thank you. She removed her hand, her cheeks pinking slightly. Another thing you need to know. I specialized in art theft, not murders. I have no connections with the police here. You might be better off hiring a private investigator with a Missouri license who has good connections in the state and experience in this sort of thing. His eyes narrowed. Did that mean she didn't want to work for him? Or with him? Or even talk to him, for that matter? His gut twisted. Mauve was adamant about not hiring an investigator. Her husband wants to go into politics, and the last thing they need is a scandal. But I want to know the truth. So you're not interested? He nearly grimaced at his sharp tone and said softer, I understand if you want to spend the time before Christmas with your family. He didn't add, especially considering you haven't seen them for so long. He didn't need to. First of all, I'm very interested, particularly because of the painting that might be missing. And frankly, I understand about needing to have closure. She leaned forward. As you can imagine, I have a lot of questions. I assume there were cameras in the house, and if so, may I see the footage? I'll see if I can get the recordings, but after gaining weight, she became self-conscious. The cameras overlooking the swimming pool were removed. A slight frown creased her lips. Based on the weather now, I assume it's a heated indoor swimming pool. Can it be accessed only from the inside? And if so, may I see the camera recordings from that area? Both from inside and outside. And I'll see what I can do. He expected the next question. A large house with a swimming pool, a valuable art collection, her fingers tapped against the table. How did a single mother whose interior design business did just okay pay for all that? How did you know about her design business? It's called the internet and a few connections in Springfield. You didn't answer my question. So she'd already done some research. Did she research him, too? She inherited the place and paintings from her aunt. Her aunt was a great art aficionado just like Amy and died a spinster. Again, he anticipated her next question. This time, he didn't like it already. More tap-tap on the table. You said Andy inherits most of it now, right? He frowned. That's not the reason I'm trying to become his guardian. I never said it was. You mentioned Amy probably sold the missing painting. Are there traces of a financial transaction to confirm that? He shook his head. Not that I know of. Besides, she loved that painting. I can imagine her parting with a different one. Several others were just as valuable. A personal connection. Art can affect us like that sometimes. I'll need a photo of the painting and anything about it you can find. He lifted his hand for her to stop talking when he thought he heard something. Whimpering? It seemed to be coming from Andy's room. No. Chapter 5. Riley's heart sank as he jumped to his feet. I need to check on my nephew. She nodded. Of course. He remembered the gift she'd brought. She didn't look like a motherly type, but still. Would you like to come with me? He surprised himself by saying. She opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again. Okay. He hurried toward Andy's room. Children also needed their parents, not just an uncle. His heart twisted painfully in his chest as he entered the room. In the dim light of the night light, which, naturally, was shaped like an astronaut, the poor kid was thrashing in his sleep, tears running down his cheeks. Obviously, he was having a nightmare, and a tight band constricted Riley's lungs. Then Andy screamed and sat up, his eyes wide. Before Riley had a chance to do something, Jenna was already beside the bed. It's okay. It's okay. Your uncle is here. It was just a dream. I'm Miss Jenna, and I brought you a gift. She opened the box she'd brought and apparently picked up from under the tree on the way to Andy's room. It contained a large toy astronaut, and Riley's eyes widened. How did she know? Andy's eyes were as big as Riley's felt. I remember you, he whispered, then hiccuped miserably. His heart aching, Riley bent to the boy and wiped the tears with his thumb. It's going to be all right. He didn't sound too sure to his own ears, probably much less to the child's, and helplessness gutted him. He'd done the things he'd learned from a child psychologist to help Andy cope with nightmares. He'd given him a warm bath before sleep. He'd made sure the atmosphere in the boys' room was warm and cozy, with a lot of blankets, pillows, and favorite toys without it being overcrowded. He'd bought 2 of the soft moss green blankets Andy favored so one would always be available if the other one was in the laundry. He'd painted stars on the ceiling and a spaceship on the moon on the wall. He'd read Andy a fun children's book with a happy ending before bed, and then they'd prayed together. And still, nothing helped. What did you dream about? Riley asked softly. Andy just stared at him and shook his head. He'd never told what his nightmares were about. He didn't talk about his mother, either. Riley didn't want to pressure him. But how could he help the poor child? You're safe in your room. You're okay. All the doors are locked, Riley said with conviction. Jenna picked up the toy and said in a low voice, Hello? My name is, she stumbled. My name is Yuri. Andy blinked. Like the first person in space? Jenna nodded and bobbed the toy to appear like he nodded, too. Right. I'm an astronaut. Anne. Anne. I'm going to guard your sleep. Tears drying on his eyelashes, Andy wiggled toward the toy. Yuri gonna stay with me? Yes, he is. She placed the toy on the pillow. I'm going to stay with you. Right here. I'm going to be your friend. See, you just made a friend. Riley gave the child an encouraging smile. And I'm going to be just in the next room. Andy paused, then nodded. What should Riley do next? Would you like anything? A drink, maybe? When Andy ducked his head, keeping silent, she tucked the blanket around him. Yuri is asking if you'd like something to drink. Warm milk, maybe? Or orange juice? Andy squinched up his forehead. Yuri, I'd like some milk. Chocolate. Chocolate milk, coming right up. Riley whirled to the kitchen, got a glass of milk with cocoa, and headed back. The tight band around his lungs loosened a bit. As he was close to the door, he heard his nephew saying, Miss Jenna, tell me a story. He stepped into the doorway. The precious boy hugged the new toy, alarm slipping away from his eyes. Riley handed him the milk glass, and Andy drained it fast. She cleared her throat. What story? The story about Yuri. Duh. Right. Of course. She took a deep breath and wobbled her lips into a smile, her gaze uncertain. Riley eased the empty glass from his nephew and spread his arms, showing Jenna he wasn't much help here either. He should look up some children's stories about astronauts for next time. Well, she squinted up at the ceiling as if she expected to find a book with pictures taped there, then at the wall with the spaceship on the moon. Then her gaze moved back to Andy. Okay. Here it goes. Once upon a time, Andy supplied helpfully. She rubbed her forehead. Right. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Yuri. He dreamed about flying to the stars. Yuri had a lot of fun during the day but sometimes would wake up at night. So his uncle decided to make him so happy he'd only think about happy things. But they didn't know what would make him happy. Do you know? Something shifted inside him as he listened to the story. Jenna indeed was a mystery, and he was discovering a side of her he didn't realize she had. Andy's eyes fluttered closed, but when Jenna and Riley got up to leave, Andy opened his eyes again. He pointed to the toy. Yuri, wanna go look at spaceships? Riley made a mental note to take his nephew to the Space Museum as soon as he could. She nodded slowly. Okay, so one day his uncle and his, friend took Yuri to the Space Museum. Yuri learned how the spaceships worked and even tried on the spacesuit. They all had a lot of fun. So when it was time to sleep, Yuri thought about how great it would be to fly to space someday and had only happy dreams. The corners of Andy's lips moved up only slightly, but it was a reward enough for Riley. He could breathe easier now. Will you be okay by yourself, buddy? The child psychologist said it would be better for Andy to learn to fall asleep on his own to work out a pattern, but Riley didn't have it in him to leave if Andy was still scared. I'll be okay. I have Yuri with me. Andy hugged the toy tighter as if he desperately needed to hold on to something, someone, who didn't exist any longer. Then Andy closed his eyes. When Jenna tiptoed out of the room, Riley followed and closed the door quietly. A storyteller I'm not. Obviously, she whispered. I think you did amazing. I was lost for words. Back in the kitchen, he gave her a grateful smile. Thank you for helping with Andy. That toy thing was a great idea. Her features softened, making her more approachable. You're welcome. I supported myself as an au pair at first when I moved to Paris before I had enough interpreting gigs. So she was good with children. He'd always loved her inquisitive mind, but he loved this unexpected, softer side of her even more. And those incredible electric blue eyes, the depths of which hid mysteries. As she tilted her head, the light caught on her earrings and necklace, illuminating something inside him that he didn't want to admit. Apparently, Andy wasn't the only guy here who dreamed of reaching the stars. It means a lot to me. I'm still learning how to act with him after. Her hand moved as if she wanted to touch him, but she seemed to think better of it. It might not be my right to say anything, but there can be something healing about art. My friend, Donna, gives art lessons for children in her art studio in Springfield. I'm sure she could add another student. Maybe around when you'd like to visit a space museum? Her lips curved up a little. He gave silent thanks to God. When he'd asked God for help with Andy, Riley had never thought help would arrive in the shape of Jenna, whom he'd judged for staying away from her family. Still, he didn't need more reasons to be attracted to her. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. Jenna waved off his gratitude. For what? Donna will be glad to have another student. Then she grew somber. I still have a lot of questions about the investigation. But it's getting late, and it's best if I leave. Don't. Not yet. Did he say that out loud? He gestured to the seat. I mean, I can't boast the entertainment skills of my sister, but we do have an important case to discuss, right? Her eyes crinkled a little. Right. She sat down. I know this topic might be sensitive and children often have nightmares. And obviously, he went through a lot of trauma. But do you think he might have seen something at his house to frighten him? Curiosity sprinkled in with the compassion in her voice. He frowned. He'd obsessed over the same thing for days. I hope not. He said everything was fine at the house. And he was with me when the drowning incident happened. She was going to throw one of her parties that weekend, and I didn't want him to see that. Besides, I love his company. Hold on. She edged forward. Tell me more about the parties. He caught the whiff of her scent again, all clean and crisp, at first contact unpretentious, but subtly inviting without trying. It suited her perfectly. I didn't like those parties, especially considering she'd once nearly become an alcoholic. But she said she didn't drink at all any longer and needed them for her job as an interior decorator. It was like an advertisement. She held parties in different rooms she used to showcase her work to the right guests. She said it proved rather effective. I guess I can understand where she was coming from. Her eyes narrowed. But outsiders could have seen her expensive paintings. Not good. Not good at all. Especially considering she had a young boy's safety to think about. He groaned, hunching over from another stab of guilt. I know. I should have done something. She shook her head. Ugh. No blame, remember? Seriously. I know what I'm talking about. Based on the pain in her voice, she didn't take her own advice. He wanted to know much more about her than he did. So strange. He was a simple guy who preferred things simple. And now he started understanding the attraction of the unknown. She rubbed her temples. Do you have photos of the paintings, by any chance? He pulled out his phone from his jeans back pocket. I took as many as I could in Amy's house today. As for the painting that disappeared, thankfully, I took Andy's picture on its background a few weeks ago. Transfer them to my phone, please. He did as she asked, and she zoomed in on the photos, enlarging them on her phone screen. For several long moments, she studied every millimeter of each photo. When she came across Andy's photo, she frowned. Let me guess. The painting that disappeared. It was in the room where the latest party was held. Bingo. Mauve was at the party, so while I might not be able to get their entire guest list, I can get at least some names. Her lips curved up, frown ironing out. I was going to ask for that. Even more importantly, whether Amy was seeing anyone lately. He nodded, finding that he enjoyed her half-smile, as rare as it was. I'll see what I can do. As for a boyfriend, she said she didn't have one. But I had an impression she was hiding something. She acted differently lately. I should have said something before. I'm going to help you, Andy, as much as I can. But it's not going to be at the cost of seeing my family. Her eyes darkened as her lips pressed into a flat line. I've neglected them too long already. Understood. Any chance to get Amy's phone records? I'll try. His phone rang in his pocket, and he was thankful he'd put the sound on low so it wouldn't wake up Andy. He pulled it from his jeans and sent her an apologetic glance. It's my sister. I have to take this call. Of course. She sank against the back of her chair. When he disconnected a few minutes later, he stared into space. I guess the drowning was really an accident. Mauve said she found the painting. For some reason, Amy put it in the closet behind her clothes. Though he still grieved his sister, he felt lighter with relief. But another feeling tainted the sensation. Disappointment? Yes. He'd wanted to spend more time with Jenna. An unreadable expression flickered in her eyes. Regret? Sadness? Was she upset her services were no longer needed? Then her eyes narrowed a fraction, and her expression became neutral. She rose as if signaling their evening was over. I see. The painting was found, her voice trailed off, then became stronger. I was afraid of that. Chapter 6. A day later, Jenna scooped up her nephew, Liberty's adopted son, who'd skated in his socks along the hardwood floor. Barely in time before he could hit the wall or the grandfather clock, for that matter. Her good reaction, developed through years of her profession after taking lessons in self-defense, apparently came in handy while babysitting. No skating, she said in a stern voice and gave him a stare she reserved for the criminals she caught stealing masterpieces. Landon barely blinked, then grinned, flashing a glimpse of adorable dimples. Why not? It's fun. Because I like seeing you alive. She hugged him, keeping him in place. Her heart swelled with tenderness. How about we make Christmas decorations from popcorn? That could hopefully keep him in place for a few seconds. While the popcorn was popping in the kitchen microwave, Jenna returned to the dining room to make sure both Landon and the grandfather clock were still standing upright. The clock was okay, but the child had disappeared. Cringing, she sauntered to the place that had attracted the children since the moment the tree had gone up. Sure enough, she found Landon shaking the gift boxes and trying to figure out what was inside based on the noise. He squealed in delight when he found something he liked. Dara entered the room, the baby wailing in her arms, and while Jenna resisted the urge to cover her ears, Dara gave her an apologetic glance. Sorry. She's teething, so that makes her fussy. The sound was surprisingly strong for such small lungs. Together with another squeal from Landon, the noise made Jenna wish she'd brought the earmuffs she used while practicing at the gun range. Their house had been chaos sometimes while they'd been growing up, but it was organized chaos. Mom made sure of that. Mom. Sadness flickered through Jenna. Worry about letting something slip to Mom and hurting her had been part of the reason she'd chosen to stay in Europe. Seemed the whole family knew now, so she told the truth, carefully and gently, when Mom asked why she hadn't come home sooner. It turned out Mom had known about Dad's infidelity all along. But her smile had fled and her face shuddered at the mention, so Jenna hadn't asked the questions she longed to ask. Liberty marched into the room for lunch, bringing puffs of frosty air and a smile, and snatched her adopted son into a bear hug. It's cold outside. I'm so ready for an ocean of hot beef stew and a large mug of cocoa. Jenna chuckled. Her sister had never done anything small. Liberty let Landon go. Let's set the table. Oh, and our other siblings and their posse might show up. Jenna, care to babysit all the kids? Jenna shuddered. Excuse me? Vera laughed. I'll do it. The baby stopped wailing, and the near silence was pure bliss. Jenna retrieved the popcorn and showed Landon how to string it with strict instructions not to consume the decorations. Then she and Liberty headed to the kitchen while Vera carried the baby to the nursery. When they worked in tandem setting the table, just like in childhood, Jenna's insides warmed. The rest of the family had accepted her with no questions asked, no reproaches whatsoever, as if she'd only been in Europe for a summer vacation as planned instead of 2 decades. She was so blessed to have her family. She'd spent the last days bonding with them and trying to find the right approach to the children. Her movements froze briefly as she placed the glasses on the table. She was grateful for what she had, she really was, especially considering she didn't deserve it. So why then did her thoughts keep returning to Riley, Andy, and the new case? Was she truly that selfish? Her suspicions were just that, suspicions. Liberty elbowed her after placing a large bowl holding baked potatoes on the table. Thinking about Riley, aren't you? Yep, Cowboy Crossing wasn't Paris. People found out things way too quickly here. The warmth inside her spread to her skin, flushing Jenna's cheeks as she and Liberty walked back to the kitchen. There's nothing between us. He's just a great guy who asked about hiring me for an investigation. That's all. Liberty snorted. Oh, so you think he's great? Right. Then why are you blushing? It's just warm inside the house. Jenna's phone beeped an incoming text in her slacks pocket. Excuse me. She fished it out and checked the screen. The warmth rose further. A rush of laughter burst from Liberty, shaking her shoulders and rippling her green hair. I take it the great guy just texted you. Go ahead. Go to your date. Jenna shook her head for emphasis as she slipped the phone back into her pocket and they carried pitchers with orange juice and tea. It's not a date. He asked me whether I can help him with Christmas shopping this afternoon. Sure. For several decades, he did shopping fine on his own, but when you're back in town, he suddenly needs help. I know you want to go. Liberty plunked the orange juice pitcher on the table and nudged Jenna again. By the way, didn't anyone tell you that you don't need to dress like you're on a runway in Paris here? That had to be a rhetorical question. Jenna liked the clothes she owned, was grateful she'd been able to retrieve her luggage from Springfield, and if her Paris outfits were a bit out of place here, so be it. Much as she loved her family, she'd always been a bit out of place here, too. Then her heart fluttered treacherously. She did want to see Riley again. Very much so. But her family had already been delighted that she and her high school crush had met up again, and she didn't need to hand them any more fuel. Just because all her siblings had fallen in love and married one right after the other didn't mean she'd follow suit. She was always the strange one in the family. An unfamiliar longing spread inside her when Liberty went to check on her son. Marital bliss amid holiday cheer touched a soft spot in a place Jenna didn't think still existed. But she was the pragmatic one. By now, she'd learned not to dream about things that weren't meant for her. Something was still missing in her heart. Closure? Or something else? As they placed utensils on a table decorated with a red tablecloth interwoven with poinsettias, she glanced at her sister. Okay, I'll go. But I have a feeling he wants to buy more gifts for his nephew, so we can't take Andy with us. Ask Riley to drop Andy off here. When the other children gather in this mansion, it's like a daycare already. Thanks, sis. She gave Liberty a grateful hug. Hey, Riley is a great foreman. Everyone loves him here. He's great with the animals, and he's helped a lot of our cowboys and me, too. Besides, what's family for? Liberty winked at her. Right. Jenna winced. Well, maybe she didn't deserve this kind of attitude from her family, but she sure was thankful for it. The lunch was a boisterous affair with children dropping things, adults chatting, and the whole crew passing bread and plates with sides. So unlike her usual lonely lunches. Yes, she'd met up with friends, more like colleagues and acquaintances, from time to time, but with her crazy schedule, it hadn't been easy to plan. She was going to miss all this noise and friendly chatter when back in Paris. Or maybe. She gave herself a mental headshake. It was best not to think about it. Nobody had peppered her with questions either, and she preferred it that way. About an hour later, she was on the road to Springfield. She'd returned her rental, as Liberty had offered to let her borrow her truck. The large vehicle felt strange, and not only because of Liberty's green apple air freshener. Jenna was used to her fast, sleek car, convenient for maneuvering in traffic or on steep mountain roads, as well as for speeding when she needed to get away fast or chase a criminal. The downside was that she pretty much put her car on like a coat whenever she climbed inside. On the contrary, Liberty had needed a heavy-duty truck to haul ranch equipment around, and once Jenna was inside, she felt as if she entered a room. The engine roared to life, and she took off. So many things seemed to be larger here, be it vehicles, horizons, or personalities, especially Liberty's. As Jenna left Cowboy Crossing and gazed at the now blanketed fields, her thoughts drifted to those days long past. She'd been a naive teenager and didn't know how cruel life could be. Mac and Riley started playing basketball when it was warm enough, and sometimes when it wasn't, in school, and often practiced in the small basketball court her father had built in their yard. By then, Jenna had already run track, as if sensing the ability to move fast would be necessary in her profession one day. So she'd had the speed, but not the maneuvering skills for basketball. Liberty didn't have those either, but it didn't faze her as she dragged Jenna to join the guys on the basketball court. Despite being the youngest and, well, plus-sized, Liberty possessed an enviable agility. They'd lost most games to the guys, but they'd also won a few. In one of the games, during the summer Jenna turned 16, she jumped at the same time Riley had tried to block her. Feeling his touch, glancing in his gray eyes for a millisecond had given her a surprising jolt, which she'd attributed to adrenaline. The ball hadn't reached the basket that day, but an unfamiliar feeling had reached her heart. She'd been an analyzer and a thinker even then. So she tried to find a logical explanation for the flutter of her heart every time she'd seen Riley in school afterward, or when he'd stopped by their house to visit Mac. Clearly, it was hormones. Riley was attractive, after all. When had the lanky child become this broad-shouldered guy with a teasing smile? Helping out at their ranch and doing sports had chiseled his muscles, and those t-shirts stretched nicely over them. She'd told herself they were simply biceps brachii, triceps brachii, deltoid, and washboard pecs. Nothing to salivate over. His eyes were a dull shade of gray, maybe not dull but a stormy hue, but still nothing to get lost in. Then why did warmth creep up her neck and her heart stutter every time he'd shaken her hand in greeting or given her an innocent friendly hug? Why was she lost for words? Since that day, she'd avoided playing basketball with Riley and Mac. But every time they'd been in their yard, she'd stood near the wall and peeked out the window from behind the curtain, glued in place. She'd told herself it was ridiculous. Riley was her brother's best friend and, therefore, off-limits. Besides, while he became well-built and popular, she'd become a science geek going through an awkward stage of braces and acne. She'd calculated the percentage of probability of him being attracted to her, and it was depressingly low. Still, she'd been drawn to that window as if by a magnet, and her feet had rooted to the floor. A feeling had been growing inside her until she'd needed to do something to let it out, or explode. So she'd made the mistake of picking up a lemonade pitcher, pouring the drink into 2 tall glasses, and carrying the glasses outside, cold and smooth to her touch. Riley grinned when he saw her, or, most likely, the lemonade. "Oh, great, thanks." "Thanks, sis." Mac took the glass. "You're welcome." Then she handed the other glass to Riley, proud of herself that her hand didn't shake at all. "That's very kind of you." His fingers wrapped around hers on the glass, and her heart started doing that strange flutter. This was a bad idea. A very bad idea. Mac glanced at them as he drained his lemonade and frowned. Did he sense her crush on his best friend? Then their mother called for Mac from inside, and he hesitated briefly before heading into the house. The boys could be mischievous sometimes, but they wouldn't dare disobey their mother. Staring at her intently, Riley returned the glass to her, and it slipped from her hands and landed on the asphalt. "Sorry. I'll help you pick it up." Riley flushed even though it wasn't his fault at all. No, it's okay. I don't want you to cut yourself. I should go bring a dustpan and broom. Contradicting her words, she bent down and picked up several shards, a sharp pain slicing through her palm. What are you doing? He took her bleeding hands carefully. Let's go in. I'll help you clean and bandage it. He was gentle with her, and still, her heart thudded. She reached out to him and touched the outline of his jaw with her fingertips. He drew in a sharp breath and looked at her, really looked at her, as if seeing her for the first time. Your eyes. They are striking. The compliment was simple, but she'd realized she could fall for him easily. And still, she leaned toward him, forgetting her damaged palm and her heart that could be damaged, too. The urge to kiss him created a mental fog, and only her brother calling her name made her jerk back. She slowed down around a curve as she returned from her trip down memory lane. She was close to the city, and excitement bubbled inside her at the opportunity to see Riley soon. Then she lifted her hand and looked at her palm as if she still could see the red stream on it. To this day, she didn't know why she, a sensible girl, had picked up shards of glass with her bare hands. Maybe she'd been teaching herself a lesson. She'd needed to etch into her memory the pain of touching the forbidden. Chapter 7. Riley watched the mall parking lot closely. His muscles hummed from tiredness after another day of hard work. People who thought cowboys had nothing to do in winter had never tried to feed livestock when the pastures were covered in snow. In fact, cows and horses needed more food in winter due to the cold temperatures, so he had to make sure they had enough hay and protein supplement available. They needed to ensure the water for the livestock didn't freeze, and locate any animals that wandered off from the herd. Winter was also the time to repair the big machines like the combine and baler, used only in the haymaking months. Since Maverick returned, that task had become much easier, giving Riley more time to check on the fences and all the structures for things needing repair. Then there was the usual endless paperwork to be done, personnel issues to resolve, and new arrivals at the Christmas foster camp to greet. Life at the ranch didn't take a vacation. He wasn't one for shopping either, especially among the crowds. But excitement over going to see Jenna thrummed through him, despite the tiredness or the dreaded task. The moment Liberty's emerald green truck pulled into one of the few vacant spots, he rushed to it and opened the door. I'm glad you're here. He held out his hand. His heart shifted when Jenna took his hand, the fingers of her gloved hand trembling ever so slightly, making him wonder if she was as nervous as he was. Me, too. Her scent, crisp and clean, reminded him again of a frozen river with many undercurrents beneath the smooth ice confining it. As she stepped out of the tall truck, he held her hand longer than necessary, and her eyes widened slightly. Did she remember the other occasion when he'd held her hands? When she'd cut her fingers on those glass shards? They walked toward the mall, her posture alert, her electric blue gaze darting around as if to make sure nothing was suspicious. He let her hand go, but he couldn't let the memories go yet. He couldn't understand why she hadn't brought the broom and dustpan then when she'd said she would. Based on Mac's words, his older sister was smart and sensible and none of that over-the-top emotional stuff like other teenage girls. But the emotion that had swirled in her eyes that day had contradicted those words. Even as a teen, he'd guessed there could be a sweeping passion behind that sensibility, all the more powerful because of being suppressed. All the more attractive to him because of not being easily attainable. Having her close that day, really seeing her for the first time, sensing she needed him, realizing he'd started to need her, had changed something inside him. He'd started paying attention to her, shamelessly using his friendship with Mac to see her more often. But she'd avoided him, declining invitations to play basketball, being polite but distant at family dinners, offering fist bumps instead of handshakes or hugs in the school halls. Mac had asked him to leave his sister alone, and that strained their friendship. So Riley had gone for one of the oldest tricks in the book. He'd asked out a lead cheerleader to make Jenna jealous. Except for polite greetings when Jenna couldn't avoid them, she had stopped talking to him altogether. As they entered the busy mall pulsing with customers while Christmas songs, sparkly trees, and festive garlands enticed people to buy more and more gifts, he cringed at the silly move he'd done as a teen. He should have been more direct. Well, there was no time like now. My friend recommended a store with great lotions and shower gels. Maybe some of them would work for your relatives. She gestured to the left. Sure. They strolled into a store with an enticing mixture of fruity scents that weren't too overwhelming. This was so not his territory, so many dainty displays, so easy to knock over. Talk about being the proverbial bull in a china shop. One wrong move and he could domino the whole store. But he'd found out the hard way that the women in his family weren't thrilled to receive practical gifts like kitchen appliances, so he needed to come up with something new. So he described the fragrances his sister, mother, and a neighbor usually liked, and Jenna handed him samples. If I asked you out at 16, was there a chance things could have worked out between us? He blurted out. While his heartbeat picked up, he sniffed a lotion that smelled like oranges, but a bit too strong. No. Deflated, he replaced the lotion. So his attraction to her had been one-sided. How could he be so wrong? She touched his face, then leaned close to him, and if not for Mac appearing, they could have kissed. I was too scared to feel strongly at the time. Too scared of rejection, too. Her voice softened as she handed him a lotion with a less overwhelming scent. Besides, I needed to spread my wings after graduation. I would have left, anyway. He decided to take the lotion. Since her family secret was out at last and news spread fast in Cowboy Crossing, he guessed there was more than one reason for her escape. To spread your wings or to flee? He studied her. Both. She held his gaze without looking away, and something more than fruity fragrances charged the atmosphere. He liked this new version of her, more open, more direct, more comfortable with who she was. But there were still parts of her he couldn't reach. Encased in ice. He tried to distract himself with a few shower gels for Mauve. Still, he couldn't help asking, "Have you stopped fleeing now?" Jenna's gaze became pensive. "I'm not sure." He picked up a body mist with snowflakes on the bottle, spritzed it in the air, and smelled the fragrance, a crisp, clean scent laced with watermelon, green apple, and musk. Fresh, but not too sweet. "If you like this, I'd love to buy it for you." She breathed in deeply. "Yes. It's exactly what I like. But you don't have to." Strangely pleased with himself, he added the body mist to his basket. "I want to." For his mother, he finally picked up candy apple lotion and shower gel in bright crimson packaging, with scents of cinnamon, hints of maple syrup, and of course, tangs of red apple. It was sweet without being intoxicatingly so. For his neighbor, a collection of body mist and lotion with a warm vanilla scent teased with pear. It took him a while to find something for his rich half-sister who seemed to be neither sweet like his mother nor warm like his neighbor. Finally, he settled on a slightly woodsy fragrance with shades of jasmine and gardenia. His heart dipped when he thought he found the perfect fragrance for Amy, with the notes of Prosecco. Thinking about Amy? Jenna was perceptive and sometimes too blunt. His gut twisted. Yes. Wishing I bought her this body lotion, spent more time with her while I still could. Really gotten to know her. Too late now. She touched his hand, a fleeting touch, but it still traveled to his heart. But it's not too late to spend time with her son, which you're doing. Why don't we go to the toy stores now? She pretty much read his mind. How did she do that? Would you mind if I check how Andy is doing? He reached for his phone as they stepped aside from the crowds. Ugh, he scowled at his screensaver, a picture of Andy. He should be the one watching his nephew now. Please do. He talked to Andy for some time, the boy delighted to be spending time with the children in Jenna's family. Besides, it was pretty much Toyland by now at the Clark mansion with a multitude of toys. His chest warmed up as it did every time he'd talked to Andy. Riley was so grateful to have Andy in his life that he wondered sometimes how it would feel to have his own children. But except for one near-marriage fiasco when his fiancé had ditched him at the last moment for some rich guy, he'd never found a woman he'd wanted to marry and have children with. Could that change now? He stared at the tall, slim, poised woman who'd surprised him with a softer side. After he disconnected, they scouted the toy stores for all the toy rockets and astronauts they could find. Then they stopped at the jewelry store, where with Jenna's help, he picked up a delicate bracelet for his mother and long sparkling earrings for his sister. He loved his mother always, admired her for raising him pretty much on her own, so showering her with gifts came naturally. But, when it came to Mauve, all this was probably more of a bribe, before he tried to talk her into letting him stay Andy's guardian. The scents of peppermint and pumpkin spice did a number on his stomach. "Would you like to have an early dinner? I had a ginormous lunch." She chuckled. "I'm starting to sound like my nephew. But I'd love a cup of hot cocoa with a pastry." A bear claw. They walked into one of the many cafes that tempted passers-by, where coffee aromas mixed with the scent of freshly baked pastries. She chose a table near the wall and sat with her back to the wall as if she needed to be aware of her surroundings. Even here, thousands of miles away from her job, she was on high alert. Did she ever relax? Or rather, did she ever allow herself to? He picked up drinks and pastries at the counter. "Thank you." Her fingers wrapped around the mug as if she still needed to warm herself, despite the cafe's cozy, almost too humid atmosphere. "If Andy likes the idea, my friend said she'd love to have another student." "Thanks." Andy said he was up to it. "And, last night he slept without a nightmare. I think it might have something to do with Yuri standing guard on his nightstand now." Her eyes softened. "I'm glad. Andy was asking about you." Riley's hand itched to cover hers, but he forced himself to take a sip of his hot cocoa instead. He didn't expect his nephew to like her already, but apparently, she could reach people's hearts easily when she let her guard down. He looked for excuses to see her again. Well, maybe he didn't need an excuse. He was about to invite her to the spaceship museum with them when she interrupted him. "He's a great kid. You're doing a wonderful job with him." Her eyes lit up, then dimmed as if she remembered something. She took a bite of the bear claw. "If you don't mind, I'd like to visit Amy's place as soon as possible." His eyes widened, and he thudded his mug onto the table, thankfully without sloshing hot liquid over. He'd thought that with the painting being found the case was closed in her mind. It had been in his. Sure," he said at last. "No matter how this evening turns out, I want you to know I enjoyed spending time with you today." Her lips curved up, but the smile wobbled. Was she trying to prepare him for something? He frowned, then did his best to concentrate on the positive part of her words, and his heart warmed. "I loved spending time with you, too." For a little while, they spoke about their families and their hopes and losses. Surprisingly, she was easy to talk to. "I'm sorry about your father. It's difficult to be disappointed in someone you trusted so much," she said. Her understanding and compassion opened something inside him, a garage door that used to be stuck and now let out his frustration. "I'm doing my best to get along with him now. But yeah, I resented him for leaving us, for the way he treated my mother. I hope he's a better husband now." Was this the reason he'd bailed out of his relationships except for the one with Barbara, the subconscious feeling he might turn out like his father? Or was it a certain raven-haired beauty he'd never forgotten? She seemed to read his thoughts, at least some of them. "You're not like your father." "How do you know?" "I see the way you are with your nephew. Your father left his child. You're taking care of a child who isn't yours. That speaks a lot about the man you are. Kate and Maverick told me how much you're doing for the foster teen project. In fact, everyone in my family speaks highly of you." Her words warmed him better than the cocoa cup he was cradling in his hands. "Thank you." A connection formed between them much stronger than the one in their teens, mostly based on physical attraction and a desire to prove himself. The much-needed admiration in her eyes encouraged him to admit his weakness. "I'm glad you're going to Amy's place with me. It's difficult for me to be there on my own." "I understand." Her fingers touched his hand, and the connection grew. Yes, he needed her in his life, and not just to solve the mystery. But would she ever need him as much? Chapter 8. About half an hour later, Riley parked in the two-car garage. Then he disabled the alarm, and they entered the mansion on the outskirts of Springfield. The place used to belong to Amy's mother's sister, and the woman liked privacy, so she'd chosen somewhere with no other houses nearby. The place was a combination of gray stucco and white stone on the outside and hardwood floors, crown molding, fireplaces, and granite counters on the inside. One of the spacious rooms had a wood-burning fireplace Amy's aunt particularly loved. Despite her need for privacy, the aunt had enjoyed entertaining, and so did Amy. Besides a media room, a small movie theater with an all-around sound experience, the house boasted a game room with a custom-built wet bar and a large pool table. Guests seemed to love the backyard's covered deck and patio, as well as the beautiful fountains that sparkled in the summer. The sculptures in the yard were as sophisticated as the columns inside. However, the sunroom with floor-to-ceiling windows, walls painted in a breezy powder blue, plush sofas, and a stone fireplace was his favorite in the rare times he'd spent time at this house. He'd spent a few weekends mowing, trimming hedges, repairing plumbing, even Carrera dual sinks malfunctioned sometimes. Or just hanging paintings when Amy bought a new treasure and the existing interior didn't fit it. He'd grumbled then, considering that Amy had thrown lavish parties instead of paying for the things the house needed. He'd give a limb to bring those times back now. His rib cage constricted. He was unable to step forward as if becoming one of the garden statues, frozen in time. As light filled the rooms, bright Christmas decorations seemed to mock him, bringing sadness instead of cheer. The scent of pine needles from the tree under which no presents would appear this year reached his nostrils. He hadn't had the heart to remove the decorations, and apparently neither had Mauve. Without water, the thing would surely be brittle, dying. Without Amy, the whole place seemed that way. Jenna found his hand, making it easier to breathe. He gave her a quick tour, and as he'd expected, her gaze moved appreciatively over the paintings. She checked the security. Then she stopped near one of the oil paintings in a large room that mainly featured landscapes, and her eyes narrowed. He'd seen people appreciate art a few times, but watching Jenna work was fascinating. Even more fascinating than the painting itself featuring a river and a nearly fallen tree with a dramatic sky in different hues of gray. Her eyes became focused and distant at the same time as if she were disappearing inside the painting. Impressionism was my first love. But later, I was taken in by romanticism, and there was no way back for me. See this play of shadows and light, this awe-inspiring, uncontrollable nature? This is American romanticism, from the Hudson River School. I like this concentration on wild, untamed landscapes. European romanticism concentrated more on small villages and countrysides. He did his best to recall what his sister told him about the artist. There was no human presence in his works. She looked up at him with surprise. That's right. He realized why she liked this kind of art. There was something wild and untamed about her, too. And maybe, just maybe, she'd been missing a bit of her homeland while in Europe? Her gaze stopped at him. Your eyes. They are as dramatic as this sky. Then she cleared her throat as if embarrassed for noticing. Oops. I need to get back to work. She stepped back from the oil painting, then got so close her nose was nearly in the canvas. She fished out a magnifying glass from her pocket and studied it inch by inch, at least as far as she could reach. All while he entertained the idea of lifting her, and blood rushed faster in his veins. But he didn't want to go too far if she wasn't ready. She might flee again. Besides, he shouldn't be thinking about romance when Andy should be his primary concern. Would you like to have a ladder? He asked at last. The sides of her eyes crinkled. Yes, please. He brought the heavy ladder from the closet and held it in place to make sure she didn't fall. Though the idea of catching her, having her in his arms, was more than appealing. His pulse picked up again. She climbed down the ladder, her lips a narrow line. Despite her initial delight, she didn't like something about this landscape, and a suspicion crawled inside him. What was going on? May I see the painting that was assumed to be stolen? Her voice sounded too distant, professional. He missed the warmth that was between them in the cafe. Sure. Assumed stolen? A cold shiver traveled down his spine. Did she still suspect foul play? He brought it from the closet, promising himself he'd put it on the wall later in the space that was for some time as empty as his heart. Here we go. He could understand why this one was his sister's favorite. The oil painting done in the beginning of the century showcased a lake in the morning, the golden mist nearly magical, the sun-kissed water sparkling. His sister said it belonged to the Romanticism movement, too, and he could relate to it much better than to those Cubism works in her modern art room with funky red round armchairs and rugs with geometrical forms. Jenna studied it even more attentively than the one before. Finally, she stepped back. Would you do me a favor and have it appraised? His heart plummeted to the hardwood floor. Why? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Maybe he needed her to persuade him he was wrong. I know works by this artist. And it looks to me like it's a skillful copy. That can't be. Amy's aunt only bought original works, she prided herself on it. Amy said all her paintings have certificates of authenticity. Her blue eyes misting like the lake, she touched his hand. That's the thing. I believe the painting might have been replaced. When your sister tried to sell it, she found out about it. He groaned. No. He rubbed his temples as he did his best to wrap his mind around this. Then it would have to be someone close to her. Not necessarily, but likely. That's why I need the guest list from the latest party. Pressing his lips tight, he cringed. She'd asked for that already, and he'd wasted valuable time by not providing it to her, thinking there was no longer any need. Okay. And, the painting you just studied in the living room? Was it swapped, too? Sadness in her eyes intensified, giving him his answer. I am sorry. I hope I'm wrong, though. Truly, it's just my suspicions. First, the wood on both frames isn't aged as it should be. Second, something bothers me about the signature. I mean, the signature is exact, but placed slightly higher than the artist usually places it. I checked for brush bristles and didn't find any, so that was a good sign. But in this painting, there should be more layering. That said, I'm not an expert, and that's why I need you to check these two paintings with an appraiser. He squared his shoulders. If she was right, he needed to find who did this to his sister and recover his nephew's legacy. If the expert says the paintings are fake, will you help me find out what happened? I already gave you my word. Frankly, you didn't even have to ask. She studied him as if he were a precious painting, and she needed to know whether he was for real. He'd always considered himself the real deal. What you see is what you get. But what conclusion did she arrive at? She traced the outline of his jaw with her fingertips, causing his heartbeat to become a staccato. But I want you to be sure about proceeding. Some things, she gestured with her other hand to the river painting, can be recovered, though not always. Other things, like trust, can't. Could he deal with it if the culprit was, let's say, his other sister, Mauve? He held Jenna's gaze, and even now, when he reeled from thinking his sister was most likely murdered, he wished he could hold Jenna. How selfish could he be? Struggling with self-control, he drew in a deep breath. I am sure. I want closure for Andy, for myself. For the family. Okay then. She edged backward. Even as he missed her touch, he scolded himself. Was she a bridge for him to part of the legacy he'd neglected before? No, she was becoming something much more, and it scared him. Now I want you to go through the entire house and see if anything is different. I know it's a large house and it might feel like intruding on your sister's privacy, but at least check what you're comfortable with. Please take your time. A lump formed in his throat as he went through the rooms. It did feel like violating Amy's privacy, and his rib cage constricted from missing a sibling he'd never really gotten to know. Never would get to know. He stood in Andy's bedroom doorway, swallowing hard. Though he'd already picked up most of his things, looking at a place that used to be filled with a child's laughter hurt. Moving away from that room, he did his best to switch off such thoughts and search for things that could be different or missing. Too bad he hadn't paid closer attention picking up his nephew last time. I don't think I'm very useful here. He found Jenna staring at the Christmas tree. It's okay. This is an unusual Christmas tree. I mean, the decorations. Most of them are heirlooms, also passed down from the aunt. She had this idea of having some of them hand-painted with replicas of her favorite paintings. My sister continued that tradition. What about this one? She pointed to a decoration depicting a spring forest after rain. Fresh-washed trees shimmered and grass burst with life, while the sky remained stormy. I didn't see a matching work of art in the house. He frowned. You're right. This one is new. May I? She stretched toward the ornament but couldn't reach it. Let me help you with that. He wanted to lift her but stopped himself and reached for the ornament instead and handed it to her. Her eyes narrowed as she studied it. Then she placed it close to her ear and shook it. There's something inside. Something inside? Curiosity tingled through him. Let's see. She removed the top part with extreme caution and managed to extract a tiny ribbon of paper. Does this look like your sister's writing? Merry Christmas, my love. You're the spring in my life. He nodded. Could this be for her son? Or? Sounds a bit too romantic for that. Looks like there was a new man in her life. Did she attend the hairdresser more often lately? Maybe a few new outfits? He rubbed his forehead. The red strapless dress in her closet, I'd never seen it before. But I wouldn't know what she wears every day, let alone to her parties. Her maid might be a better source of information. A Cheshire cat smile curved Jenna's lips toward her high cheekbones. Now we're talking. And I was going to ask the same thing. Oh, and by the way, who inherited Amy's business? He searched his memory. She founded it with a friend. Male or female? Might be an office romance. And they'd have a motive, too. So I'll have a chat with a maid and a coworker. Okay. Thank you. Being pulled toward her, he wanted to see her as soon as possible. I promised Andy I'd take him to a spaceship museum tomorrow. I know I already gave you a lot of work, but would you like to join us? I mean, my nephew would like to see you. Was he babbling? He was babbling. Just great. Her eyes twinkled. Only your nephew? He brushed her bangs away from her eyes. Me, too. She was close enough for him to see those electric dots in her blue eyes, close enough to get the whiff of her crisp wintry perfume. Close enough to kiss? His breathing going shallow, he shifted toward her as if drawn by a magnet. Jenna, his voice became husky to his own ears. Her eyes widened, but she didn't move back. Instead, her lips parted. As he cupped her face, a wave of anticipation rippled through him. The growl of a motor outside made them flinch. The house was on the outskirts, with no other houses nearby. He frowned and lifted his hand. Stay here. Right. She rolled her eyes. Then she drew her gun from her purse. And he wasn't even armed. He cringed as they crouched to the front door, and he picked up a baseball bat his sister stowed behind it. Because of her little son, she didn't believe in keeping guns in the house, even in a safe. Just as he was about to look out the window, the unmistakable sound of the key being turned clicked in the lock. His insides went cold, and he moved Jenna behind him, probably none too gently. You've got to be kidding me. I'm the one with the gun. Her hot whisper hit him in the back. Sure enough, a split second later, she was standing side by side with him, gun held in Weaver stance. She must have practiced a lot with the weapon. While he was impressed by her courage, his male ego was a bit wounded. She wouldn't let him protect her. Right. Exactly what he should be thinking in a time of danger. He held his breath while his heart thundered in his ears. The front door opened. Chapter 9. Freeze! Jenna yelled. Thwack! The woman who entered through the door dropped a large bluish vase, and it splintered into a bunch of shards on the hardwood floor. Jenna winced since she never liked seeing pieces of art destroyed or damaged, but she didn't move the gun. Strange, though, that the intruder would be bringing things into the place instead of taking them out. Sorry about this, sis. Riley stepped forward, moving carefully around the shards, apology twisting his features. Jenna blinked. Sis? Oh, where are my manners? Please let me introduce my sister, Mauve. And this is my friend, Jenna. Jenna suppressed a groan. Just the way she'd wanted to meet his family. Not. When it came to messed up first impressions, she could win the grand prize. Lowering the gun, she plastered on an apologetic smile. A pleasure to meet you. Sorry about the vase. I hope it wasn't too valuable. I wish we met under different circumstances. And you hope wrong. Mauve eyed her before her gaze moved to the floor, and she grimaced. Riley rested the baseball bat back behind the door. If needed, I can compensate you for this. And let me bring a broom and a dustpan to take care of the shards. He gave Jenna a look as sharp as the shards most likely were. Jenna, please don't try to pick them up with your bare hands. Jenna resisted the urge to roll her eyes a second time this evening. Seriously? She'd learned her lesson the first time. But then, it was nice of him to try to resolve the issue. She offered a grateful glance before he headed toward the closet. Mo studied Jenna like a cat, deciding whether the bird was far enough to fly away or close enough to be caught. Once again, so sorry. In turn, Jenna relaxed her features and tried to look as naive and harmless as possible, though it was probably too late for that. Then she took a mental image of the slim woman. Mauve's long straight champagne brown hair flowed over a snow-white faux fur coat that dusted the gemstones studding her high-heeled boots. Mauve took off her stylish gloves, but didn't offer a handshake at all, which should be understandable when Jenna was still holding a gun. Tucking the weapon back in her purse, she did her best not to let it bother her. Mauve's subtle perfume was expensive. While Jenna didn't specialize in investigating jewelry theft, she'd educated herself enough about precious stones to be able to evaluate her clients. Most sparkling diamond earrings and 2 diamond rings probably cost more than a small European country's annual budget, while her silver nails and coiffured hair seemed professionally done. The regal posture meant the woman knew her worth, and Jenna could admire that, but not so much the arrogance in those icy gray eyes. Jenna filed the mental photos away and wondered whether those political aspirations stemmed from Mo's husband's ambitions or her own. Either way, that added a need for investments and a reluctance to have a family scandal. She moved Mauve and her husband up on her suspects list. Outwardly, however, she infused admiration in her voice. This is an amazing house. And the art collection is just, wow. A hint of a smile appeared on Mauve's porcelain face as she sauntered forward, probably deciding the tiny bird wasn't worth time and attention. We're proud of both. I don't blame you, Jenna gushed. Every painting is remarkable. Some more than others, but she wouldn't add that now. Riley appeared and started sweeping up the shards, but Jenna tugged on the broom and took over after rolling up her sleeves. She needed to see the pieces closer to figure out whether the vase was indeed valuable. Mauve turned to her slightly, her eyes widening as she took in Jenna's bracelet of blood-red Burmese rubies, Gaspard's gift for their first anniversary, then her designer faux-leather teal jacket and a one-of-a-kind hand-painted scarf. Are you an artist? Or an art critic? Maybe an art collector? Jenna made sure her shoulders slumped forward a little as she disposed of the pieces. Oh, none of that. I'm just an amateur. Nothing special. Mauve seemed to lose all interest in her then as she turned to her brother. I was going to call you. I received something strange in the mail. No return address. No message on the card inside, just a photo of a painting. Probably by some Russian artist, as the name of the painting was in Russian. She reached into her designer purse and handed him an envelope. Jenna strained her eyes as he opened it, while also doing her best not to look too eager. I received the same yesterday. Probably some kind of junk mail. He shrugged. I threw it away. Jenna cringed as she studied the card. Blank on one side. The other side had a photo of a watercolor still life highlighting a wooden vase with a dozen yellow roses. It should be a cheerful painting filled with bright colors and sunshine filtering through the window. There were no broken stems or anything alarming, really. Still, Jenna's instincts went on high alert as if the card looked like a warning. May I have it? It's so pretty. She reached for the card and envelope, glad she was wearing gloves. Riley gave his sister a nod. I guess so. Mauve released the small paper. Thank you. Jenna knew who to ask about the photo, grateful for Vera's Russian heritage. Maybe Vera could also use her police connections to check for fingerprints, though Jenna doubted there'd be any besides Mauve's. Jenna also needed the card Riley had received. Likely he hadn't taken the trash out yet, and if he hadn't, she had a big, and probably smelly, job to do. About an hour later, once Jenna talked to her favorite sister-in-law and showed her the two identical cards, she knew why the watercolor photo gave her such an uneasy feeling. The first issue was that the number of roses was an even number. In Russia, people brought bouquets with an even number of flowers to funerals. Otherwise, bouquets had to have an odd number. The second issue was that yellow flowers were considered the symbol of departure. The card was a subtle, maybe even too subtle, warning indeed. But a warning about what? The next afternoon, while Andy pushed different buttons and studied screens in the space shuttle cabin simulation, Riley and Jenna settled at the nearby bench. Being at this museum brought Jenna fun memories from her childhood when reaching for the stars had seemed possible. Tell me more about your work. Riley asked it as if he were really curious about her. It must be fascinating. Okay, not as fascinating as you are. Huh? He found her fascinating? Her heartbeat picked up as she became extra aware of how close he was, how intoxicating his woodsy cologne, and how ridiculously strong the urge to lose herself in his arms. Work. Right. He'd asked her about work. Her insides warmed because she loved her job. As far as I know, only about 10% of stolen artwork is recovered. I like contributing to increasing that percentage. That, and to assuage her guilt for the way Claire died and Gaspard disappeared. This way, in some form, she'd continue the legacy of two people who'd been so dear to her, people who couldn't continue their own legacy. Her heart ached as if the years since the day she'd lost them hadn't passed. She took a deep breath of Riley's woodsy cologne, bringing herself to the present. Why do people steal art? I imagine, if a piece is famous, it's problematic to sell. And one can't put stolen art on display and brag about it because of the possibility of being discovered. You're right about it being difficult to sell stolen art. Art can be extremely valuable, but it's a perceived value for legal art. It usually has provenance, basically paperwork, to show its history. Once the art stops being legal, the value diminishes tremendously. Despite her words, she smiled when Andy squealed in delight while the large screens showed a newly discovered planet in the navy blue sky. Riley looked at his nephew with so much love in his eyes. I'm glad Andy is having such fun. And he hasn't had any more nightmares. He communicates through Yuri sometimes when he wants something, but he speaks to me directly, too. And he loves spending time with your niece and nephews. Oh, they took him on some pony rides. I should have thought of doing that myself. Her heart swelled for the boy. I'm glad. But, don't expect a complete recovery so soon. He still looks sad sometimes. But I used to catch him crying when he thought no one was looking. Not any longer. Then a frown creased his forehead. I'm trying to be a mother and a father to him, but I don't know if I'm doing enough. You don't need to be a mother and father to him. Don't need to change yourself. Just love him. That's all. Wistfulness tugged at her. You're doing great already. Riley would make such a great father. Too bad she wasn't mother material. Or could she be? The longing inside her intensified. Talking about her work seemed a much safer topic. Okay, there are different reasons for stealing art. It can be held as collateral for a loan or traded for something else. It can be held for ransom from prior owners. It can become part of a private collection. In fact, sometimes the theft happens because a collector commissions it. In a few cases, someone admires famous art so much they want to possess it. And then sometimes the art isn't stolen at all, but claimed to be so for the insurance payout. Insurance fraud? She nodded. Sadly. Several insurance companies keep me on retainer. Maybe she'd seen so much deceit in her job that she'd stopped trusting people. Was that the reason she didn't trust Mauve? Andy rushed to them, interrupting her thoughts. This is awesome. I want to be an astronaut. What do I gotta study? Riley looked at her as if he could read an answer on her face as he got up. She rose to her feet, too. Astrophysics. But really, getting a master's degree in biological science or physics should help you get your foot in the door. In the door of the space shuttle, the boy asked as they walked to a different room. With a skip in his step, Andy scuffled along beside her, and she found her heart opening a door, too. A door she'd shut so long ago. Riley chuckled. Yes. Also, I believe you need to have a certain amount of hours flying as a pilot. Jenna bent to Andy. My sister-in-law's Russian great-grandmother was a pilot in World War II. She left a lot of letters. I could ask for their English translations, if you'd like to read them. Can I? Cool. Andy smiled. Riley gave a demonstrative sigh. And here I was hoping you'd want to become a cowboy like me. Andy thought for a moment, then brightened. Well, I'll be a space cowboy. She laughed quietly as they stopped near another exhibition. Technically, astronaut means a star sailor, but close enough. Riley read out loud several things about being in space. If there's no gravity, how do they sleep? Andy asked. She ruffled the boy's soft hair, only a shade lighter than his uncle's. They sleep in sleeping bags and attach themselves to the wall so they don't float away. Cool. Andy's attention switched back to the exhibition. He started playing an interactive game that helped build a colony on Mars while giving some interesting scientific facts. Riley leaned toward her, his warm breath on her cheek, making her heart somersault. How do you know all this? I used to be a science geek, remember? Once upon a time, I considered becoming an astronaut. What happened? Why didn't you? With his intense gray gaze unnerving her, she rubbed the shivers from her arms. She shrugged nonchalantly, then straightened her spine to its full capacity. I guess I found a closer place to escape my pain and insecurities. Just a few thousand miles away. She was 1,000 miles away from that brainy but insecure teen now, too. But when she was with Riley, some vulnerable part remained from the girl who'd wanted so desperately to be liked and still pushed away the boy she'd had a crush on. Not that Riley had tried to pursue her, really. He'd switched to a popular blonde-head cheerleader easily enough, so Jenna had probably made the right choice. She liked the man he'd become much more than the teen seeking popularity and sports trophies. With more wisdom in his eyes, he'd earned the confidence in his posture and found his core values right where he was, at the ranch and in their hometown. While she... What did she find? What had she been searching for all this time? Self-realization? Self-forgiveness? If so, she'd searched for them in the wrong places, because she didn't search inside herself. Andy ran to them again after building the Mars colony. Who was the first animal in space? Riley brightened. Oh, I know. Fruit flies. In 1947. Fruit flies? Andy scrunched his nose, obviously not impressed. What were their names? Jenna couldn't help chuckling. I don't think they had any names any more than the bacteria that was accidentally launched before that. If it helps any, the next one was a rhesus monkey named Albert. Those were suborbital flights, Riley added. The first animal to go into orbit was a mixed-breed dog named Leica. Awesome. Uncle Riley, can we get a dog? Riley coughed a little. We'll think about that. A child, a dog, and a large house with a lush lawn and a picket fence. Sounded like the American dream. Too bad she'd become a cosmopolitan now. The next room contained imitation spacesuits people could try on. Riley and Jenna had a bit of laughter as they helped Andy suit up and put on a helmet, then did the same for themselves. Then they imitated walking on the spacewalk. Jenna breathed easier when she was able to remove the bulky suit. Thankfully, from what I heard, astronauts don't have to wear this all the time. Usually, they wear overalls or even their own clothes inside the spacecraft. But this suit is much more than a set of clothes. In reality, there are more parts of the suit. Wow. Andy's eyes grew bigger. Like what? She searched her memory. Like a backpack that provides ventilation and electricity to the suit, oxygen and water to the person wearing it, removes the carbon dioxide, and so on. He took off the helmet and carefully placed it back. Cool. But what happens if you fly away from the shuttle by accident? This was when the science geek she'd been could thrive. A device attached to the suit called Safer has thruster jets the astronaut can use to fly back. He gawked at her. Wow. Like an airplane attached to you? But what happens if you're on a spacewalk and you sneeze? She didn't have a scientific answer to that question. Riley snickered. I guess you're going to have a shield that is difficult to look through. She didn't remember the last time she'd had this much fun, and she didn't want the day to end. A twinge reminded her that the entire purpose of her return was to spend more time with her family. And she did have the case she'd volunteered to help Riley with. How did people combine career, family life, and love life? Not that she'd had any love life in a while. But still. Riley. While she felt herself getting closer to him, she couldn't afford to fall in love with him. She'd hoped her broken heart had been healing, but living on 2 continents wouldn't be wise. And maybe, just maybe, part of that young girl who'd been afraid to get hurt again remained. Riley helped his nephew with his warm jacket and a scarf, then held out her coat for her. His fingers brushed over her sweater collar with its cubism painting pattern as she slipped inside it, and she felt his touch even through the fabric. Her heartbeat skyrocketed as he nearly hugged her, and she whirled around. Their gazes met and held, and she couldn't decipher the expression in his gray eyes. All the years of doing her best to read people were useless now. Chapter 10. Uncle Riley, I'm hungry. Can we go to eat? Andy tugged at Riley's sleeve. Now she could read what flashed in his eyes. Guilt. Of course. He ruffled his nephew's hair. Her stomach sank a little. Surely, Riley struggled with his priorities, too. He had a grieving nephew, a loss in the family, possibly even a murder, a demanding job, and a budding charity project that meant a lot to him. Not to mention a little detail like a missing inheritance to figure out. There could be no place for her or complicated feelings in his life, and knowing it hurt more than it should have. The 3 of them headed to the museum's exit. Then she perked up. Maybe she could combine all 3 for a day, or at least try. My family, boy, did it feel good to say that, wants to do some sort of winter competition for the children this weekend. Adults will participate, too. My sister-in-law's grandmother suggested it. Her grandma will also provide her famous Russian desserts as prizes. There will be a snow fort building competition, a skiing competition, and a snowshoe competition, maybe even ice hockey if we can get enough people. She took a deep breath as they reached the door. He'd rejected her once by switching his attention to that pretty cheerleader. Did Jenna want to risk the rejection again? That sounds great. Cupping a hand on the back of Andy's head, Riley bent to his nephew. What do you think? Would you like to participate? Yay! Andy jumped up and down. Can we? Can we? Of course. Those gray eyes enveloped her in a warm woolly blanket. Thank you. Something shifted inside her at the warmth in his eyes. But was that warmth enough to melt her frozen heart? Did she even want it to? A loving heart was a heart at risk of being shattered, and she knew it too well. As he held a door for her, she switched into a professional mode and surveyed the surroundings before proceeding. All seemed safe enough, and she stepped outside. Crisp frosty air met her, and she resisted the urge to rub her palms over her forearms. How about picking up a pizza and taking it to our place? Riley asked as they walked to his truck. Hurrah! Andy did a fist pump. I know it's not some fancy French dinner. Riley opened the truck door for his nephew. Sounds great to me. Really? She snuggled into the warm blanket of his gaze again. Pizza is my favorite food, Andy said with authority while climbing onto the booster seat. Her lips tugged up. Mine, too. Well, besides hamburgers, barbecue ribs, and chicken wings. Riley buckled up his nephew, then opened the front passenger door for her. She could guess as much. Maybe one day she'd get a recipe from one of her cousins who had Italian heritage and make a pizza from scratch with Andy's favorite toppings. Her eyes widened as she slipped inside the truck. What was she thinking? She didn't even like cooking. She'd rarely done it for herself the last 5 years, living on salads or microwave meals and takeout. But something about the idea of cooking for someone else gave her a pleasant wave. Someone she'd started caring about. Tipping her chin, she studied the rearview mirror as they drove off. No tail so far, so she allowed her shoulders to relax. The homey Missouri air must be changing her. Or maybe all her siblings finding love and getting married in rapid succession made her reevaluate her life. She loved her job, she really did, but she'd been paying retribution for what had happened to her friend for too long. Sometime later, they were on the way to his place, not 1 but 2 boxes of pizza spreading spicy aroma in the truck. Her mouth watered. She glanced at Riley, drawn to him as if he were a lost masterpiece she'd been seeking for a long time. One that gave her so much joy she didn't want to return it to the rightful owner. What a ridiculous thought. She forced herself to concentrate on the white fields and the things they needed to discuss later. She needed to maintain a professional relationship. She always had with her clients, including those who were rich, handsome, and interested in her. She could do the same now, even if she had to suppress her longing. After dinner, Andy disappeared into his room to play a video game while Riley added tea from a new teapot to 2 mugs. This time, he was better prepared, with honey and jams and saucers and freshly bought bear claws. She breathed in the mint aroma. Thank you. This is wonderful. And you probably want to talk about the paintings. Yes. Right. His eyes dimmed. That's precisely what we need to talk about. He said grace. She added honey to the amber liquid and took a sip. She didn't need to notice the way his hair was tousled. Or how she wanted to smooth it out. Or how she ached for his fingers to wrap around her hands instead of the ceramic mug. So. Right, about the case. Why did you start dating her? He blinked. Who? She cringed. Just what she'd needed to ask. But, oh well, if she'd started it, she might as well discover the answer she'd burned to know for years in school. That pretty blonde-head cheerleader. When we were teens. After you acted like you were interested in me. His eyes darkened. I was interested in you. But after that one time when you brought me and Mac lemonade and then cut your fingers on the glass, you constantly pushed me away. I thought maybe making you jealous would change that. I was young and stupid, I guess. Was it possible? Was this true? She stared at him. Oh. Oh. She'd gotten it all wrong. Her chest expanded. Well, this discovery shouldn't change things. They still lived on different continents and in different worlds. Yet she felt the door to her heart opening a little more. Remember the case. She drew a circle with her finger on the dining table. I've had a talk with Amy's maid. I pretended I was looking for a new maid and asked a few questions about her last job with Amy. It seems there was a man in her life, but the maid never saw him. Just caught snippets of conversations and found hairs a different color than Amy's and too short for Andy's. She also smelled the scent of a man's cologne on the sofa pillows, things like that. Eyes narrowing, he lifted his cup. Maids can be much more observant than people realize. A surprisingly good source of information, though many are far less chatty, out of loyalty to their employer. I guess after Amy died, the need for loyalty died, too. Then she grimaced. But she sounded scared and cut the conversation short, saying she wasn't looking for a job. In fact, she was going to leave for a vacation. He sank against the back of the chair. That sounds suspicious. I think so, too. Doesn't mean she's hiding something, though. She could be thinking her boss died in a strange way and someone might suspect she knows something. So it's best to disappear. He swirled his tea as his brows furrowed. On a maid's salary? She tapped her fingers against the table, trying not to notice how handsome he was or how close his strong hands were to hers on the table. Just a few inches, and she'd be able to touch him. Her pulse spiked. Arg. She'd never had this much difficulty concentrating. I had a case where a criminal created a false resume and worked for a year as a maid. Then a wealthy collector hired her as a maid. I don't know how she passed the background check, but she was young and attractive, so that might have helped. You can guess the end of the story. Huh. He still managed to make her heart beat faster even when frowning. Yes, I can. According to Amy, this particular maid worked for several reputable families before she hired her. Of course, one never knows. Her fingers inched toward his almost of their own accord. If she leaned across the table, she could brush her lips against his, finally know how it would feel to kiss him. Just one kiss. A delicious wave rippled through her body at the thought. Hadn't she waited long enough? Gathering her runaway thoughts, she told him about the watercolor card's possible meaning. Would it be okay if I shared this case with my sister-in-law, Vera? She used to be a police officer, then a PI. Though she's a stay-at-home mother right now, I don't think she'd refuse to help. She could run a background check and talk to a contact in the police force. I'd like the cards to be checked for fingerprints and any other evidence. Besides, her grandmother is currently dating a police chief. Yes, he's much younger than she is. At this point, probably nothing Vera's grandmother did could surprise anyone in Cowboy Crossing. He chuckled. That might be handy, but I don't think the chief would be sharing any pertinent information. You do have my permission. Thank you. I'd also like to look more into the background of your family and maybe involve Vera, too? A muscle moved in his jaw, but then he nodded. I understand this is necessary, isn't it? If you want to have answers, yes. Then he did something she didn't expect. He reached for her hand. And I do appreciate everything you're doing for me. A pleasant wave traveled from his fingers to hers and further, much further, maybe to her heart. She stared at their intertwined fingers, knowing she should remove her hand. And still, she couldn't force herself to do it. She couldn't be wrong about the attraction simmering between them. Could there really be something between them? Then his phone played a country song. His gray eyes clouded up. Sorry. I need to take this. Might be important. Of course. She shifted back, her heart sinking. She was a realist. She knew better than to paint a pretty picture of their future together. She shouldn't be wishing for something she couldn't have. His jaw tightened as he listened to the caller. She considered stepping out of the kitchen to give him privacy and got up, but he gestured for her to stay. When he disconnected, a muscle twitched in his tight jaw. Whatever it wasn't good news. Did something happen to another of his relatives? While she wasn't fond of Mauve and it was obviously mutual, she didn't wish his sister ill. You were right about both paintings. They were forgeries, at least based on the preliminary examination. A sigh escaped her lungs. I wish I was wrong. Don't despair. It's often difficult to determine whether something is legal or a forgery. And you do have the paper trail. Order the second assessment. I will, but I'm sure it'll have the same result. His Adam's apple bobbing, he stared at the wall behind her. Does this mean someone might have been with Amy before she died? Someone who might have gotten her drunk, then pushed her into the swimming pool and let her drown? Someone with shortly cropped brown hair who likes to use that cologne. Unless that someone bribed the maid to give false information. Those gray eyes fixed on her again, an admiring light breaking through the stormy clouds. Your job isn't just fascinating, it's complicated, too, isn't it? It's not that complicated. The first rule one has to learn is you can't trust anyone. She'd learned that rule early on with her father. Now, she was realizing she couldn't even trust herself. Not when it came to her feelings for Riley. Gaspard had taught her many tricks of the trade, including the fact that one should never mix work and emotions. Based on how her heart was thudding in Riley's presence, she was failing that lesson. Riley leaned forward, a new gleam in his eyes. The house can be dusted for fingerprints, right? Her mouth pinched. Sadly, according to the maid, the house was thoroughly cleaned after the incident. I checked the camera recordings, and they were erased for the days prior to the drowning incident. I asked Mauve, and she said she didn't know anything about that. I emailed you the guest list. I received it. Thanks. Working on it. He laced his strong, calloused fingers through hers, making her breathing go shallow. Her bracelet rippled with the movement, and the blood-red color seemed to flash a dozen stop signals. Riley brought her fingers to his lips slowly, so slowly, and her heart flip-flopped. A bridge was forming between them, getting more solid with every day. But could one build a bridge across the ocean? Chapter 11. The next day, Jenna felt pressure on her chest as she and Riley stayed on a bench in the adult section of Donna's art studio while Andy and others drew in the children's section under the artist's guidance. The simple children's artwork displayed on the walls reminded her of Claire's first drawings. Despite their opposite natures, she and Claire had something in common: neither one of them had liked to draw within the lines. She tried to switch her thoughts to the positive things, like how much she loved children's artwork for its simplicity and purity. But her thoughts returned to Claire, and her heart ached. Are you okay? Riley brushed the back of his hand against her cheek. It was only a gesture of support, but suddenly breathing became more difficult, for more reasons than one. I'm trying to be. She needed to think about the investigation and not the painful memories the art studio resurrected. If you want to talk about it. Thank you for emailing me the guest list, she interrupted him, switching into a professional mode. She glanced toward the children, making sure her voice wouldn't travel that far and that Andy was happily drawing while chatting with her niece. So far, nothing jumped out at me, but I'll be going through the names. The maid's background checked out. But I have a strange feeling. I'm going to check more into her life, track her social accounts and anything I can find on her. He nodded. Yes. Trust your instincts. She wasn't sure her instincts worked so great when she was around him because all she wanted right now was to hide in his strong embrace. Instead, she continued. Amy's coworker and business partner, Robert Ryan's, background checked out, too. Now, I'm checking his alibi. From what I gathered off their social media and their friends, they were friends and co-owners of the business without personal feelings involved. But he still had a motive. He inherited the business, as well as a few valuable paintings he apparently admired for a while. Thank you for doing this. His hand rested on her shoulder. But I feel something is bothering you. You're a strong woman, and I admire this about you. Still, it can help to talk to someone. I'm here to listen when you're ready. Andy had come here for art therapy, not her. But the compassion in Riley's eyes was way more soothing than that striking oil-painted sky they'd resembled yesterday. And she needed to tell someone what she'd kept inside all these years. His kindness these last days showed her that he'd understand, that he'd care. She drew in a deep breath. Claire was my best friend. We grew up together. We did everything together. I don't think I'd have stayed in Europe if she didn't want to stay, at least not for so long. It was difficult at first, but several years down the road, when I started earning okay and she started selling her paintings, things were looking up. She dated from time to time, and I met Gaspard and fell in love. A lump grew in her throat. How could happiness change into grief so soon, like the colors going from warm to cold on Claire's paintings? He didn't say anything, only covered her hand with his. It gave her the strength to continue. I was spending more and more time with Gaspard. I felt a little guilty for neglecting Claire, but I was drawn too much to him. And he was opening the whole world for me, the intriguing world of investigating art theft. One day, Claire was going to house sit for the weekend for a friend of hers. A woman who owned a nice collection and who had good security but felt better with someone in the house. Claire asked me to come along and stay with her. I chose not to go. The lump grew bigger, making it more difficult to push the words around it. Tears burned the backs of her eyes. His fingers squeezed hers. Whatever happened next wasn't your fault. Oh yes, it was. Or it felt as if it was. If she'd been there. There was a burglary on a Saturday night. I still can't understand how they bypassed all the security. 3 valuable paintings were stolen. Claire's blood was all over the house. She closed her eyes, not to let tears spill, but it only caused the burgundy stains to appear before her. Like the rubies in the bracelet Gaspard had given her. Pain sliced through her. Had she worn that bracelet not only in memory of Gaspard but also to remind herself of what she'd done? He didn't say a word. She took a deep breath of his comforting woodsy cologne as if she could hold on to scents instead of colors. Then she forced herself to open her eyes. Her body was dumped in the river. By the time it was found, it was bloated and swollen, nearly unrecognizable. I had to identify her based on the golden locket I gave her and the golden ring with her initials engraved. I'm so sorry, he whispered, shifting closer. But you shouldn't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault. She knew it. If she'd been there, most likely, they'd both have been killed. But knowing it didn't prevent the knife from turning in her heart over and over and over again. If only I'd stayed with her that weekend, her voice was raspy, and the words nearly scratched her throat. Getting air into her lungs became difficult as if she were the one sinking in the cold river instead of her friend. Then you'd be dead, too. God spared you. I, for one, am grateful he did. She did her best to anchor herself to the present. The grasp of his strong fingers transferring warmth into her frozen heart. The children's joyful laughter and chatter thawing that block of ice. The understanding and compassion in his gray eyes melting her defenses. He knew how it felt to lose someone close after his father had walked away. Someone who mattered. His fingers stroked hers, the touch soothing to her frayed nerves. Don't blame yourself. Go on living. Claire would want you to, wouldn't she? Breathing became easier. Claire had been so full of life. Yes, she would. Andy darted to her, holding out a large sheet of paper where he'd drawn a blue rocket and 3 astronauts holding their helmets. One was a boy, another one a man. The third astronaut was a woman with short black hair and long bangs. Her heart lurched into her throat. This is wonderful. His grin brightened his face. Do you like it then? I made it for you. She couldn't breathe again and went completely numb. She could barely see, thrown back decades ago. Do you like it then? I made it for you. Those had been Claire's words when she'd given her a watercolor of a young girl with long black hair running in the fields. Jenna made herself smile and nod. "Thank you so much. I love it." Only when Andy returned to his table, once again under Donna's attentive supervision, did Jenna push herself from her seat. The numbness was gone, replaced by the aching heart. I need to step out, please." She picked up her purse but didn't bother to put on her coat or scarf. She couldn't become any more frozen than she already was. She made herself walk until she reached the door. But as soon as she was outside, she ran, not down the street, but down the hill behind it. She slipped on the slope, her naked palms drowning in the snow, got up, breathing fast. Without dusting off, she sprinted forward. She didn't know where she was running and didn't care. She kept going, despite knowing she couldn't run away from her memories. Still, she didn't stop even when her lungs were burning and crying for air. The footfalls behind her registered, and survival instinct took over. She dove behind a tree while fishing the gun out from her purse. I'd appreciate it if you didn't shoot me." The familiar voice sapped the tension from her shoulders. He was breathing fast. "Man, I thought I was in a good shape, but I could barely keep up with you. I had a lot of practice running." Wasn't that the truth? She drew a breath of frosty air into her starved lungs as she surveyed her surroundings, then tucked the gun back into her purse and stepped out from behind the tree. Why did you follow me?" "Because I didn't want you to be alone. Because I care." He held her gaze, then reached for her hands. He didn't wear a jacket or gloves either, but his hands were much warmer than hers. Probably, his heart, too. "You can't run after me across the ocean." My nephew would probably say, "No, but we can fly above the ocean. Besides, you're here now. And I need you. Not just for the investigation. I just need you. And something tells me you might need me, too." He was right. She needed him. Everything inside her wanted to lean into him. But letting herself love someone could end badly. She'd learned that the hard way. "You're not responsible for me. I'm not part of a project where you help people, like those teens from foster families. No, but I'd like you to be part of my life. At least while you're here." He brought her fingers to his mouth and warmed them with his breath. Just like that, all her defenses melted, and she was vulnerable again. She needed this connection to the present, to the way he made her feel alive again. In a mental fog, she removed her hands from his and wrapped her arms around his neck. His eyes widened, and he brought her close. Her heart beating fast, she rose on her tiptoes. Her breathing was shallow, but not from the fast run. "I do need you, though I shouldn't," she whispered as he dipped his head, and a delightful anticipation shivered through her. As a teen, she'd imagined kissing her brother's best friend many times, dreamed about it. When he claimed her lips with his, the reality exceeded her expectations. She closed her eyes while he kissed her, and multiple colors exploded inside her. Euphoria painted every cell in her body, and as he brushed his lips against hers, everything in her screamed for more. Then realization filtered through. Her heart thundering in her throat, she leaned back. What was she doing? Having a romance with a client was a no-no, especially when she'd have to leave soon. And she'd never let herself lose her attention this much. In other circumstances, she could be killed. She gathered whatever willpower she had left and glanced around as cold seeped into her bones again. I shouldn't have done that. We should maintain a professional relationship. I mean, from now on." She was babbling. Why was she babbling? The kiss affected her more than she'd wanted it to. Something changed inside her that moment, escaped outside the frame she'd established for herself, and she couldn't change it back. We need to return. I don't want us to catch colds." Disappointment dimmed his eyes, but he marched back to the art studio building, his arm wrapped around her shoulder as if he needed to keep her warm. "Right. And I don't want Andy to start worrying about us." But I want you to know something. This kiss wasn't a mistake. I'll never regret this kiss. Neither would she. For the next days, Riley couldn't put the kiss out of his head. Had he taken advantage of Jenna in her vulnerable moment? But it had felt so right then, and it still did now. True to her word, Jenna had maintained a professional relationship from that moment on. They'd met to discuss the case for a few evenings after he'd tucked Andy in bed, but she looked frozen like an icy sculpture. Well, hopefully, this weekend might change that. He sent up a prayer as he and Andy walked to a large field on the Mending Hearts Ranch. Lord, if you meant Jenna for me, if she can become a mother to Andy, please help me do this right. Please help Andy and Jenna recover from their hurts. Amen. Yesterday, he'd helped Mac and Maverick set up 3 tents, 2 powder blue ones for hot cocoa drinks and desserts and an olive green one for sports equipment. Today, they'd placed tables near the tents. Now Riley spotted Mac's tall, bulky figure and Maverick's muscular one, but with less bulk as they unloaded supplies from the trucks. And there was no mistaking Liberty's signature emerald green hair as she and her husband unfolded chairs. Vera and her grandmother put desserts on display in a tent. The older woman's indigo hair and chunky combat boots attracted attention, but so did her welcoming smile and yummy pastries. Children were running around under Kate's wife's supervision, excited already. Riley waved and nodded to the people he knew, which was nearly everyone, and all greeted Andy as if he were one of their own family. With Riley's permission, Vera's grandmother handed his nephew a chocolate chip cookie that he gulped down. Joy bubbled inside Riley. This camaraderie and eagerness to help each other were some of the many things he loved about his hometown. The ranch and Cowboy Crossing were the places he knew like his own heart, where he wanted to raise Andy and hopefully more children. Not in some foreign country. But the image of Jenna wavered in front of his eyes. She wasn't here yet, and disappointment stung. Despite his best judgment, he was falling for her already. I'm gonna help. Andy rushed to Liberty. Riley followed him, grateful that, despite his young age and difficult upbringing, Andy already had a kind heart. Liberty lifted the boy into her bare hug, then gave Riley a pat on the back that nearly made him lurch. Riley would never want to get on this woman's bad side. Thankfully, he didn't have to worry about that as the town veterinarian and Jenna's sister had a personality as bright as her hair. Riley shook hands with Liberty's husband, who did a great job as an accountant at the ranch, while also handling the foster teens project. Riley had an unpleasant experience in the past when their accountant had tried to siphon funds into an offshore account. But now he didn't have to worry about keeping the books right. As Riley and Andy unfolded the chairs while Liberty marched to help unload the remaining sports equipment, Riley sent up a prayer of gratitude. God had blessed them with a profitable year and a lot of new calves, as well as thoroughbred colts with promising futures. But while things at the ranch were better than ever, Riley's thoughts and personal life were tangled up. If he missed Jenna this much, when she was simply late, how big a void would she leave when she left for France again? Miss Jenna ain't gonna come? Andy's lower lip trembled slightly as he wrestled a chair near the table, then reached for the one Riley unfolded. She will. I hope. He ruffled the boy's soft hair. His heart dipped. While he loved seeing his nephew recovering from his loss, was he setting the poor child up for another loss? After handing over a chair for Andy to carry the remaining feet to the table, Riley resumed his task. He should count his blessings. He'd taken Andy and Andy's drawings to the child psychologist this morning and was told Andy was making an amazing recovery, though it was too soon to say for sure. Andy had also started opening up, confessing to Yuri that his mother had often left him with a maid who'd apparently doubled as a nanny. Based on the sad look in Andy's eyes and a few sighs that escaped his lungs, something still bothered the boy, besides his enormous loss. Lord, please help me find the right words to say to Andy. Please help me help him. And, may I ask for a friend close to his age here in Cowboy Crossing? Someone to cheer him up when I won't know how? Please? Riley cupped a hand on Andy's shoulder. Is there something you'd like to talk to me about, buddy? I mean, whenever you're ready. He gestured to one of the plastic chairs, in case Andy wanted to sit down. Looking downcast, Andy plopped on the chair. "Do you think God is gonna punish me?" Riley froze, then lowered himself on the chair nearby. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't this. Why would you think that?" A miserable sigh deflated the boy's shoulders. "Because I was a bad boy. I was a burden for Mom. I told her I want to go live with you." And another sigh too deep for such small lungs gushed out. I asked God to let me go live with you. Did God take her away because of that?" Tears rolled down the boy's cheeks as he ducked his head, probably to hide them. "Oh no. No, no, no." Parts of Riley broke over his nephew's pain. Praying for wisdom again, Riley placed his hands on Andy's shoulders. "You could never be a burden. Do you understand that? And God didn't take her because of anything you did or asked. God is not going to punish you. Besides, you've done nothing wrong to start with. God loves you." Andy cocked his head, blinking long wet eyelashes fast. But I heard Mom telling someone on the phone she wanted to get married again. That I was in the way. If you're gonna marry Miss Jenna, will you leave me? I don't want to go live with Aunt Mauve." Riley closed his eyes. Not only had his familiar world shattered around Andy, now the child suspected he wasn't on solid ground with Riley either. That Riley might abandon him, too. And while the idea of marrying Jenna sounded appealing, not only were he and Jenna nowhere close to that, she barely spoke to him. His gut twisted. His nephew was his priority. And he should be. Then Riley opened his eyes and looked into Andy's watery ones. "Listen to me. I love you with my whole heart. Whatever happens between me and Jenna will never change that. You're a great, wonderful, amazing boy that I thank God for every day. Nothing would make me happier than to be your father." Andy blinked again, teardrops slipping from those lashes as tentative hope brightened his eyes. "Really? Really?" The boy threw himself into Riley's arms, an overwhelming tenderness swept Riley up, changing his life forever. As he rubbed the little back, tears he held back prickled his eyes, and he hoped Andy's life changed forever, too. He wanted so badly to give Andy all the happiness and joy that had lacked in his own childhood, as if it meant he could go back in time and fix something broken inside that boy who desperately missed his parents. More people were arriving for the weekend, but Riley didn't move. This moment was too precious to waste and not feel to the fullest. Then his breath caught in his throat. Wasn't he doing the same thing as his mother or his half-sister, even if from the best intentions? He'd been working hard at the ranch nearly his whole life as if it had been his own, and he actually could have bought a ranch years ago. Maybe deep down he'd needed to make enough so Jenna would look at him as an equal. In reality, she'd never looked down on him because he'd grown up poor. It had been him all along he'd needed to prove his worth to. Now it was time to take the vacation he hadn't taken in a while and dedicate his time to his nephew. Maybe to Jenna, too, if she'd have him. While she was still here. The thought was bittersweet, but he'd lost a chance with her as a teen who'd needed to prove something to the world. He didn't want to do the same thing now. And wasn't Christmas a time of miracles? One of such miracles Riley held in his arms right now, praying for the boy's healing. Another miracle he hoped to see on the horizon soon. After Andy eased out of his embrace, Andy's lips curled up as he looked up. "I want you to be my daddy, too." Chapter 12. Before Riley had a chance to reply or say anything, Andy, Jenna's cousin from the neighboring ranch, and her daughter, Bianca, waved at them from the sports equipment tent where they were helping out. Riley waved back. Bianca dashed to them, grinning. Her braids peeked out from a cute pink knit hat that matched her parka and even her little boots. Andy and Bianca had met before, but they'd seemed to bond at the art lesson. Apparently, Bianca had been into drawing for a while. "So glad you made it. Andy, you gonna be on our team, right?" "Yeah. Thanks." the boy shifted from one foot to the other. Bianca's mother walked over and asked if Riley could watch Bianca for a while. When he nodded, she thanked him and returned to the tent. Despite Andy not showing much enthusiasm, the girl snatched his hand and dragged him toward the side of one of the tents. "We gonna build a fort first. Can we build a rocket instead?" Jenna walked to them, pure elegance as always, and Riley's heart nearly melted at the sight of her. "Hurrah! Miss Jenna is here." Forgetting about building a rocket, Andy hugged her legs, grinning. "Lord, please help me make the right decision here. Should I walk away from a relationship with Jenna for Andy's sake?" Riley opened his arms for a hug while she offered him a handshake. "Yeah, great." The disastrous turn in their relationship, it was high school all over again. He didn't need to make an effort to walk away, after all. He shook her hand, cringing and missing the camaraderie they'd been building before. Before the kiss. His blood rushed faster in his veins at the memory. Several people greeted him as they passed by, giving him curious glances. Rumorville was going to be all lit up today. She probably thought the same thing because she gestured toward where the children had already started making snowballs. "Let's go help our team. And thank you for joining us. My family will be delighted." "Only your family?" he blurted out. Her gaze softened. "Me, too." After they built the fort, a snowball fight started. Somehow, this time, Riley and Jenna got divided into different teams. Andy screamed in delight, giving it all to the game, and so did Riley. Their team won, each member receiving handmade medals from Mac's wife. Bianca tugged on Andy's hand. "We're gonna make snow angels. Not a competition. Just for fun. Wanna join us?" It seemed the girl liked his nephew, so Riley tried to gauge Andy's attitude. When Andy's face lit up, Riley had his answer. "Sure. I'm game." The boy followed Bianca to an open place where others already claimed their spaces on the snow, moving their arms and legs up and down. One brow rising, Riley challenged Jenna. "How about you?" The corners of her mouth tipped up. "Why not? Remember, we used to do them when..." He nodded. "Yes, when they were children. When there hadn't been this awareness between them." Andy and Bianca were already on the snow, laughing, their snow angels in progress. Riley dropped himself on the white carpet, and Jenna did the same. But as he moved his arms and legs like a human windmill, he realized he was too close to her. His gloved fingers touched hers, and even through the fabric, he could feel it. She stilled for a moment, then shifted away, and he missed her immediately. How could he explain he didn't want a professional relationship? That he wanted her to stay right here in Cowboy Crossing? With him and Andy? Riley's rib cage constricted. He needed to remember she was free to fly away. She wasn't like one of his sister's masterpieces that could be moved where it suited him the best. In fact, Jenna was more independent than many people he'd met, and that independence was one of the many things that had initially attracted him to her. Andy jumped to his feet, then helped Bianca up and dusted the snow from the girl's pink parka. "Wanna get some cocoa? And pastries?" Bianca grinned at him. "Yeah. That sounds awesome." Riley suppressed a chuckle. His nephew was learning how to be a gentleman. And it looked like, despite his lack of experience in the romance department, Andy had made way better progress with Bianca than Riley had with Jenna. Jenna got up before he had a chance to pull her up. "Are you going to offer me some cocoa and pastries, too?" He chuckled. "Of course. Where were my manners?" She wiggled her finger, then dusted her knees. "Looks like you could take some lessons from your nephew." "I'll be a very good student." He smiled, glad the awkwardness between them was gone. Would you like me to dust your back?" She blinked. "Yes. No. I mean, sure. Go ahead." She turned around in her oatmeal-colored coat. He carefully moved his hands over her shoulders, then her back as his pulse picked up. Maybe making snow angels wasn't such a great idea. Why did even an innocent touch affect him so much? Then she whirled around. I can do the same for you. Her touch was way less gentle than his as she patted him on the back, but he didn't mind. As he turned around, he had a nearly irresistible urge to lift her off her feet and keep her close. But, while they walked to the tent, he reminded himself she wasn't his to keep. Why did he have to be falling in love with a highly educated, cultured, rich, sophisticated woman who lived on the opposite side of the world and, by the looks of it, still mourned her highly educated, cultured, rich, sophisticated fiancé? Why couldn't his heart choose one of the local cowgirls who loved Missouri and ranching as much as he did? Lord, why? Maybe he could study art a little. Be closer to her world. Mauve could probably get an invitation to the exhibition opening. Not his cup of tea, frankly, he didn't even like tea that much. But for Jenna, he could try to do it. Vera was helping her grandmother serve hot cocoa and pastries. He'd seen Vera before she'd left Cowboy Crossing for a career in law enforcement and then later at her wedding. Love and marriage and motherhood, even though she was raising a child who wasn't hers, she obviously loved the little girl already, had done her well. Vera glowed. But then, happiness suited everyone. And Vera's grandmother was something. With blue hair peeking out from her knit turquoise hat and both complementing her pink coat and matching boots, she was the most extravagant woman in town. But with her personality equally flamboyant, people had accepted it a long time ago. Her to-die-for desserts probably helped. I want another one with lots of marshmallows, Andy announced. Riley hunkered before him. Maybe you should ask Bianca whether she'd like another one first, he whispered into the boy's ear. Andy rolled his eyes. Uncle Riley, that's for her. She likes lots of marshmallows. Just like me. Jenna accepted the cup from Vera and handed it to the boy. Well, I like my cocoa with lots of marshmallows, too. Riley carried a tray with the rest of the mugs and pastries to a table and slid into one of the chairs. He bowed his head. I'd like to say grace. Of course. Her voice was low, hushed. He wondered again what her relationship with the Lord was and whether he could help her be closer to the Lord. Riley took his nephew's small hand and then hers, noticing her fingers trembled slightly. I'll say grace, Uncle Riley. Opposite to Jenna's, Andy's voice was loud and clear. Lord, thank you for this great day, my uncle, Miss Jenna, and Bianca. Thank you for this yummy food we're about to eat. Please help Miss Jenna so she doesn't look sad so often. Please keep all astronauts safe in space and please keep Miss Jenna in our town. My uncle and I like her. Amen. They all echoed, Amen. Riley suppressed the cough at the child's request to keep Jenna in Cowboy Crossing. But knowing her, she wouldn't get offended. Her only reaction was a widening of her blue eyes and a dip of her head. When she looked up, her expression was carefully neutral, a canvas wiped clean. She was more difficult to decipher than one of those cubist paintings Amy had in the modern art room. On the other hand, his emotions were all on the surface as if captured in a simple portrait. Dig in, his nephew said, and they all did just that. After snack time, the children joined the skiing competition while Riley and Jenna stayed at the table. He brought her a second mug of aromatic cocoa, remembering to ask for extra marshmallows. Thank you. She accepted it in a way their hands wouldn't touch, which sent an icy shard to his heart. I know I've been a bit standoffish lately. You think? He took a seat and studied her. I can't let my feelings for you grow. She held his gaze, not blinking. Somehow, he resisted the urge to touch her face and that wisp of hair brushing her cheek. Still, he leaned to her, the attraction simmering between them like the scent lifting from the cocoa, only sweeter. Hope unraveled inside him as he barely suppressed a fist pump. So you have feelings for me? That's a plus. She rolled her eyes. Since we have that clear, let's talk about the case. Right. He winced. He was the party most interested in knowing the truth, and he was getting distracted by electric blue eyes and an appealingly shaped mouth he wanted so badly to kiss again. His pulse picked up at the memory, at having her so close their hearts seemed to beat in the same rhythm. This wasn't only about physical attraction. Neither was she like some of the employees he'd helped get back on their feet at the ranch. Jenna was so fiercely independent that her photo should be in the dictionary near that word. Or maybe the word stubborn. There was something more about this connection between them. He admired her perseverance, the kind way she treated his nephew, even the way her inquisitive mind never stopped working. Her integrity and ability to feel deeply and remember forever, and her loyalty to people who weren't even here any longer, further endeared her to him. Admiration mixed with curiosity. He wanted to know more about her, much more. The pull toward her was so strong, so undeniable that, if not for the circumstances, he'd think God meant this woman for him. I talked to several people in the building where Amy worked and spoke with her best friend. They were aware of a new man in Amy's life, but have no clue who that was. His eyes narrowed. Could he be married? I hope Amy had high enough morals to not see a married man, but why else would she keep him from everyone? Was she a Christian? It pained him to answer. No. I tried to talk to her about Jesus, but you did what you could. You're doing a great job instilling Christian values in Andy. She gestured at his nephew, who was skiing a loop around the tents, side by side with Bianca. Thanks. Her words warmed him better than the hot drink in his hands. He blamed himself for not being a better influence on Amy. He'd invited her to help with the foster teens camp, but she refused, as well as most of his invitations for dinner or lunch. The only times he'd seen her had been while picking up and dropping off his nephew, or when she'd needed him to repair something around the house. Amy lived on the outskirts, so no neighbors. Parts of the camera recordings were erased. I'm going through the calls on her phone records, but my guess would be they used disposable phones. Cold rippled down his spine. He liked this less and less. I can't be sure, but I don't think I saw a disposable phone in the house. She nodded. I doubt they'd go to her regular restaurants, but I'll check all the restaurants in the city fancy enough for her taste and show her photo to the staff. I checked Amy's coworker's alibi, and it's solid. Also, my friend from the art studio has good connections in the art world, including collectors. I asked her to reach out to her contacts in case the stolen paintings appear on the black market. I've been researching the database of art online, as well. And I've been checking into Move's life. From what I can see so far, their marriage is far from being perfect. I hope it's okay to take the liberty to do all this. More and more impressed, he stopped short of reaching for her hand. Not only okay, but very much appreciated. Don't thank me yet. She bobbed the mostly melted marshmallows left in her cup. A lot of works of art are never recovered. Then she added in a much lower voice, as well as a lot of people. The pain in those words drew him closer until he couldn't help himself. He covered her hand with his. You can't let go of the past, can you? More like I can't let go of guilt. She looked at his hand on hers, but didn't move hers away. She drew in a shaky breath. I not only failed my friend before she died. I failed my fiancé, too. He didn't say a word, but he didn't need to. She slid her hand around in his, meshing their fingers together for a brief squeeze before easing her hand free. I was tired of his trips and him working so much. I pretty much gave him an ultimatum that, if he married me, we'd need to spend more time together. I was willing to cut down on my work hours, so why wasn't he? He was super sweet and promised it all was going to change soon. Just one large big job. For us. To give me the wedding of my dreams. But I'd much rather have him than the wedding of my dreams. Why didn't I tell him so? Riley's heart constricted, but he tried to find the right words. Didn't you say yourself, no blame game? Was this more than guilt, though? Was she still in love with Gaspard? Chapter 13. Uncle Riley. Andy's voice reached Riley and Jenna. Andy and Bianca returned the ski equipment to the tent and ran to them, holding hands. Yup, definitely much better progress than Riley's with Jenna. While he'd held Jenna's hand, it never lasted long. Uncle Riley, Miss Jenna, they are going to have a snowshoeing competition. It's a pairing up thing. Let's go. Andy tugged on Riley's sleeve. Riley was about to say that sadly they weren't a couple when Jenna got up. Sounds like an interesting idea. The snowshoeing competition came with a twist. Probably, Vera's grandmother came up with that idea. At the sports equipment tent, people received snowshoes they put on and a short rope. The rope then looped the left leg of the person on the right to the right leg of the person on the left, like an old-fashioned three-legged race, with snowshoes. Riley raised an eyebrow after helping Andy slide snowshoes on, while Jenna did the same for Bianca. Jenna, are you still up to it? They'd have to scuffle very close to each other if they wanted to make it to the finish line, and Jenna had been sending him mixed signals lately. She lifted her chin as she slipped out of her coat. Underneath, her sweater looked like an abstract painting. I already agreed. I'm not going to back out now. We'll have to remember to move our legs at the same time, okay? He nodded. He'd have to match his stride to hers. On second thought, she did have long, shapely legs and had been a runner in high school. He'd barely been able to keep up with her the other day. Her slacks with those thin vertical stripes made her slim legs look even slimmer. Or maybe her over-the-knee boots served that purpose. Even when she was at a simple town winter competition, she looked as if she were on a podium. Anyway, as long as they worked in unison, they had a chance to win this thing. But first things first. He looped Andy and Bianca's legs together with a rope, making sure it wasn't too tight, then hugged the children. Remember to move your legs at the same time. It'll help if you stay close. Two adorable grins told him there'd be no issue about that. He let them go. The main thing, have fun. We will. Love you, Uncle. Andy high-fived him. Tenderness clogged Riley's throat. I love you, too, buddy. Jenna stretched the rope in her hands. Okay, ready to be tied to me? Then she coughed a little, and her cheeks pinked. I mean. He winked at her. I'm totally ready to be tied to you. The pink splashing her cheeks deepened with added pigment to a crimson that matched one of the cubes on her sweater. Or the stunning rubies in her bracelet. I mean. He suppressed a chuckle. He didn't see Jenna lost for words often or, frankly, ever. Let me do this. Right. I mean. Right. She handed him the rope. In a few moments, they walked awkwardly to the start line where other couples lined up already. Maverick, now tied to Vera who'd taken a break from handing out cocoa, winked at Riley, and Mac and his wife gave Riley a thumbs up. Liberty slapped Riley an approving pat on his back that would have sent him way over the start line had he not been prepared. All of them were reading entirely too much into this, but something warmed inside him. It was good to have the approval of the Clark family who'd frankly become like his own family a long time ago. Of course, that wouldn't matter if he couldn't get approval from the person right next to him. He edged closer to Jenna, loving the crisp scent of her perfume and the way his lips nearly brushed against her skin when he whispered into her ear. In this competition, it's not the fastest couple who wins. It's the one who stays closest to each other. She gave him something between an eye roll and a glare. Okay, he could see what she thought about that idea. Is it okay if I hug you? Purely for competition purposes, of course. Despite his words, his pulse picked up. Sure. Let's do this. A challenge flashed in her eyes. He welcomed it, liked it way more than the sadness there when she'd talked about her ex-fiancé. He brought her close as if for practice as they watched children compete, his breathing going a tad shallow even before they started the race. She screamed "Hoot" and clapped, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, cheering on his nephew and the boy's friend. Children were laughing, falling, getting up, and laughing again. Andy and Bianca made it to the finish line first. After volunteers at the finish line undid the kids' ropes and helped them out of their snowshoes, the young competitors hurried back to the start line. Riley picked the boy up and threw him in the air while Bianca's parents rushed to congratulate her. "You did great," Maggie, Bianca's mother, said. Once Riley put his nephew down, he tweaked his rosy nose. "Wait for us here and don't go anywhere, okay?" Maggie smiled at him. "Don't worry. We're on a break from duties at the tent, so we'll stay here." "That's right." Jenna's cousin hugged his wife and kissed her cheek. "Thank you for watching our daughter." A longing unraveled in Riley's heart at their love for each other. In a small town, everyone knew their story. Maggie was going to return to New York City but instead found marital bliss in her hometown. She'd grown up on the wrong side of the tracks, just like Riley had. And just like him, she'd worked hard to build a career to prove her worth. But once Maggie had realized she didn't have anything to prove and could be valued for who she was, she'd allowed herself to love and be loved. They looked deliriously happy together. Could there be hope for Riley and Jenna then? Unlike him or Maggie, Jenna never had anything to prove. But it looked like she was still paying retribution for her friend's death and her ex's disappearance, something that wasn't even her fault. Her heart seemed to be frozen. Could he thaw it before she decided to return to Europe? His own heart shifted. "Lord, if this is the woman you meant for me, please help me help her." Amen. Then came the adults' turn in the snowshoeing competition. If he'd remained a spectator, it would probably be more comical to watch than the children's competition. It took a few moments for him and Jenna to find their rhythm, but first, he nearly fell and took her with him before he caught himself. She pressed close into him, and they finally managed to start moving their bound legs at the same time. They were close to the little blue flag beckoning from the ground, and his heart started thumping faster. But then Mac and his wife caught up and crossed the finish line split seconds before them. He reluctantly let Jenna go, then stooped to untie her snowshoes. When he and Jenna made it back to the start line, Andy high-fived him. "Uncle Riley, you're a winner to me." "Thank you." Then he turned to Jenna. "We had fun, right, Jenna?" A smile drew her lips up to her high cheekbones. "We sure did." Maggie studied them as she placed her hands on Bianca's shoulders. "How about we stay with Andy and Bianca while you two enjoy another competition? Or another cup of cocoa?" Was it Riley's imagination, or was there a certain gleam in Maggie's eyes? She'd started working as the town's matchmaker since returning from New York City in the spring and had matched up a lot of couples already, not just in town, but also in the entire state. Maybe she decided to use those skills in her free time, too? Well, if she tried to help his budding, hopefully, romance with Jenna, he wouldn't complain. He loved spending time with his nephew, he really did, but he needed all the help he could get. And if there was a future with Jenna, a man could dream, right? She'd make a great mother for Andy, even if she didn't realize it yet. He gave Maggie a grateful smile. "Thank you." Then he cupped a hand on the back of Andy's head. "Are you going to be okay, buddy?" "Sure," Bianca answered for him. "Because he'll be with me." Riley suppressed a grin and exchanged knowing glances with Jenna. Then they settled at the table again, this time with flavorful lattes. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and she frowned at the screen. He shouldn't pry, but couldn't help himself as concern tightened his lungs. "Is everything okay?" She edged forward, then glanced around as if to make sure no one overheard them. "Not exactly. I had someone check your half-sister's financial records." His stomach clenched. "Do I want to know how you did that?" She looked away, then met his gaze. Her voice dipped even lower, and she was so close her breath feathered over his skin, making his heart beat faster. "No, you don't. Consider it secrets of the trade. I just found out Amy had a significant amount transferred to her account." He couldn't understand what caused Jenna's frown. But then, how could a guy concentrate when her lips were so close to his, when the crisp, fresh scent of her perfume wreaked havoc on his senses and reminded him of the exhilarating kiss they'd shared? He managed to retrieve his wayward thoughts and checked on Andy. Still having fun with Bianca as they built a snowman with the other children. His heart warmed at seeing his nephew smile again. Nothing surprising there. Might be payment for her work as an interior designer. She had some affluent clients before. As if she didn't want to reveal the rest, she took a sip of her latte. Well, the surprising part was that Mauve had the same amount withdrawn from her account. On the same date. His heart sank into the snow, and a lump formed in his throat. Maybe Amy asked her sister to lend her some money. Her electric blue eyes softened. I talked to Mauve's maid, and the woman revealed an interesting conversation she overheard. I believe one of your half-sisters blackmailed the other. She didn't say the rest, but she didn't need to. It gave Mauve a motive to murder Amy. He shuddered and wrapped his fingers around the mug's smooth, warm surface as if it could help the sudden dread chilling him. Jenna had warned him about the secrets he might not want to know. Lord, what should I do? Have I made a mistake trying to find out the truth? She reached out to him as if to comfort him, making it a little easier to breathe. I do hope we're wrong. But, if you still want to continue, can you invite Mauve to dinner at your place, please? Jenna had always thought there was something special about cooking with a man rather than cooking for a man. Cooking with two guys should be extra special then. The next day, she eyed the guys who'd taken the center stage, not only in this kitchen, but also in her life. At least, for now. Mauve said yes to a dinner invitation. So what are we cooking today? Riley tied on his charcoal gray apron with its grill applique and helped Andy tie on his apron with an applique of, what else, an astronaut. Jenna grinned, feeling like teasing them. Well, I thought we could make some samples of famous French cuisine. I'm debating between frog legs and escargots. Frog legs? Andy blinked. What? Riley didn't skip a beat. Escargots. That's snails. Andy wrinkled his nose. EW. Do we have to? I mean, you. He thought a moment. You. It's not as bad as it sounds. Okay, how about steak tartare? It's found in many European cuisines. Okay, maybe she was going too far. Andy brightened. Yay. I love steak. Riley gave her a questioning glance, then cupped his hand on the back of his nephew's head. Steak tartare is raw beef often served with a raw yolk. Rhea? Why? Andy's jaw slackened. Oh, I know. It saves time on cooking. But we aren't too lazy to cook, right? Right. She high-fived the boy. Steak tartare is served in some fancy restaurants where the chefs are far from lazy. Then she studied the ingredients in the freezer and refrigerator. I think we'll make a pot roast. It might not be fancy, but it's homey and nice. I have a great family recipe. The boy's face lit up. Yeah. Awesome. Air whooshed out of Riley's lungs, and the green pallor around his jaw regained its natural pigment as he took out the meat and started defrosting it in the microwave. Huh. Did he really think she was going to make him and his sister eat raw meat or snails? Okay, she'd teased them long enough. We can cut vegetables for the roast and prep a Greek salad. As for the dessert. How about millefeuille? Brow puckering, Andy looked at her. What? It's not something weird again, is it? It's a French pastry made of many puff pastry layers. Mille means 1,000, and feuille means leaf or sheet. Now the boy let out a sigh of relief. Riley smiled at her, making her heart do that pitter-patter it had become accustomed to doing in his presence. Sounds awesome. Great. She tied the apron strings behind her back. She hadn't thought about packing an apron, but her sister was glad to loan hers, a bright emerald green apron with a green apple applique on the front. Liberty's big apron could pretty much be worn as a dress, but it should work in a pinch. Yay! Andy grinned. His smile touched something inside her. She'd wanted to start a family as soon as she'd married Gaspard. But once he disappeared, even thinking about children or another marriage became painful. So she hadn't. Until now. She caught Riley studying her. His expression was unreadable, and she'd prided herself on trying to read people. Her thoughts should be on the pastry and not on how easily she could get lost in his stormy eyes. She faced the tiled counter. I already bought ready-made puff pastry, so I'll start on the dessert while you'll do the prep for the pot roast and start on the Greek salad, okay? I'll bring stuff for the salad. Andy dashed to the refrigerator, then to the kitchen island, bringing tomatoes, onions, feta cheese, Greek oregano, olives, olive oil, and other ingredients as his uncle requested them. Riley started on the meat prep, peppering and seasoning the chuck roast on the island. Then he heated olive oil in a large pot and added halved onions. A delicious aroma spread in the kitchen. For a long moment, she just enjoyed watching him work. Someone needed to make a sculpture of him. She forced herself to turn away and do her best to recall the pastry recipe. Then she asked Andy to bring flour, spread it over the large sheet, and unrolled the pastry over it. She trimmed it into a large rectangle of about 23 by 25 centimeters and rolled it out to a 30-centimeter square. After bumping into Riley while turning on the oven, purely by accident, she greased a baking sheet, moved the pastry there, and used a fork to make tiny holes. Next, she whisked an egg and brushed it over the pastry. She didn't cook or bake often. Still, she considered it a form of art and took it seriously, trying to concentrate on her task. But it wasn't easy when Andy asked her questions about France and she couldn't stop stealing glances at Riley. In her defense, the man could be considered art, as well. If she could paint, she didn't know what she'd want to paint more, him on a horse wearing those cowboy boots and a Stetson, or right here in the kitchen while browning carrots in olive oil after he removed the onions. She placed the pastry to bake, setting a timer for 15 minutes, then braced her hands on her knees as she bent to Andy's height. I can help you with the salad now. Andy's jaw jutted out. I want to do it. Sure. She smiled as she showed him how to mince vegetables. Gotta love the child's enthusiasm, she whispered to Riley, who by now had removed carrots from the pot and was searing the meat on both sides, enjoying the grateful glance he gave her. With the mouth-watering aroma of the pot roast, this kitchen felt more like home than her own. Her hand froze midair at her thought. Then she continued cutting tomatoes. She and Andy had finished the Greek salad when the oven beeped. I'll do it. Riley put on a mitten and removed the baking sheet from the grill. The enticing pastry scent spread in the air, but it wasn't the only enticing thing in the kitchen. Thank you. Standing so close to him, she could easily reach out and touch his hand. Her temperature rose. Must be the heat from the stove. No doubt. Right. She preheated the oven to its highest setting, sifted a teaspoon of the icing sugar all over the pastry, and flashed it under the broiler. She stole another glance. By now, Riley had deglazed the pot and placed the meat back together with the beef broth to cover it halfway, then positioned the onions and carrots around it. Oh. She needed to pay attention to her work instead of his. She cut the square into 3 equal strips and repeated the process. Can I have it now? Andy eyed the pastry. Not yet. Now we'll let it cool over. I'll make the lemon buttercream. She whisked 3 yolks and 1 whole egg with a mixer, sifted in 4 tablespoons of castor sugar, and added 1¼ cups of milk, continuing to mix. Meanwhile, the scent of fresh herbs spread in the air as he sprinkled them over the pot roast and set the pot to roast for several hours. He started peeling potatoes. The pastry. Right. She turned to the lemon buttercream in progress. Then 4 tablespoons of flour went in, as well as lemon zest. Potatoes ready for boiling for later, Riley stepped to her. Looks amazing. But he said it while looking at her and not the dessert, and heat rose inside her again at his appreciative gaze. She slid toward him as if drawn by a magnet. Can I help with the dessert? Andy's voice stopped her in her tracks. Sure. I'm going to put a pastry strip on the plate, and you'll cover it with half the cream, okay? Then I'll put another one on top, and we'll do the same again. They did just that, and she added the third pastry. As she surveyed the simple kitchen, her chest swelled from joy. She hadn't realized cooking with someone could be this much fun. Her heart skipped a beat. Okay, not just someone. She loved Riley and Andy's company more and more with every day. She did a mental headshake as they nestled cooking utensils into the dishwasher, Riley's and her hands nearly touching. She shouldn't use the word love and shouldn't get attached. Once you loved someone deeply, you opened up yourself to the world of hurt. She knew it too well. But, while she could will her hands not to touch his heart had already touched hers. She did her best not to pay attention to this growing wistfulness. She could still allow herself to enjoy time with these two great guys, all the more precious because she knew that time was finite. When he turned to her, he studied her face as if it were a fascinating Renaissance painting, and he was too close for comfort. She needed a distraction before doing something crazy and kissing him again. Well, she was genuinely interested in the way Andy's life was going, so she ruffled his hair. She still saw the hurt in his expression sometimes, making his smile even more welcome if she could coax it. She wanted this boy to recover and be happy as if he were her son, no matter how illogical it was. And spending time with Bianca had given him joy. Great job, everyone. She leaned to him as all of them walked into the living room. So how are things with Bianca? To her surprise, the boy grimaced. I'm gonna go to her house today. She says she wanna dance with me. Practice for the Christmas dance her family has every year. But I don't know how to dance. A sigh left his lungs. Riley placed a protective hand on his nephew's shoulder. I offered to teach you. Or sign you up for classes. Bianca would probably be glad to teach Andy, but maybe he didn't want to be embarrassed. Andy rolled his eyes. Yeah, but she wanna dance today. And I can't dance with you. You aren't a girl. She couldn't suppress a chuckle as she gave Riley a friendly nudge. Obviously. Then she tapped his nephew's back. How about if I teach you? I am a girl. Grown-up girl, but still. Andy grinned. Yeah. Riley's lips curved up. Thanks. She could look at these wonderful smiles all her life and not get tired of them. What was she thinking? On her phone, she found a few instruction videos for dances as a couple on the internet and helped him learn the moves correctly. You're learning fast. She gave Andy an approving nod. He looked up. Miss Jenna, can you teach my uncle to dance, too? Her heart leaped into her throat. And here she was trying not to get too close to Riley. Buddy, I already know how to dance. Did Riley's voice sound husky, or was it her imagination? She cringed. So he didn't want to dance with her? The boy gave a demonstrative sigh. Yeah, but you can do that better. And can I have a pastry? She marveled at those innocent eyes, the same shade as his uncle's. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was playing matchmaker. May I? Riley said. Her pulse picking up, she stepped to Riley to answer the invitation. Yes, you may. Then it dawned on her. Oh, you were correcting Andy. Like in, may I have a pastry? Not, may I have this dance? Riley cleared his throat as his hand went to her waist. You may, buddy. But be careful. And only one. He seemed to realize his mistake the next moment. I shouldn't have let him have it before dinner, right? You're learning, too, she whispered. She found a romantic country song on her phone, hoping he'd like it. Then her fingers slipped into his other hand, and she did her best to keep her mind clear as she said loudly after the boy, yes, be careful, please. It might still be hot. So was the atmosphere in the living room as if spring came early this year. As she placed her left hand on Riley's broad shoulder, she looked in his eyes and saw something she didn't dare to decipher. He led her with confidence, which was a good thing because her legs went weak. Andy came back into the room with a pastry in his hands, grinning, and somehow she didn't think the dessert was the only reason for that grin. She molded into Riley as if she were made for him, as if they were pieces of the same painting. Maybe, for now, she could allow herself to keep that illusion, allow her heart to soar while they swayed to the music. Jenna, his voice was husky again. It did strange things to her senses. Well, not just the voice. His enticing cologne, his close proximity, his gentle touch, his tender hold on her, and most importantly, his yearning eyes echoed the longing inside her. All that stripped bare the layers of the wall she'd constructed around her heart since Gaspard disappeared. Or maybe it removed the second painting with which she'd covered the original strokes of her broken heart. She wanted to tell him how much he meant to her already, how much she needed him and Andy, but she stopped herself. If she said it out loud, whatever was growing between them would become too real. He glanced at his nephew, then searched her eyes. "I wanted to tell you." She brought her index finger to her lips. "Don't say anything. Just dance." Chapter 14. In the evening, Jenna studied Mauve from lowered eyelashes, while Jenna, Riley, and Mauve and her husband gathered around the table at Riley's place. Andy had a playdate with Bianca, and Jenna hoped he danced his little heart away. Jenna was getting a different vibe from Mauve this time. Maybe Jenna had been wrong to judge the woman harshly when she'd met her. At that time, Mauve had seemed like a fake painting in a posh frame. But today, sadness dimmed her gray eyes, and her posture slouched slightly forward as if something inside her that had held her up before had broken. Her impeccably pressed designer suit matched her eyes, but her lips covered in red lipstick trembled. Jenna sensed suffering behind the arrogant exterior, and she wondered whether Mauve was more like a painting she'd admired once. It had been attributed to Goya until after being X-rayed, an entirely different painting, more recent than Goya's work, was discovered. A beautiful portrait of a woman, which was named exactly that, Portrait of a Woman. Mauve seemed to have layers to her, too. Pity Jenna didn't have X-ray vision. She reached out for the bread at the same time Riley did, and her hand touched his. Heat rose on her neck, and she jerked her hand away. "You can have it. Please." His voice softened while his gaze lingered on her. "Thank you." Her temperature rose just from the way he looked at her. Ugh. How could she concentrate on work when she melted under his gaze like butter on the bread? "I heard you're spending a lot of time with my brother." Mauve studied her with acute attention. Well, one didn't need X-ray vision to see the attraction simmering between Riley and Jenna. Still, Jenna straightened her spine to its full capacity as she helped herself to the potatoes. "He's my brother's best friend. We used to be friends, too. It's great to rekindle that friendship." Riley's eyes narrowed slightly. Men didn't like to be friend-zoned. She'd learned that much. And she wanted to be more than friends with him. But she'd been walking on thin ice with him already, no need to add more weight to it and break it. She needed to concentrate on her job. After all, this wasn't a traditional family dinner, and she'd be wise to remember it. In her head, she went over what she'd learned so far. She'd shared it with Riley already, but she wanted to think it over. She'd taken a different approach with Mauve's maid than with Amy's, and it had worked better. Her experience and skills working as a maid for rich people during her first years in France came in handy. So she pretended she'd been looking for a job and mixed up the houses. The woman was sympathetic. The family portrait the maid had painted made Jenna's rib cage constrict. The frame was golden all right, and everything seemed perfect on the surface, from the luxurious furniture to designer clothes and elegant pearls like the ones Mauve now wore. But just like now, her husband rarely looked at his wife, and unfulfilled longing tinged her eyes. According to the maid, the husband had taken up jogging and stopped smoking. He'd undergone expensive treatments to his receding hairline and started requesting healthy meals, which in itself was good. But Jenna had visited the office in disguise to apply for an office assistant's job, another gig she'd done in France, and had picked up on some gossip. Rumor had it that he hadn't cheated yet but had his sights on a young leggy blonde in a different department. Though appalled, Jenna wasn't surprised. The way Mauve touched her husband's hand from time to time now, tried to catch his glance, brought up their happy memories together. Said Mauve had feelings for her husband. If Mauve was neglected, that could make her a prime target for a con artist. Again, according to the maid, Amy and Mauve argued about something over the phone, and more than likely about another man rather than Mauve's husband. Riley asked Jenna if she wanted her glass refilled, and she nodded without looking at him. The previous time she'd looked into his eyes, she had difficulty looking away. Europe had never appeared as far away as it did now. She felt as if she could find the world in his eyes, and her heartbeat increased. She gave herself a mental headshake. The scent of his woodsy cologne mixing with the yummy aromas of pot roast and biscuits caused her own longing. Scent. The maid didn't find men's hairs in the house that didn't belong to the husband. But an interesting detail had put Jenna on guard. A couple of times, the maid had smelled a cologne different from the one Mauve's husband used. Jenna had already bought a tiny bottle of the cologne that had lingered in Amy's house. On a whim, she'd showed it to Mauve's maid, claiming Jenna's previous employer had given it to her as a farewell gift. He didn't even bother to buy her a perfume. According to the maid, it was the same scent. Jenna leaned as close as she could toward Mauve's husband without raising suspicions. The maid was right. This man didn't use that cologne. What did that mean? Did Mauve start seeing another man, desperate for attention and admiration? Did Amy find out about this and start blackmailing her sister? Even worse, did she set up Mauve with the guy in the first place? The rich juicy pot roast seemed to turn sour in Jenna's stomach. She was especially grateful for her family now and her siblings who loved her unconditionally, even when she didn't deserve it. A lump lodged in her throat over all her years away. Her gaze moved to Riley, and the concern in his eyes tugged at her. "Are you okay?" he mouthed. She nodded. But she wasn't okay. Hadn't been for a long time. Would she find healing in her hometown and Riley's arms, or more hurt? "Your food is going cold," he whispered to her. Just like the trace. She glanced at her half-filled plate, then did her best to put a dent in it. As she and Riley cleared dishes from the main course to serve dessert, they carried them into the kitchen. He touched her hand, and when a delicious shiver ran through her, her eyes widened. Instead of pulling away like she normally would, she wrapped her fingers around his. "I hope I don't hurt you with my discoveries. It's better to know the truth." Jenna wasn't sure about that. In her line of work, she'd seen families fall apart and people suffer when secrets were revealed. "But thank you for caring." His thumb brushed over her fingers. She breathed in sharply. His touch sent something akin to an electric current through her, only a pleasant one. Why did she have to react to him this strongly? Well, he'd just answered that question. Because she cared. Way more than she wanted to admit. "Riley." The sound of Mauve clearing her throat made Jenna pull back. Warmth having nothing to do with the heat of the stove crept up her neck. "I was going to check if you needed any help, but looks like you've got it." Mauve's steel eyes narrowed. She didn't approve of her brother's choice. Not that Riley had chosen Jenna, really. Jenna pulled back her shoulders and shoved 2 dessert plates into Mauve's manicured hands. "So nice of you to offer." "Here. We appreciate your help." Then she picked up 2 more plates, while Riley carried the carafe with sweet tea. "Thank you, sis." Was there a slight mocking in Riley's voice? As they started on the pastries, which thankfully turned out great, Jenna barely restrained herself from reaching for his hand again. What she was learning so far about his family must be painful for him, and he'd just gone through losing his other half-sister. Even if Amy was a sibling he didn't know well, it must have hurt. She sweetened the bitterness with dessert. Then she suppressed a grimace since she hated to put salt in the wound, even if it could be a self-inflicted wound. and she didn't want to hurt Riley. But she needed to say this. I am sorry about your loss. You must be missing your sister very much. She watched Mauve closely. There it was, a disdainful twist of the mouth, before Mauve caught herself and realigned it into a mournful expression. Thank you. Any news on the stolen paintings? Jenna folded her forearms on the table. Not yet. But I'll do my best to uncover the truth. There it was again, a quick widening of Mauve's eyes. She was frightened. Distaste tightened her husband's expression. Such an unhappy event. That would hurt my chances to get elected. At his wife's gasp, he seemed to realize his faux pas. I mean, such a tragic event. I'm sorry you had to go through this, darling. He patted Mauve's hand, but neither his gesture nor his eyes had any compassion. If he couldn't hide his true feelings better, he wouldn't likely make it far in politics. His affection toward a certain leggy blonde wouldn't help matters either. Jenna wasn't familiar with politics, but she imagined people in it had to be malleable like sculptures in the process of creation, taking the shape their constituents needed from them. An expensive suit, a fake smile, and a lack of a paunch wouldn't do the trick. I'm very sorry, too, she whispered. And she was. Not only for the losses that already happened, but also for the ones to come. Her stomach clenched painfully, but she made herself finish the pastry. After investigating a few burglaries that ended up being murders, Jenna had learned some family secrets could become deadly. Her gut wrenched as she took another sip of sweet tea. Was this one of those secrets? She'd grown up in such a happy environment that her childhood and adolescence had seemed to be painted in lovely pink colors. Save for her father wanting her to stay on the ranch, their family portrait was as wholesome as they came. Discovering her father's infidelity and later working in the field of art theft investigation had shown her the world could have much more gruesome strokes. That sometimes the canvas of her heart could be ripped apart. If that happened to Riley, would she be able to help the canvas of his heart become whole again? Or would he always frame her in the pain she'd caused his family? Chapter 15. Unbuttoning her coat on the way, Jenna raced inside Cowboy Crossing City Hall the next morning where the art auction was being held. Of all the times to be late. Liberty and her husband had brought Jenna here. But she'd lingered outside the building after a text beeped on the phone in her purse. She'd hoped it was news that the paintings stolen from Amy's house had been recovered, though she knew better. Now, Jenna suppressed a sigh as she slowed around a corner, following the arrows for the auction. Sadly, the paintings in the text photo that had surfaced on the Florida black market hadn't been the ones she'd been looking for, though they appeared relatively similar. Tucking her phone back in her purse, she hurried into the room and bumped into a tall, dark-haired man with a matching beard. Whoa. He steadied her. I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry to get to the auction, the strange expression in his hazel eyes stopped her. It's okay. She didn't have a photographic memory, but due to the nature of her job and the necessity to remember art pieces in detail, she developed a good memory. Surely, she'd never met this man before in her life. But he studied her with too acute curiosity for a stranger before he seemed to catch himself and feign indifference. The expression in his eyes before it disappeared put her on guard. What was it? Though she'd never flirted unless it was necessary for the job, men had paid her attention from time to time. Despite that, or maybe precisely because of that, they'd considered her a challenge. But that expression wasn't attraction. Hostility mixed with curiosity maybe? Her instincts told her to be cautious, and she'd learned never to ignore her instincts. That had saved her life more than a few times. Who's that, Daddy? A girl with 2 braids tugged at his sleeve, then hid behind him. The same hair color and eye shade, as well as similar facial features, hinted she was his daughter. The man's expression softened at once, and now his smile was sincere. Well, a good opportunity to find out who this was. Jenna gave the girl a warm smile, then extended her hand to the man. My name is Jenna Clark. I live in France, but I'm currently visiting my family. Why did she have the impression he already knew who she was? Nice to meet you. I'm Connor Strauss, and this is my daughter, Daisy. He placed a protective hand on his girl's shoulder. Jenna leaned to the girl. Great to meet you, Daisy. Hi, the girl spoke to the floor. Was the child shy? Or? Jenna straightened out, having a hunch. She hadn't met him while growing up. Besides, the man's southern drawl was a tip-off. Then why did something about him look vaguely familiar? You're not from here, are you? His jaw twitched, the beard rippling with the movement. No. She had more questions. But the auction was about to start, and she still needed to find a place to sit. So she waved to the girl instead of the man. Hope to see you around. My family and a friend have children about your age. I'm sure they'd love to meet you. See you around. Was it her imagination, or did a veiled threat lurk in the man's voice? Well, she had more pressing matters. As she moved forward, she scanned the crowded room. Auntie Jenna. We're here, her nephews screamed at her. Andy yelled at the same time, Miss Jenna. Come sit with us. We saved you a seat. Liberty smiled at her and gestured for her to go in Riley and Andy's direction while she said something to the children. The way Riley's handsome face lit up when he saw her made Jenna's heart flutter. Even as she looked at him across the room, she could feel an invisible connection between them as if they were the only people in the room. In the entire world, really. Jenna mouthed sorry to her relatives and apologized to the citizens of her hometown as she scooted toward the empty seat Andy had guarded for her. His lower lip stuck forward a little. We thought you weren't gonna come. She pressed on the tip of his nose. How could I not? Art is my jam. She didn't expect any valuable art pieces to show up at this small-town auction, and they didn't have a brochure listing everything that was going to be sold. But she did love art, and it was all for a good cause, the fun to buy Christmas presents for the children in town whose parents couldn't afford gifts. Jenna's family had participated in the Christmas drive every year and donated many presents, but this year, Vera's grandmother had come up with the idea of the art auction and donated several paintings. Other families in Cowboy Crossing had joined her, including Jenna's growing family. Donna had donated 5 oil still life paintings at Jenna's request. Gratitude spread warmth through her. Being a part of something like this felt good. Riley's gaze lingered on her face. I'm glad you're here. Her skin heated, and she removed her coat and placed it on the chair's back. Me, too. She meant it. It wasn't just about the art. It was much more about the company and the cause. Me, 3. Andy smiled up at her. Her back itched as if someone stared at her. Which probably wasn't unusual, as several people waved her way, still remembering who she was, welcoming her back. It was a friendly community, after all, another thing she'd underestimated while being away. Nostalgia unraveled inside her. Just like her family, these people didn't judge her for being away. Instead, they'd open their arms and homes to welcome her. In a way, Cowboy Crossing was like family. But the strange itch in her back bothered her. She glanced back and met Connor's gaze. It startled her before he stretched his lips in a smile and nodded. But when he thought she wasn't looking, he'd stared at her as if she'd stolen a painting from him or something. Strange. She'd never stolen anything in her life. Her brows pinched together as she turned back. But then Riley's hand found hers, and she forgot the stranger with an alarming gaze and shy daughter. As a pleasant wave spread through her, she'd even forget about the auction if Vera's grandmother didn't announce the beginning of it. Jenna marveled at the older woman's blue hair and matching frilly sweater, contrasting her black pants and combat boots. At 75, the woman was a biker, a baker, and a community leader who didn't show any signs of slowing down. Jenna could see where her favorite sister-in-law got her spunk, though Jenna was grateful Vera didn't race bikes now and was happy being a wife and a mother to the baby girl. Jenna was proud of Maverick's accomplishments and fame, but after his accident, she realized one racer in the family was enough. She snapped out of her thoughts as a few landscapes by local artists attracted her attention. But nothing touched her soul yet. Riley bid on a watercolor that depicted, what else, astronauts on the moon, delighting Andy. Liberty bought an equestrian oil painting. No surprise there. The art pieces were going at good prices, and Jenna admired the people's generosity. Cowboy Crossing was such a special place. Finally, a still life with a barbecue and green apples attracted her attention, and she bid on it until she won. It was well done and would look great in the family mansion's living room. Strangely enough, the mansion had way more art pieces than Jenna's small house, maybe because she'd moved a lot, or maybe she'd been too selective about home decor. Or she didn't want to tempt burglars with many expensive pieces, as a lot of her time was spent traveling. What was the point of having art if she mostly lived in hotel rooms? Wasn't it the time to change that? A small voice whispered in her ear. She didn't answer that voice, because her eyes widened at the next painting displayed. That couldn't be. How was this possible? Riley seemed to feel the change in her because he leaned toward her. Do you like it? She nodded, unable to speak. As something sucked the air from her lungs, she struggled for her next breath. Was this a mistake? It was a beautiful painting of lush emerald hills, with occasional brushstrokes of yellow sunflowers and a startlingly blue sky. Two young girls stood on the terrace overlooking the hills. They both wore bright smiles, big sunglasses, and wide-brimmed straw hats hiding most of their faces, but the similarities between them ended there. One girl had raven black hair, cascading to her shoulders, while the other one had golden locks flowing over hers. Jenna was wearing a top that matched her eyes and elegant navy blue slacks she'd sewn, while Claire was in a marmalade-hued dress she'd dyed herself. Jenna had simple loafers on, while Claire's crimson wedges demanded attention. Except for one chain with a cross, Jenna had no accessories. Claire made up for that with gigantic hoop earrings, multiple strands of beads, and bangles on both arms. Claire's arms were high in the air as if she celebrated something, and Jenna's heart constricted painfully. Italy. The trip she'd taken with Gaspard and Claire during the times when happiness was so near she could nearly touch it, like she'd been touching the balustrade in the painting. Gaspard had taken a photo of her and Claire had painted them later, conveying the carefree mood and overflowing happiness with surprising accuracy. Jenna had wanted Claire to keep the painting. It was too dear, too personal. But Claire had sold it, saying she'd needed to pay her half of the rent. Later, Jenna had tried to track the painting down with no success, and she'd let it go. Until now. Somehow, it had made it to her hometown in Missouri. Was this some kind of sign? Or a painful reminder of all she'd lost? In a mental fog, Jenna realized the bidding started. But as she opened her mouth, she couldn't push the words past the lump in her throat. All she could finally do was whisper to Riley. I want this painting. Please. He nodded. On it. Had he bid already? She needed to snap out of it. Why did the past still affect her so much? Was it just guilt? Why did she have such a different reaction to this than to the watercolor in her old room? The return of the oil painting she'd considered long gone meant something. But she didn't know what. She scooted forward and stayed at the end of the seat as if it could bring her closer to the painting, to her past, to her friend. Soon, only two people were bidding. Riley and Connor. Her eyes widening, she looked back at Connor. His daughter clapped and smiled as if she were eager to receive the gift. Okay, so she liked the painting. But something else was going on here. Was he bidding on it because he didn't want Jenna to get it? If so, why? And how did he guess Riley was getting it for her? Too many questions without answers, and she didn't like it one bit. Once her mind started working, the mental fog lifted. More aware of her surroundings, she looked around the room. A cowboy in a hat drawn low standing near the wall attracted her attention. Something familiar about his posture. It was difficult to say without seeing his face. Possibly someone she grew up with? She resolved to ask Riley about the cowboy later, but at that moment, he turned around and left. The sting of disappointment surprised her. Well, so much for that. The price was getting astronomical, and she straightened her shoulders, ready to take over from Riley. Then silence came from the back seat. Did Connor stop bidding? You got it, Uncle. You got it. This time, it was Andy who clapped. She didn't think twice before she threw her arms around Riley's neck. Thank you. Then she cringed and pulled back. Just great. She'd never been one for public displays of affection, and now she'd outed herself in front of their entire hometown. She couldn't have picked a worse time or place if she'd tried. Frowning at her hands, she twisted her fingers together. Oops. I didn't mean to, this was ridiculous. She forced herself to look up. Congratulations. And thank you for the support of our cause. Vera's grandmother smiled in their direction. That mischievous smile left Jenna wondering if the older woman congratulated her for getting the painting or something else. Riley's hand found hers. I care about you, and I want you to have whatever makes you happy. Again, she had a feeling he didn't talk just about the painting. Ditto, she whispered as his words and touch swept through her with a wave of warmth. But they had an audience, so she pulled her hand back. She missed his touch immediately. And something else was missing. She glanced back where Connor and his daughter were sitting. A shiver coursed over her. They were gone, and strangely enough, a tiny part of her became just as empty as those seats. Chapter 16. In her old room hours later, Jenna sank back against the chair and let out such a long breath, her posture sagged further. Searching for Riley's missing paintings online didn't bring any results, and the American contacts of her European acquaintances hadn't provided any useful information yet, either. She'd had an early lunch meeting with Mo's maid today, and that had revealed something. Though the woman had figured out Jenna wasn't really looking for a job, she didn't mind sharing for certain compensation. On the day of the incident, Mauve had called her sister suggesting a meeting. Then Mauve went shopping. When she came home, she was disheveled and distraught and called Amy to cancel the meeting. When Jenna checked Amy's phone records, there was no phone call received from Mauve. Of course, Mauve could have called from a disposable phone, but the maid saw her calling from her regular cell phone in its bright pink holder, encrusted with real diamonds. Think. Jenna rubbed her forehead. Probably knowing her maid was eavesdropping, Mauve had pretended to call her half-sister. But why? Did Mauve know by then that Amy was dead? Was she trying to establish a somewhat shaky alibi? Jenna took a deep breath and drummed her fingers on the desk where she knew every crevice. She needed to keep an open mind. And she needed to research Mauve's husband more. Something bothered her about Amy's maid, too. It took some research into every one of the maid's employers until Jenna found one the woman hadn't listed on her resume. 15 years ago, she'd worked as a server at several high-profile weddings. During one of them, a guest had lost a diamond cufflink. At another one, a wedding gift, a valuable little sculpture, had disappeared. The trail was cold, frankly frozen by now, but Jenna didn't believe in coincidences. She researched everything she could find about the weddings online, but too much time had passed. Air left her lungs in a frustrated sigh. It might make sense to follow the woman for some time if it wasn't too late. Maybe Vera could help her with that. She'd have to have a conversation with her sister-in-law later. Just thinking of that had her smiling, anticipating more time with the baby, too. Any time Jenna wasn't researching or with Riley had been spent with her family. Cozy evenings with charades, hearty dinners, and songs near the fireplace or exchanging stories and memories while munching on popcorn made her heart swell. Was this what happiness felt like? Maybe, but as she looked at all her siblings finding marital bliss and children to raise, she felt her loneliness more acutely. Besides, she could imagine Riley and Andy joining in those winter family evenings too easily for comfort. She wiped a goofy smile from her face and typed new words in the search bar. She shouldn't get sidetracked, but as she'd cross-reference guests at Amy's house the day before the incident, she found Connor's name among them. She drew the laptop closer, adjusting the glare on its screen, and searched whatever she could find about him online, wondering whether she should request a background investigation on him. She scrolled through descriptions on the screen. Okay, so he might have been there on business. He managed a gallery in Texas. That might explain his interest in the auction, as well. But Cowboy Crossing wasn't exactly known for its art. Further research showed he was a single father, and respect for that slowed her investigation briefly. Then she studied his social media account, though he didn't post much, then his employment history and education. He'd grown up on a ranch in Texas and had later become a foreman. Then he married a woman who owned a small art gallery, and they had a little girl. The woman died when the girl was only 1. He'd left the ranch, received an MBA from a prestigious university on a scholarship while raising the child. High honors, too. Impressive. Then he'd managed his late wife's gallery as if he needed to keep her legacy. For others. For himself. For their daughter. Jenna respected that. But as she stared at his features, her eyes narrowed. He reminded her of somebody. Somebody very close to her. Frowning, she searched her memory for the many people she'd met in her life. Everything inside her screamed it was something under her fingertips. She should know it. She should. Well. She groaned and pushed the laptop further away. Okay, maybe if she didn't try so much to recall it, it would come to her later. Her phone played her favorite Stravinsky melody, and she glanced at the screen. Immediately, warmth spread inside her, and her heartbeat picked up. Man, she should stop reacting to Riley's name like that. She needed to maintain a professional relationship with him. But how, when he made blood rush faster in her veins? Hello, Riley. She did her best to make her voice sound neutral. There was a pause, and her heart sank. Was this some kind of bad news? I can't believe how much I love to simply hear your voice, he said finally. Anyway, Mac told me they were organizing a sleigh ride for adults and children this evening. I'd love for you to join us. Her heart soared, then dipped. Us? Andy and me. She felt light like a snowflake. I'd love to. That goofy smile probably appeared on her face again. Then she lifted her chin. I do need to relay some information. She didn't like giving information over the phone, but she'd already checked that both lines were secure. She told him what she'd found out. A longer pause than before stretched over the line. Then he said, so you think Mauve innocent until proven guilty and all that. I do feel strongly it's time to give this information to the police. Vera's grandmother with her current connection to the chief should come in very handy right now, though I don't like to call in family favors. I don't want to hurt Mauve and her husband. They truly might be innocent in all this. But I've withheld information longer than I should have already. Besides, the police have resources to take the investigation much further than I do. Okay. Yes, I agree. Andy's voice in the background called for him. I've got to go, sorry. I can't wait to see you tonight. Me, either. After he disconnected, she stared at the screen as if she didn't want to let him go yet. Liberty poked her head in the door. Vera and I are going Christmas shopping, and you're going with us. Thank you for the invitation. Her sister marched into the room and propped her hip against the worn-out desk. Who said anything about an invitation? Either you're going of your own free will, or I'm going to drag you. Jenna had no doubt Liberty could drag her to the store easily if she wanted to. Her sister continued, I am going to point out to you and Vera exactly what I want for Christmas, and you're going to buy it. You're welcome for making your life easier. And frankly, if you're going sleigh riding, you'll need something warmer than that flimsy fancy coat of yours. Jenna closed her laptop. My coat is not flimsy. Wait a minute. How did you know I was going sleighing with Riley and Andy? Slapping Jenna's back, Liberty laughed. You'll figure out soon enough that nothing stays secret in Cowboy Crossing for long. Jenna wasn't so sure about that as she considered the mysterious gallery manager. Not so fast. Vera walked into the room, an apron around her waist and 2 more aprons in her hands. We're baking cookies, and I figured the more the merrier. Liberty chuckled as she accepted a green apron from her sister-in-law's hands. What you mean is the more hands on deck, the more cookies we're going to produce. Okay, I'm game. Narrowing her eyes, Jenna stared at Vera. You bake now? From what Jenna remembered, the cooking and baking gene skipped the next generations in Vera's family, and neither she nor her accomplished doctor mother liked to be in the kitchen. Yep, and I love it. Vera placed the apron in Jenna's hands. Come on. It's going to be fun. Sure. Jenna tied on the apron, doing her best to ignore the warm memories of cooking in Riley's kitchen. And if I don't agree, are you going to drag me to the kitchen, Vera? Nah, she'll tell me, and I'm going to do it. Liberty gave a friendly nudge that nearly sent Jenna out her bedroom door. Man, her sister could pack a punch. You know I'm trained in self-defense, Jenna grumbled. Liberty didn't even blink. The children with Cade met them in the kitchen with cheers and raised spatulas. Cade and his son wore matching dolphin aprons, and their grins were nearly identical, too. The kitchen smelled like freshly baked bread with a slight hint of vanilla. As tenderness swelled Jenna's heart, she winked at her youngest brother and took out the bowls and mixers from the cabinets. So you got roped into this? Did Liberty threaten you with bodily harm, too? Nah, I volunteered. He grinned. I want to surprise my darling wife with her favorite cookies. Jenna recalled Maverick telling her their sister-in-law had always had a sweet tooth and grew an entire row of them during pregnancy. But the main part, she herself was as sweet as the desserts she loved. And she made Cade and his son very happy. Still, Jenna rolled her eyes. You're nauseating. And adorable. Now, let's get to work. Liberty elbowed her, making Jenna harumph. If I knew you'd be giving orders here, I wouldn't have invited you. Jenna gave her sister a mocking salute. Quite the opposite. I'm here at your disposal. That also means you're going to be the one responsible for the results. Cade laughed. Just like old times. Liberty gave out duties to everyone, even the children, and the process started. Memories tugged at Jenna as she added ingredients to the bowl. Some things didn't change, well, with the exception that they now had little ones helping, or, rather, making things more chaotic. The siblings used to cook or bake together as teens, teasing each other and having fun. From an early age, each one had their assigned chores for before and after school. When Cade had been adopted as a teen, he'd been loved but assigned duties, as well. Life at the ranch wasn't for the weaklings, and they'd learned it fast. Some of them, like Liberty, had given their heart to this place and its inhabitants once and forever. Liberty had loved to attend to animals, especially little ones, and the family knew she'd follow her mother's footsteps and become a veterinarian. She was born for it. On the other hand, Jenna and Maverick had wanted to see the world, to expand their boundaries, to search for something they didn't know in the beginning. With time, everyone received duties best suited to their abilities. While Liberty milked cows and helped check for and attend injured and sick animals, the boys had groomed horses, herded cattle to and from the pasture, and taken care of whatever was needed at the time. Then Maverick developed mechanical skills, so he pitched in repairing tractors and ATVs, as well as mending fences. Unlike them, Jenna never found her calling at the ranch. So she'd tagged along with one of her parents or her siblings, providing whatever assistance they required. She'd learned to groom a horse, milk a cow, and repair a fence, but hadn't developed a passion for any of that. Instead, she'd considered herself a science geek, happier indoors with her books or experiments, and won prizes at science fairs. How eager she'd been to leave the ranch and Missouri to spread her wings. Discovering her father's infidelity pushed her stronger than even Liberty could and had landed her on the other side of the ocean. Now, as Jenna listened to the laughter and wiped flour from her youngest nephew's face, she regretted not appreciating her happy childhood when she'd had it. Finally, the cookie trays were in the oven, and they worked on another batch, the enticing aroma spreading in the room. Cooking and baking. That was one of the things they'd done together sometimes, boys included. They knew better than to argue to get out of cooking. She didn't realize how much she'd missed it until now, this sense of closeness, of being able to rely on each other. For years, she'd only relied on herself, and that had worn thin. She'd spread her wings, all right, but even birds who'd flown to warmer countries every fall returned home every spring. Would there ever be a spring in her life? Cade took out the tray from the oven wearing a fun oven mitt with a reindeer, and Jenna moved the cookies onto a cooling rack. They'd later be placed in the large porcelain bowl that the family passed along through the generations. There would have been much more china if Jenna hadn't broken a few pieces by accident as a child. Her family had always been big on legacy, but the concept had been as broken in her mind as those plates. Her chest expanded with the fresh cookie scent that smelled like home. She could easily see Riley and Andy baking again with her, making her smile, and wistfulness expanded her rib cage. But for them to have a future together, that brokenness inside her had to be fixed first. While the adults began another batch, the children gathered around the cookies with sprinkles to decorate them. Some decorations turned out a little crooked, but nobody would complain. When the cookies cooled off sufficiently, she handed each child one. "This is good. Auntie Jenna, are you gonna stay after Christmas?" Liberty's adopted son munched on his cookie, adorable dimples puckering his cheeks. Jenna froze, then fought for her voice. I don't know. Vera sent her an understanding glance, then leaned to the children. "Who wants to go on the sleigh ride tonight?" 3 pairs of little hands shot up in the air, the question forgotten. Liberty nudged her and whispered, "Whatever you decide, we'll always love you and support you." "Ditto," Cade and Vera said in unison. "We're sure the rest of the family feels the same way." "Thank you." Jenna's eyes prickled as if the group was cutting onions instead of baking cookies. Several hours later, Liberty, Vera, and Jenna entered the house again after a shopping spree, carrying more shopping bags than Jenna had seen in her entire life, despite living in a city famous for its shops. They were still laughing from one of the jokes Liberty had said on the way to the porch, and Jenna had that uplifting pleasant feeling that can only be born among loving family and true friends. Okay, that and kindred spirits. While she and her sister were opposites in many senses, she and her favorite sister-in-law started finishing each other's sentences. Deep inside, Jenna knew she already got much more for Christmas than she could wish for. But true to human nature, she wanted more. As she placed the gift bags under the tree, she wanted Riley and his nephew in that family portrait with her. Her heart shifted as she put her coat on the hanger and removed her boots, while Vera and Liberty unloaded their gifts, as well. Did she want too much? Was she even ready to risk getting hurt again? Liberty's husband walked into the living room and kissed his wife as he helped her shrug out of her coat. "I missed you so much." Her sister's cheeks pinked, something Jenna never thought she'd see. "Huh. You only didn't see me for several hours. And that was too long." He grinned at her, dimples so like his son's, denting his cheeks. Jenna suppressed a flare of jealousy. Would she ever have a husband who'd look at her like that? Her favorite brother entered the living room, his limp barely noticeable now, making her smile. The process repeated, except he had a baby in his arms. Yeah. Maverick, we know you missed your wife so much, though you didn't see her only for a few hours. Hopefully, the teasing notes in her voice hid those envious ones. Liberty cooed over the baby, who went to her, giggling. "Aren't you precious? You bought a lot of presents, I see," her husband said. "Oh, that's only part of it." Liberty gave him a little nudge. "The rest are in the truck. Could you two please bring them? Your word is the law for me." Her husband put on his outerwear and headed outside. Maverick rolled his eyes at Liberty but followed him nonetheless. "The law, huh?" Jenna breathed in the scent of pine needles. The aroma brought nostalgia. Liberty gave a nonchalant shrug. "Absolutely. Once the bags and boxes were inside and most of them went under and around the tree, Liberty opened a box containing sparkling silver ornaments. She turned to Jenna. "Would you like to add some more Christmas decorations?" For some reason, Jenna's eyes misted. "You all already decorated the tree." "Yes, but you weren't here then." "Now you are. Here, we're going to help you." "Right, darling?" Dara handed the child an ornament and then helped her place it on the tree. The baby's first Christmas. Jenna blinked. She must have something in her eye. She took the box. "Thank you." Her brothers and brothers-in-law joined her silently. As she hung one silver decoration after another on the tree, she noticed the heirloom decorations that were passed from generation to generation, then the ones they had made while they'd been children. Nostalgia grew stronger, tightening her rib cage. Despite being not nearly as pretty as the store-bought ones, those handmade ornaments were on proud display. Decorating the Christmas tree together was a family tradition, too, not to be skipped even when they all had become teenagers, some more broody and independent than others. She could easily imagine making ornaments with Riley and Andy and decorating the tree every year. Her heart made a strange movement in her chest, and she could relate to Liberty's husband, as well as her brother. When you missed someone, even a few hours apart was too much. A minute apart was too much. She missed Riley already. Once the box was empty, she opened her arms for a group hug. "It's so good to be here with all of you." "Ditto," everyone echoed. Well, everyone except the baby. But the girl's wide grin was worth 1,000 words. When the family hugged each other, Jenna felt as if part of the weight she'd carried for years had been lifted. Then she eased out of the embrace. This was a postcard-perfect Christmas, but everything felt real to her. She'd seen a few masterpieces in her real life and had trained herself to spot the real deal often. Riley was such a masterpiece, worthy of admiration. And from what she'd known so far from her family, he was a real deal, too. Smiling, she corrected a Golden Globe ornament that was hanging a little crookedly. Then she caught her reflection on its surface. She winced as she realized why that gallery manager at the auction had vaguely familiar features, though she was sure she'd never met him before. But that didn't make sense. She frowned. The coloring was different, but the shape of his eyes and the high cheekbones reminded her of the person she saw every day in the mirror. Chapter 17. Riley's heart beat fast while he waited for Jenna by the sleigh. Why was he so nervous? It wasn't even a date. Or was it? He checked his watch and suppressed a groan. Jenna was 2 minutes late. His heart slammed against his ribs. What if she wasn't going to show up? He patted the horses who neighed. Blossom seemed especially restless, as if not understanding what the delay was. Or maybe they felt his nervousness. He fed her an apple he'd brought in his pocket, then ran his palm along her mane reassuringly. "It's okay. It's going to be okay," he muttered, unsure whether he was trying to calm down her or himself. "Uncle Riley, it's gonna be fine." Andy smiled his reassurance as if the boy were the adult here and Riley the child. "Thanks." Riley readjusted the blue knit hat on his son's, no, nephew's, head. "Are you okay, buddy? Not cold?" "Nah," the boy shook his head for emphasis. "This is cool. It's my first sleigh ride." Riley smiled, glad to see the joy on the boy's face. While it wasn't a space flight, the boy seemed plenty excited. Riley's heart skipped a beat. He was grateful Andy continued to adjust well, and the child psychologist had confirmed those improvements. But, was it natural after what had happened? Or should Riley just accept this as a precious gift from God? "Oh, I see Bianca." Andy interrupted Riley's thoughts as he pointed to one of the sleighs preparing to depart, where a girl in a cute pink parka and same color boots was waving to them. Would you mind if would it be okay if I go with them?" A soft smile played on Maggie's face, and Riley wondered if she tried to be a matchmaker again and help him and Jenna spend time alone. Of course, if Jenna showed up in the first place. His heart sank a little. Since her teens, Jenna had been unpredictable, someone he could never figure out, and he loved and hated that about her. For a moment, he tensed, reluctant to let Andy go. But the boy wanted to spend time with Bianca, and Riley knew the girl's parents well and trusted them, especially the girl's father, Jenna's cousin, who was essentially a cowboy like him, only on the neighboring ranch. Riley nodded. Of course, buddy. If they are okay with it. Maggie waved, gesturing for Andy to come in. Well, that was Riley's answer. Andy scrambled out of the vintage sleigh, but instead of going to the sleigh with Bianca and her family, he dashed forward. Miss Jenna, you're here. He hugged her legs. She crouched and hugged the boy in earnest, while her laughter rang out merrier than the sleigh bells. I'm happy to see you, too. Riley's heart leaped as she looked up at him and smiled. What a vision! Or rather, a perfect winter photograph. On the background of picturesque hills covered with a fresh powder and frosted trees, she fit so well in her pearl-hued faux fur coat with its hood framing her lovely face. The coat reached her over-the-knee alabaster white boots. She was naturally pale, didn't wear any lipstick, and the nip hadn't pinked her cheeks yet. Her electric blue eyes and matching gloves offered the only color contrast. He held his breath as if she'd appeared from a mist and could disappear at any moment. If not for his son's yelp before, Riley could think she was a fantasy conjured up by his imagination because he'd wanted her to show up so badly. Andy whispered something to her, then scuffled to the other sleigh. Once he was inside, Bianca and her parents waved at Riley as their sleigh passed them, with Maggie giving him a thumbs up. His gaze flicked back to Jenna. Elegant and poised, she belonged on a painting with a European castle in winter as the background, instead of a Missouri cattle ranch. He was a simple cowboy at heart while she looked like royalty. This vintage sleigh should suit her perfectly. How could the same person become closer to him and more foreign simultaneously? While he gawked, she walked to the carriage. Finally out of his stupor, he gave her his hand and helped her into the sleigh, feeling the warmth of her skin even through the glove. I am glad to be here. Her voice was quiet as if she revealed too much. Me, too. With you. I mean, well, now would be a good time to find the right words. She touched his forearm. I know what you mean. Good, because he wasn't sure. Ready? He smiled at her, then urged the horses to move. The sleigh moved forward as the horses started their run. The sleigh bells jingled beautiful holiday music. I feel like I'm in a fairy tale. She slid toward Riley. Fairy tale. Well, something was magical indeed about the shimmer in those eyes, the color of the bright sky, and the vintage sleigh taking them through a winter wonderland. His chest expanded with a feeling he couldn't explain. Was he falling for her? Or had he already? He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his heart soaring when she melted into him. Even if she was going to take his heart with her when she left, he'd remember these moments forever. She didn't mention the investigation yet, and he was grateful as he hugged her tighter. Right here, right now, it was only about the two of them. The real world could wait a little. She slipped away, and he felt a sense of loss until realizing she did so to look into his eyes. Snowflakes decorated her hood now, and a few landed on her eyelashes, framing her eyes in delicate lace. I don't know about you, but I'm happy right now. A nearly irresistible urge to kiss her shivered through him, but he didn't want to ruin the moment, to push her further than she'd wanted to go. Yes, she'd initiated the amazing kiss he'd never forget, but she'd done so in a moment of despair. He settled for taking off his gloves and running his fingertips along the smooth line of her delicate jaw. I'm happy, too. You make me happy. She might disappear after Christmas like a beautiful dream, but he didn't want to think about it. He'd never understood his half-sister's affection for art, but now he wished he could have a floor-to-ceiling oil painting of Jenna, as she looked now, to have a memory he could touch. Maybe I should ask where we're going. Teasing notes appeared in her voice. Just trust me. I do hope you'll like the surprise. Her eyebrows rose. A surprise? He glanced in the distance, spotting a log cabin afar. "We're almost there." Once Cade stopped near the cabin, Riley held Jenna's hand as she alighted from the sleigh with elegance. That was what princesses looked like. Only he wasn't a prince. He wasn't as educated, sophisticated, and refined as Jenna was, but it shouldn't bother him. He knew his self-worth now, and she'd never looked down at him to start with. And if he could choose between the life of a celebrity, the life of a modern count or a duke or whatever they called them in some remote European kingdom, and the life of a cowboy and a foreman at the Mending Hearts Ranch, he'd choose the latter any time. Still, it bugged him as he opened the cabin door for her. She'd fallen in love with a rich and sophisticated man before and would have married him if he hadn't disappeared. Riley did his best to concentrate on the positive. My great-grandfather built it. I did my best to preserve everything as much as possible. Mac and his wife, as well as Andy, had helped Riley decorate the place with fir tree branches, and many lights hung on the walls, around the tree, and above the fireplace, while miniature snowman appliques dangled from the lights. The furniture was made from distressed wood, and many surfaces boasted wooden vases, where ornaments sparkled on pine branches. The scent of pine now mixed with the aroma of chicken carbonara and Italian herbs, amplifying the rustic feel offered from the cabin's exposed ceiling beams, flowing hardwood floors, stunning fireplace, cozy loft, and the open floor concept. Riley had added modern amenities, but the lit oil lamps called to him on a different level. He'd worked hard on the dinner Mac had delivered and arranged on the table in the dining room right before their arrival. But would it all appeal to the city girl she'd become? Her face lit up like the lights on the walls. Wow. This is amazing. He released the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. I'm glad you like it. He helped her shrug out of her faux fur coat. Underneath, her long cream-colored turtleneck knit dress hugged her curves beautifully, and once again, she took his breath away. She stepped forward, unaware of the effect she had on him. I love it. And something smells delicious. He pulled a chair out for her. I hope you'll forgive me, but there's no raw meat or snails here. She chuckled as she swatted his hand. Oh, stop it. He took a seat and removed the lid from a large dish. Should taste delicious, too, even if I say so myself. Her eyes widened. You cooked all this? He grinned. Yes. He said grace, then filled her plate with spaghetti carbonara and added the salad. But as they started their food, he glanced at the empty plate meant for Andy, and his heart squeezed a little bit. As much as he enjoyed his time alone with Jenna, he hoped his boy was enjoying himself, too. She nodded toward his phone. Why don't you call him? Yes. Thanks. As to be expected, Andy was having a great time with Bianca. Riley disconnected and gave his full attention to Jenna and the food. I know it's almost Christmas, so a bit late for invitations. But I'd love it if you and Andy spent Christmas with us. Your mother is welcome to come, too. No bringing of gifts or food necessary. There'll be tons of food already. A soft smile touched her lips. Bianca will be there, so I hope that's an extra incentive for Andy. His eyes widened, and a pleasant wave washed over him. Then he tried to think rationally. Mauve always preferred to spend her Christmas with her husband and high-level guests, so that didn't include a simple foreman or her young nephew, and this year of loss and grief wasn't going to be any different for her, by the looks of it. On the contrary, it was always about the family for Jenna's siblings. They'd treated him like he was part of it, which he was grateful for. But this Christmas season, the more time he spent with Jenna, the sharper his pain grew over how different his dysfunctional family was from hers, and the higher his desire rose to be part of her family for real. How much of that desperate longing had reflected on his face? Thank you. It means a lot to me. It really does. But it's your family only. Emotion filled her eyes. That's just it. You and Andy are already like family to me. As he looked into those luminous eyes holding more kindness than she'd probably wanted to show, he realized a simple truth. He loved her. His world shifted as love for her filled every fiber of his being. He might be in for a whole lot of hurt in the future, but he couldn't change the way he felt about her. He wouldn't if he could. She seemed to misinterpret his silence. Okay, I know my family grew and expanded a lot this year. We can be rather overbearing and noisy, Anne. I'll be thrilled to join you all for Christmas. And I'm sure Andy will feel the same, especially if Bianca's there. My mother, too. He found Jenna's hand and laced his fingers through hers, knowing this moment would forever be imprinted on his heart. A smile blossomed on her lovely face. I'm glad. Growing up, I sometimes envied your family. Still holding her hand between them, he lifted his cocoa cup with his free hand and took a sip of the hot, rich drink to sweeten bitter memories. There was so much love and care. You were always there for each other. On the contrary, his mother had rarely been at home because she'd had to work so much. His father had shown them he didn't care about them at all, brewing resentment in Riley that had become stronger with time. From a young age, he had only himself to rely on. That knowledge had led to an independence so strong he'd even pushed away the people who tried to help him. Until, after a few rebellious years in high school, Riley had learned he'd only had God and himself to rely on. Then, despite his not-so-stellar reputation, Jenna's mother had given him the job at their ranch, and the rest was history. I was very blessed. I still am and wish I realized it sooner. Vulnerability crumpled Jenna's features. Then she lowered her eyelids and freed her hand so she could sip the cocoa, too. I believe I can say the same about myself. Did you know your mother was the one who bailed me out when I got in trouble? That she offered to pay for college for me? His rib cage constricted. I balked at the offer because I didn't want to be a charity case. She shook her head, sending those impossibly long bangs flying. You were never a charity case to her. That's just the kind of person she is. My family loves you. Always did. Always will. A lump grew in his throat as he drained his cocoa to melt the clog. I love them, too. He studied her features. She'd inherited those fine qualities from her mother. But he didn't need to admire Jenna more than he already did. His heartbeat picked up as their gazes met and held. The ice in her blue eyes had thawed out, and he could easily drown in them now. His fingers itched to run along her face, and every cell in his body screamed to kiss her. He gathered whatever willpower he had left to stop from reaching for her. If he pushed her too far, she could run all the way to Europe. So he searched for something to cool off his heated blood. At Jenna's request, he talked to the police and told them everything he knew. They weren't happy that he and Jenna had launched their own investigation. How is the investigation going? As her eyes dimmed, he scolded himself. Oh, oops. I should have updated you on it already. Vera has someone trailing Amy's maid, but so far, nothing interesting has happened. Even if the maid had anything to do with those thefts a long time ago, she might be on the straight and narrow now. She also has an ironclad alibi for the time Amy died. I gathered more information from Amy's office. Her business partner is genuinely missing her and struggling to keep the business afloat. His teeth clenched. The less suspicion for others, the more suspicion for Mauve. Or he's a very good actor. She finished her slice of the chocolate cake Vera's grandmother had made for dessert. That might be the case, too. I didn't talk to Mauve yet. But Vera spent some time watching her house. Mauve drove to downtown Springfield for Christmas shopping, then visited a popular hairdresser. Then she had her nails done. He was no longer in the mood for sweets. In other words, her regular activities. No meeting with a mysterious man? No. But they might have broken up, or she's more careful now. Her gaze was pensive. However, there was a mystery man in Amy's life. The waitress at one of the Springfield restaurants saw them together. My friend, Donna, drew a sketch based on the waitress's description. I'll email it to you. I showed the sketch to Amy's maid, but she didn't recognize the guy. You're going to show it to Mauve, right? The evening was so magical, and now he was ruining it. But he needed to know the truth. Yes. I don't expect an honest answer, but I'm going to watch for her reaction. Oh, there weren't any fingerprints on the card with yellow roses, besides yours and Mauve's. He slapped himself on the forehead. I meant to tell you. I received another card with a painting. He carefully fished it out from his jacket's large inner pocket. The watercolor on the card depicted a man kissing a woman on the forehead. It seemed innocent enough, and he couldn't figure out the meaning. Except maybe that the woman had the same striking combination of black hair and blue eyes Jenna did? Jenna took the card with the help of a napkin and studied it. Another warning. But, why? I don't even have to ask Vera what that means. She frowned. In the Russian tradition, people usually kiss others on the forehead at funerals. He suppressed a shiver. Wow. She put the card away with caution. I'll have it dusted for fingerprints, just in case. That's all I have for now regarding the investigation. Doing his best to put the alarming card out of his mind, he reached over. He wanted this evening to return to the same magical atmosphere. Good. Because for a few minutes, I want it to be only about the two of us. He brushed her long bangs away from her eyes, causing a tiny gasp. Us. As he traced his fingers along the smooth skin of her face, that was what he wanted them to be. He had difficulty imagining his life separate from her. But she probably had difficulty imagining her life with him. Maybe he could try to do something to be closer to her world, and an idea formed in his mind. But that was for later. He got up and opened his arms. She walked into them, and he breathed in the enticing scent of her perfume, cherishing the feeling of her in his embrace, of having her close. His heart was beating so loudly he was surprised she couldn't hear it. His breathing went shallow, and the nearly irresistible urge to kiss her consumed him. He didn't want just a few minutes or one evening with her. He wanted a lifetime. The risk of being humiliated or rejected didn't matter as much as it had in his teens. He didn't have a sensitive ego any longer. He didn't want to lose a second chance with her because a third chance wouldn't be possible. Still in a mental daze from her proximity, he reminded himself he needed to think about his son, nephew. It's okay. Call Kate to pick us up. Perceptive, she could easily read not only paintings but also people. Could she guess what he felt for her? Sometime later, they were back where they'd taken off. The sleigh with Bianca, her family, and his nephew was there already. Maggie walked to them with her daughter and Andy. Once close, she held a sprig of mistletoe above Riley and Jenna's heads. A mischievous smile brightened her face. You know what you have to do now. His pulse kicked up. As much as he wanted to kiss Jenna, he hoped to do it without an audience. Andy and Bianca clapped. Kiss. 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 Jenna's lips curved up. Looks like we don't have a choice. He made a mental note to thank Maggie later as he leaned toward Jenna, and a delightful wave of anticipation rushed through him. When he brushed his lips against hers, his world shifted again, and the crazy idea didn't feel crazy any longer. It was the only way to go. Euphoria expanded every cell as she responded to his kiss, sweeping him up to a different level of love. He didn't know who pulled away first, mindful of the audience, but the same daze he felt reflected in her eyes. But even in that daze, the question he wanted to ask her was clear. He just had no clue what her answer would be. His gaze moved to the children, who high-fived each other. Maggie smiled as if congratulating herself on a job done well, congratulations she'd earned. Andy hugged Bianca and ran to them, then with Riley's help climbed inside the sleigh. Miss Jenna, Bianca says she prayed to God to give me a new mom who'd love me as much as her new mom loves her. She says you should be my new mom. I'll be a very good boy. Honest. Jenna's eyes went big, and Riley froze. Then he cleared his throat. Why don't we pray about God's guidance on this one, buddy? God's will be done. His shoulders slouching forward, the boy deflated, and Riley's heart constricted. Andy already had abandonment issues. Then Jenna touched Andy's cheek, tears glistening on her eyelashes. "You're awesome, and any woman would be blessed to be your mom." Andy's eyes lit up. "You, too?" Her smile wobbled. "Me most of all." If Riley hadn't given his heart to Jenna already, he'd have done it at that moment. On the way back to the ranch house, Riley hugged Jenna with one arm and Andy with the other, wishing it could always be like that. The frosted trees and powder-covered hills were worthy of an oil painting by a famous artist, but even more appealing was the living, breathing beauty right near him. "I guess the fairy tale is over now," he whispered to her as he held her hand while she stepped down from the sleigh with royal elegance. Wistfulness tightened his rib cage over the magical evening ending, a desire to somehow prolong it, make it last forever gripping him, and he couldn't wait to see her again already. She lifted toward him, giving him a whiff of crisp, clean perfume, and looked into his eyes. "No. I hope it just began." Chapter 18. Jenna suppressed a yawn, the store's cheery Christmas music a little too loud today. She'd stayed up late, first spending time with her siblings, who'd teased her about Riley mercilessly, then daydreaming about him and their mistletoe kiss and whether there was a chance for the three of them to be a family. Then she'd researched Amy's maid social media accounts. Besides, something still bothered Jenna about the lonely cowboy from the auction, and she'd called Riley to ask him for any information he could provide. Of course, after that, they'd ended up chatting well past midnight. He'd also asked for her help choosing a suit and surprised her by inviting her to the art exhibition opening and a fancy restaurant in Springfield. She didn't remember him liking expensive suits, fancy dinners, or art outings, but maybe he'd wanted to get closer to the few family members he had left, namely Moph. Either way, Jenna couldn't wait to see him again. A sting of guilt reminded her that life on the ranch started early each day, and she shouldn't have kept him up. He'd probably had a busy morning before picking her up to help him select a suit. Riley regretted his decision the moment he entered the expensive men's clothing store in Springfield, but it was too late to escape now. Well, he did need evening wear for the art exhibition's grand opening he'd invited Jenna to. If he wanted to fit into Jenna's world, he couldn't show up in cowboy boots, jeans, and a warm but simple jacket. His jaw set on edge, but he could endure this for her. On the contrary, Jenna strode inside as if she was raised on a podium showing off fashionable clothes instead of the ranch. But then, she'd spent decades in the fashion capital of the world. He suppressed a grimace as he followed her to the clothing racks. How some people could enjoy shopping was beyond him. However, he did enjoy the shine in her eyes as she handed him a crisp white shirt, then a classic black suit. "This would look great on you." She didn't even ask his size. "Thanks." He was grateful he didn't have to do it on his own as he headed into the dressing room. Slightly stiff, the shirt seemed too starched to his liking. Or maybe it was him who was stiff. Hopefully, the suit would fit. He didn't want to go through this process multiple times. Besides getting his sister's invitation to the exhibition, he'd managed to make a reservation for a fancy restaurant. Okay, it might not be the kind of cuisine she was used to, but still a step up from the barbecue places in Cowboy Crossing where people ate with their bare hands. He stilled as he slipped into the slacks. Oh no. Would that fancy restaurant have a bunch of utensils he'd have no clue how to use? He should have asked his half-sister for a crash course so he wouldn't embarrass himself. Lord, why couldn't I have fallen in love with someone like Liberty? A woman who loves horses and ranching and barbecue and... He stopped ranting as he threaded his arms through the jacket. He was a confident man, but he was so out of his element here. It didn't help that Mac had once shared photos of Jenna with her fiancé. Those pictures seemed to be taken at social functions where the guy sported a dashing suit with a matching dashing smile, while Jenna wore stunning evening gowns. Gaspard and Jenna shared their passion for art and art theft investigation, too. How could Riley compete with that? He'd stayed up late yesterday studying Cubism, Impressionism, Realism, and a bunch of other isms until it all mixed in his head like ingredients in a stew. He studied himself in the mirror, then stepped out of the fitting room. Jenna stared at him, blinked, then stared again. Was it so bad that she couldn't find words? He groaned, ready to turn around and change into comforting, familiar clothes. I knew it was a bad idea. She lifted her hand. No, no, no. You look great. Air whooshed out of his lungs. He wouldn't have to repeat this process. Wait a minute. She thought he looked great. He grinned, pulling his shoulders back. Thank you. The fabric on his shoulders stretched a little. Oh. It wouldn't rip apart if he breathed too much, would it? He missed the ranch with a passion and wanted to be there. But even more, he wanted to impress the fascinating woman in front of him. He couldn't wait until the evening because that was when he'd see her again, but at the same time, a sense of dread pooled in the pit of his stomach in case he made some faux pas. Hours later, he entered a large hall with marble floors with Jenna on his arm. She wore a shimmering aquamarine dress that matched her eyes and hugged her body in such a way his heart wouldn't stop thudding. Just that was his reward already. Maybe we'll see some people who attended Amy's party today, she whispered to him. With her breath hot on his neck, her words took time to register. Then his heart slid to the marble floor. He'd hoped she'd enjoy the evening out with him in an environment she loved. Instead, here she was, working on the case again. He should be grateful. It was his case she worked so hard on. Yet his heart constricted. Jenna's artist friend waved at her while Riley's half-sister pulled him aside to introduce him to an important acquaintance, probably to show off. Before he knew it, the artist friend whisked Jenna away to admire some landscape. After awkward introductions, Mauve switched her attention to someone else from higher circles, and her friend in a tuxedo drifted off. Riley was left to stare at an oil painting with circles and triangles. He swallowed hard and moved to an equestrian oil painting he could relate to. Oh yes. He smiled. Thoroughbreds running in emerald green fields, their manes flowing in the wind. Well, this he could understand. Did this painting belong to the Romanticism movement Jenna was so fond of? Frankly, Romanticism was one of the isms he actually liked. What do you think of this painting? The voice of the guy Mauve just introduced him to made him glance back. What was his name? Henry, something the third. Riley should have paid more attention. Distracted, he returned his attention to the spectacular horses. These thoroughbreds are magnificent. A chiseled long neck, lean muscular body, high withers. A great depth of hindquarters, of course. Henry, something the third, cleared his throat. I meant the artist's technique, but this is interesting. Hindquarters, huh? The man wandered off again as if realizing Riley knew nothing about art. Heat crept up Riley's neck, and the new suit felt suffocating. He turned around and caught Jenna's gaze. Just, how much did she hear? Could he be any more out of his element? She smiled at him, making his heart flutter, and stepped toward him, but Henry III intercepted and led her to the circle and triangle painting. When she sent Riley an apologetic glance, he gave her a nod that it was okay. Despite the cool air, his temperature rose as he stared at the most amazing work of art in the gallery. Jenna. He wasn't the only one. Many of these wealthy men paid more attention to this stunning woman who shone like a diamond in the exhibit's crown. What did that make Riley? A pebble? Tugging on his tie as he struggled to breathe again, he envied the thoroughbreds in the painting who could roam freely in the wilderness. His stiff shoulders relaxed as Jenna headed to him again. They inched up again when she was intercepted by the bearded man with a little girl, the one who'd bid on the painting she'd wanted at the charity auction. Oh, for crying out loud. But then Jenna had said the guy managed a gallery somewhere in Texas, so this should be professional interest. No reason for the jealous sting pinching parts of Riley's chest. Besides, he should be more compassionate. Jenna had also mentioned Connor had been a ranch foreman for years before meeting a woman who'd owned a gallery. He'd loved her so much that he'd gotten an MBA degree after her death and given up ranching to manage the gallery. By the way Connor looked at his daughter and held her hand, he was a devoted single father, too. Riley could respect that. Riley shifted from one foot to the other. If Connor could trade his cowboy hat and boots for a suit and, tinsel, maybe Riley could do that, too. You like her, don't you? Moph's quiet voice nearly made him jump. You can't take your eyes off her. Well, no need to deny the obvious. I do. More than liked, actually. But would that ever be enough to cross the ocean that divided him and Jenna? And you love Andy. Mauve didn't say it as a question but a statement. I'm going to let you have the guardianship. His shoulders loosened, and his chest filled as joy buoyed him. Thank you so much. Then suspicion popped his balloon. Why? No offense, but I know you wanted all those paintings that come with his guardianship. He kept his voice low, and they stepped aside from the crowd. She folded her arms on her chest. Her diamond bracelet and necklace sparkled with a myriad of lights, but what was the use of it if there was no sparkle in her eyes? I still do. But I'm pretty sure you'll give me most of them. You have no use for them. Well, he would if Jenna married him, though she'd probably want to loan most of them out to a museum where others could enjoy them. And you do? He should stop himself, revel in this unexpected kindness and camaraderie. But he'd avoided asking difficult questions with Amy because he didn't want to lose access to Andy. He couldn't make the same mistake now. You have a perfect life on the outside. But, are you truly happy? Mo's eyes widened, and she ducked her head. Then her posture slumped. I have to go. I need to greet my husband. Riley followed her gaze and cringed. Said hubby carried a champagne flute to a young leggy blonde as if his wife didn't exist. Compassion for his sister constricted Riley's rib cage. I'm here if you need to talk. Or anything else, he called out after her. Well, fabulous. He was just as great about relationships as he was about art. Jenna wove through the crowd to him again, her posture regal. I'm sorry, she mouthed. She had nothing to be sorry for. Just seeing her walking toward him in that gorgeous dress made up for a disastrous evening, if not for all the years he'd lived without her. But sure enough, another guy in a tuxedo hurried to introduce himself. Riley strode to the painting with circles and triangles, determined to figure out what it meant. Maybe the title would help him. His brows shot up. This was a portrait of a young woman. Okay, he could see it. That triangle could be her chin. Or was it her nose? But then why was the eye, if that circle was the eye indeed, below the nose? Or the chin, for that matter? What do you think about this painting? Henry III's voice boomed somewhere to the right. Riley barely suppressed a groan. Jenna glanced around the restaurant while Riley studied the wine list. The place was a bit pretentious for her liking, with pristine columns, sparkling chandeliers, and large mirrors in gilded frames. But if Riley wanted to fit into his sister's world better, she could help him. This place would be in Mauve's taste. After all, Jenna could relate to the desire to mend bridges with the family, to be closer to them, and Riley had little of his family left. She'd gladly share her big, loud, overwhelming family with him. They already loved him as one of their own. But, by the looks of it, he wanted to have a good relationship with his remaining sibling, and she admired that. Of course, the possibility that Mauve might turn out to be a murderer niggled at Jenna, but she'd learned never to come to conclusions too quickly in her work. Finally, Riley went into an elaborate speech ordering red wine. He was off a little on the name and year, though. He looked at her with almost puppy dog hopefulness. Will you like that? I don't drink, she blurted out. Oh. Neither do I. Riley looked relieved. So did the waiter, who obviously couldn't grasp what the man was ordering. After taking their order and insisting they let him know when they needed anything else, the young guy left. Do you like it here? Riley studied her. Oh, it's great. Technically, she said the truth. It could be great here. for other people, like Mauve. The least Jenna could do was help him better understand Mauve's environment. So Jenna didn't mention that she much preferred seeing him in a Wrangler shirt, worn jeans, and a buckle exhibiting a horse running free instead of fettered in the suit. He moved like he was careful not to breathe too deep lest the jacket stitches come undone. Scuffed cowboy boots suited him so much better than those shiny leather shoes. When he brushed her bangs back with a slightly calloused hand, he took her breath away. She loved his large, strong, capable hands that lacked the expensive rings and diamond cufflinks the men at the exhibition opening had blinded her with. She preferred the scruff on his face and slightly tousled hair she wanted to fix instead of this hairdo coiffed with gel. She wanted the cowboy back. Sorry, I was away so much at the exhibition. I should have told you about the paintings. She sipped sweet tea flavored with bitter regret. That had been her opportunity to give him the knowledge to impress his half-sister, and she'd missed it. It's okay. It's not your fault you're so popular. A grin spread across his handsome face. And so admirable. Thank you. Warmth glowed through her. Then she stilled. It was like high school again, but in reverse. She'd begrudged him being popular then. Begrudged? No, she'd faulted him for that. Riley, The waiter brought their food, and she stared at the tiny piece of steak. On her business lunches, the guys had often assumed she ate little. On the contrary, she had a voracious appetite, but due to her on and off hyperthyroid and being a runner for most of her life, she'd stayed thin. She'd need to order 5 of these dishes to appease her stomach. She suppressed a sigh. Really, she could do this for Riley. Maybe this was a test run for him to invite Mauve to lunch at this restaurant. A frown creasing his forehead, Riley eyed his miniature steak, then the salad and all the forks nearby. Guessing his dilemma, she picked up the needed fork, and he followed her example. She talked a little about the exhibition, longing for the barbecue ribs and French fries they were serving at the mansion tonight. But she did love the company and the way his fingers touched hers a few times, sending something akin to an electric current to her heart. His eyes glazed over fast, though, and she didn't even go over the 4th Cubism painting. Great, she was boring him. She needed something to make this evening more lively. He reached for her hand and knocked her glass with sweet tea down. Oh. I'm so sorry. She jumped as the liquid spread over the tablecloth and her dress. Well, she got her wish. The evening became more lively. It's okay. I could be wearing that red wine you nearly ordered. He picked up linen napkins, but his hand stopped halfway. She took the napkins, dabbed at the wet fabric, then looked up as her stomach growled unceremoniously. You know what I want to tell you right now? Guilt flashed in his gray eyes. I hope it's not to never see you again. She chuckled. Not at all. How about we leave this place? I'll go home and change into pajamas. His whole big frame deflated. I understand. I ruined this evening. Please don't interrupt a woman when she's talking. You might miss important information. I meant, I'll escape this stifling dress and trade it for comfy pajamas and make 3 plates of barbecue ribs and French fries. Meanwhile, how about you pick up Andy from his playdate? His eyes lit up. That sounds awesome. She waited as he paid for dinner. Well. Okay, as her sister said, sometimes men needed a little push. Or a shove. Which in Liberty's case, was usually the same. Then you can invite me to your place for dinner, she said as they walked to his truck. The 3 of us can eat barbecue and French fries with our hands while watching a Christmas movie. Afterward, you'll make a thermos with hot cocoa, and we'll all go on a drive to admire the Christmas lights in town. What do you think? He pressed a kiss on her cheek. I think I haven't been telling you how amazing you are often enough. She laughed while joy bubbled inside her at his kiss. That can be easily remedied. Chapter 19. On Christmas morning, a knock on the door startled Jenna out of her sleep. The knock repeated, and she suppressed a groan as she stretched under the blanket. That was too loud to be excited kids, so who could it be? Oh, she didn't need to guess twice. She slid deeper into her blankets and closed her eyes. Liberty, go away. Merry Christmas to you, too, and actually, it's me, Vera. The quiet voice filtered through the door. I'm going to start cooking Christmas dinner. Would you like to join me? Huh. Jenna expected everyone to join in, not just herself. Maybe Vera wanted to talk to her in private. Vera was doing her a favor by helping in the investigation, so it would be only right to return that favor. Besides, Jenna wouldn't want to ruin their budding friendship. She sighed and slid from her bed. Sure. Give me a few minutes. She developed a habit of sleeping in wrinkle-free clothes in case she received a call in the middle of the night and needed to leave. Her haircut was hassle-free by design and her makeup minimal. Getting ready only took a few minutes as she slipped her feet into those soft pink slippers decorated with tiny snowmen that Liberty had given her, then brushed her teeth and shuffled off to the kitchen. She'd have to change for church though. Vera gestured to the pile of vegetables on the granite island. You're lucky the kids all got into their stockings at their houses this morning and haven't descended on us yet. Maverick and Mac already peeled some potatoes and put the turkey in the oven. That's one big bird to feed this brood, so it will take a long time to cook. Liberty made cornbread batter before leaving to check on the animals. I'll peel more potatoes before we head to church so we won't have to do anything to hold things up when everyone comes here after services. Do you mind making a salad? Not at all. I mean, I'll be glad to. Jenna looped Liberty's apron over her head and tied its strings behind her back. As she started cutting tomatoes, filling the room with their aroma, she waited for Vera to tell her what this was all about. You like Riley, don't you? Vera sneaked a piece of tomato into her mouth. Heat crept up Jenna's neck, probably tinting her the color of those tomatoes. She moved on to the lettuce, hoping Vera didn't say something to tint her green. At this point, it's more than only like. Much more. But you love your job in Europe, too. Vera said it as a statement, not a question as she dropped a peeled potato into a bowl. Yes. I mean, I know you're content being a stay-at-home mother and leaving your job behind. And by the way, I do appreciate you helping me with the investigation. Jenna's hand flew to her mouth. Oops. I hope I didn't offend you. Frankly, I think being a mother is the most important job in the world. There's nothing wrong with you having a passion for your job. It's great, actually. The pile of peeled potatoes was growing fast as if Vera had been doing it all her life while, in reality, she'd only recently discovered a love for cooking. But that's not the only reason you're resisting your attraction to Riley, right? Right. Done with lettuce, Jenna started in on the onions and braced herself for a prickling in her eyes. It's not that I still believe Gaspard might be alive. But I have a strange feeling. It's like my past isn't in the past yet. Meaning you're afraid to get hurt again. Vera's hands stopped moving as she stared at Jenna. Vera was perceptive, and she was a good PI, even if she didn't love investigating as much as Jenna did. Jenna nodded, wiping away tears that cutting onions, and not the gut-wrenching memory of the man she loved, caused. Well, if Riley and I were meant to be, it should have worked out when we were in high school. Not necessarily. Vera started washing the peeled potatoes. If Maverick and I married right out of high school, our marriage wouldn't have lasted. We needed to grow emotionally first and learn our lessons before we could have a meaningful relationship. I'm grateful to God for giving us this opportunity and a second chance. The love shining in her favorite sister-in-law's eyes was undeniable, and Jenna was grateful, too. Vera had helped Maverick recover after his accident and heal his soul wounds, while Jenna couldn't. Thank you for what you did for my brother, she whispered as she mixed the salad in a large bowl. Oh please. No need to thank me. It's called love. It was indeed. Jenna stilled for a moment. What lesson did she need to learn to have a lasting relationship with Riley? Then, as Vera tried to lift the casserole dish with the potatoes, Jenna rushed to her and helped her carry it to the fridge. Vera opened the fridge, slid the dish to be cooked later onto a shelf, and pinned Jenna with her gaze. That's the thing about love. When we love someone, we open up ourselves to hurt. We have to. But let me tell you from experience, in the end, the risk is worth it. Jenna absorbed the words and let them seep into her heart like paint onto a fresh canvas. Was this her lesson? You're wise. Vera waved her off as she started working on biscuits. Actually, not my words. The most important things I learned in my life were from my grandmother and my great-grandmother's letters. I can only hope I can become like those amazing women one day. Jenna couldn't resist it. She crossed to her friend and hugged her. I believe you already did. The church service was followed by a prayer at home together. By the time everyone settled in the living room to open presents, children sat on the carpet, but they didn't seem to mind. Jenna knew she was right about her expectation for this to be the best Christmas ever. Even Connor's appearance with his daughter didn't ruin it, though she felt a wave of tension coming from him. The family had decided to invite the single father and the child once they found out they were going to spend Christmas in the cowboy crossing bed and breakfast alone. Jenna caught glances between Connor and Gwendolyn, the children's nanny. Recently, she'd asked for time off to go on a date, and Jenna had helped her to dress for it. Now Jenna wondered whether the date was with Connor. Jenna suppressed a frown. Not that she'd begrudge the woman who took care of the family's precious treasures a budding romance with a newcomer in town. But the suspicion about Connor hiding a certain secret that tied him to their family put Jenna on guard. Maybe his presence here was for the best. When Jenna had been clearing off the table, she made sure she tucked the paper napkin Connor used in a Ziploc bag and put it away in her room for later. All she needed was her own swab. As she returned to the living room, she watched him again, her protective instincts on high alert. His arm wrapped around his daughter's shoulders as he settled on the carpet with her as if he didn't want to leave her for a minute. Jenna tore her gaze away from the man who puzzled her to the man she'd grown to love. Maybe the similarity in features was a figment of her imagination, or the work of her investigative mind that never slept. She sat in the spot Riley had saved for her on the couch, then leaned into him, grateful to be near him, and her heart expanded. Seeing admiration in his gray eyes as he looked at her was more than she could ever ask for. "Merry Christmas," he whispered. Her lips curved up. "Merry Christmas." Cade rose and helped his wife up, then cleared his throat. We have an announcement to make. We know the gender already, but we decided not to do a gender reveal party." When disappointed groans followed that, he lifted his hand. "Hold on. We're just going to make the announcement right now." Cheers resounded around the room. "I say it's a girl." Liberty screamed. "No, a boy," her adopted son nudged her. More people joined in with their guesses. Cade lifted his hand again, and silence followed. "You're all right." People looked at each other. Jenna laughed and rushed to hug her youngest brother and sister-in-law. "You're having twins." Cade grinned. "That's right." More congratulations erupted. Later, Jenna's mother clapped to demand silence, and everyone immediately obeyed. "We'll start the gift exchange now. I'm going to read the names. I need 2 volunteers to carry them to the person I name and a volunteer to put away the wrappings." "I'll do it." All the boys shot to their feet. "Thank you, my darlings." Mom beamed at them, then named who was going to carry gifts and who was going to put away wrappings. Things were more organized than Jenna had expected. Okay, maybe she spoke too soon. Noise filled the room as people thanked each other, and the boys ran back and forth, sometimes bumping into each other. Her heart skipped a beat when Mom held a small navy blue box and announced it was a gift from Riley to Jenna. "Oh, such a small box?" Cade teased good-heartedly. Jenna narrowed her eyes at her youngest brother and the rest of her family, in case anyone even thought of continuing teasing. "Whatever's in this box, I love it already." And when I open it, I'd better hear everyone say it's the best Christmas present they've ever seen. That said, she started unwrapping the box. It held another box. Inside that one, she discovered another one. It's not going to be like Matryoshka's, is it? Maverick blurted out, then raised his hands in mocking surrender. Okay, I'll keep quiet. Finally, she found a black velvet box, and her pulse became a staccato. Could it be? Riley dropped down on one knee, causing gasps to go around. Jenna, I know you deserve a proposal in a historic European castle and a sea of roses. But I'm just a simple cowboy who loves you with his whole heart. Her eyes widened as if she could hardly believe it. What? My uncle loves you very much, Andy said helpfully. Her gaze shifted to the boy. And you are you okay with it? The child rolled his eyes. I was the one who chose the ring. Well, Bianca helped. He grinned at the girl. Well, Cade said. That's the best Christmas present I've ever seen. And I mean it, too. People echoed his sentiment. Vulnerability flashed in Riley's eyes. I mean, if you're not ready, or if you don't feel the same way about me as I feel about you. There was no doubt in her mind now. I love you, too, Jenna said, to boisterous cheering. The entire scene felt surreal. Her heart thundering in her chest, Jenna raked trembling fingers through her short hair and stared at the open velvet box, displaying a sparkling ring in Riley's hand. Her whole family seemed to be holding their breaths, even the children who'd been screaming and yelping just minutes ago as they'd opened presents. Riley's gray eyes sparkled even brighter as he knelt in front of her on one knee, his Rudolph reindeer sweater, complete with a red nose, nearly as endearing as the smile she adored. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me? She took in a shaky breath of air that smelled of pine needles mixed with the aroma of turkey, mashed potatoes, and endless pies. She'd dreamed of Riley asking this question, hoped for it, but now exhilaration pooled with the apprehension in the pit of her stomach. She remembered all too well what had happened the previous time she'd said yes to the same question. Many pairs of expectant eyes stayed on her, including the eyes of the precious boy she'd come to love, Riley's nephew about to become his adopted son. And the mesmerizing eyes of the man she'd come to love, too, when she'd least expected it. Say yes, pretty please? Andy tugged at her dress sleeve. The rest of the children started clapping and chanting, yes. 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 Her smile was wobbly, but she straightened her spine to its full capacity. The past was in the past. As it should be. She'd spent many years searching for her fiancé all over Europe after he'd disappeared 2 days before their wedding, too many years refusing to accept Gaspard was gone. It was high time to accept it. Despite her thudding heart, a calmness she didn't expect enveloped her. She'd finally come to the ranch for Christmas to spend this most wonderful time of the year where she'd grown up with her family. She hadn't expected to fall in love with the cowboy foreman who managed their ranch, her brother's best friend. For as long as she could, she'd resisted her attraction to Riley, whom she'd had a crush on when they were teens. She'd been determined to guard her frozen heart. But God's plan was much better than hers. The two loves of her life couldn't be more different. Rustic and rough around the edges just like the furniture in his house, this broad-shouldered, muscular, bulky cowboy didn't speak many words and favored simple cowboy boots and a horse as a mode of transportation. That down-to-earth personality, open and kind heart had appealed to her since her return to Cowboy Crossing. On the other hand, Gaspard was refined, elegant, talkative, as at ease in his tuxedo at opulent parties as he was behind the wheel of a sports car. Since she'd grown up on Mending Heart's ranch, the dashing Frenchman had been so different from the men she knew. Everything about him had intrigued her, from his enigmatic brown gaze to his accent and his profession of investigating stolen artwork. He'd swept her off her feet with elaborate compliments and adventurous trips to Europe's hidden gems, places she'd never have discovered otherwise. Partly thanks to Gaspard, she discovered her passion for art. But thanks to Riley, she rediscovered her passion for life. Sadness still lingered inside her as she thought about Gaspard, but he'd want her to be happy again. Riley's gray eyes dimmed. You don't have to answer right now. I mean, if I'm moving too fast. Yes, she heard herself saying quietly. Then much louder, yes. So much joy filled his eyes as he lifted her and whirled around. Congratulations erupted around them, Andy yelling louder than everyone else. She'd received much more than she'd expected when she'd returned for Christmas. A family who'd accepted her with open arms, despite her long absence. And a family of her own. A family for Christmas. What could be a better gift? Her heart swelled. Okay, there was still the case of the stolen paintings she'd been working on for Riley, but she'd figure it out eventually. Hours later, after a scrumptious and boisterous family Christmas dinner, she slipped into bed in her childhood room after the best day of her life. Thank you, Lord. Her phone beeped with an incoming message. She smiled, warmth filling her heart. It was probably Riley. She couldn't wait to talk to him, to see him, could hardly believe her dream would come true. Still in a daze from the enormous change in her life, she reached for her phone. Her jaw slackened as she read the text from one of her European contacts. What? That couldn't be happening. I have new information about Gaspard. A man who looked very much like him was seen in London. Can you get to London as soon as possible? Her hands shook, and the phone thudded to the carpet near her bed. She rubbed her throbbing temples. How could this be? Her fiancé had disappeared 5 years ago, and she'd searched through Europe for over 4 years until accepting the truth that he was gone. But it might not be the truth at all. What was she going to do now? Chapter 20. A man couldn't go from such an emotional high and then drop to such a gut-wrenching low in a matter of one day. And yet, Riley had. The day after Christmas, when he'd started believing in miracles again. But he'd been right the first time. Their fairy tale was over. Standing in the middle of the ranch house living room where he was hoping to bring Jenna after the wedding, he stared at the sparkling ring she'd placed in his palm. His heart shattered into a million pieces. You're breaking off our engagement. He didn't ask this. He stated it as a fact, surprising himself that he found the strength to speak. Those ridiculous bangs hit her tormented eyes after she allowed one peek at them. I don't want to. I don't know what I mean. I don't know what I want. No, wrong. I know I want to marry you and be a mother to Andy. But my feelings are all tangled up. I love you. I really do. But I need to know what happened to Gaspard. And I don't feel it's right for me to do that while I'm wearing your ring. Pain knifed through him. Did she still love that guy? Even if Gaspard is still alive, he must have his reasons for disappearing. Let bygones be bygones. I'm here, right in front of you, in flesh and blood. But you're eager to travel to the other side of the earth to see if you can find a ghost. She hid her face in her hands. I need to know the truth. I need closure. Then I'll be able to put it behind me. I don't ask you to forgive me or to understand me. I just need some time. Please? Despair blinded him as his fingers curled around the ring. Maybe she didn't love him. Or maybe that cultured, sophisticated Gaspard would fit her life much better than Riley ever could. When he didn't answer, her shoulders slumped, and she walked out of his house. Walked out of his life, too. One small comfort was that Andy was with Bianca and her parents. Riley closed his eyes. He wouldn't be able to tell Andy about Jenna leaving. Not yet, anyway. Then he forced himself to open his eyes and slip the ring into his coat pocket. The house he loved so much felt suffocating now, so he stormed out of it. Fresh snow crunched under his boots, reminding him of their sleigh ride as he strode to the stable. He wanted to hit the wall or break a window like he'd done as a teen, hurt by his father's abandonment. But he couldn't go back to those times now. Blossom neighed when he approached her, so he took a deep breath of air filled with the scent of hay and leather to calm his raw nerves. Horses could sense distress. It's okay. I'm fine. Well, I'm not fine, but I will be. He settled into a familiar routine of brushing the mare's mane, then took out the curry comb to begin grooming her. The gesture did calm the storm raging inside him, but Jenna's words still thundered in his ears. How could she do this to me? He made sure each horse had food and water. Well, I've still got you. He looked at the horses, and most of them neighed while agreeing with him. Somehow, it was a small consolation. Jenna blinked several times because it was difficult to see the paperwork through tears as she sat in her brother's office. She'd learned the hard way that, even when her heart was broken, work still needed to be done. Maverick walked into the room without knocking and handed her a mug with a latte. On behalf of the entire family, I want you to know we love you and support you. If you need anything, you just have to say the word. Though half of us think you made the biggest mistake of your life. A lump forming in her throat, she took a sip. The first part is helping. The second not so much. So, what exactly does the second half of the family think? Well, it's rather our better halves. They tell us to mind our own business, and you'll decide what's best for you. Except for Liberty. We barely talked her out of dragging you to Riley and having you kiss and make up. Now, do you want me to stay, or do you want to be alone? Her heart hurt, and she considered crying on Maverick's broad shoulder. But she needed the work to be done, all the more important now, to find the truth for Riley. To be alone, please. And, could you ask Mac to check on his best friend? Don't you know our brother? He already headed there. Maverick gave her a long look, then a quick hug and left the room. She refocused on the files and searched through the paintings database again. Then she felt a familiar nudge. She didn't even know why she was stubborn about finding out more about the lonely cowboy from the auction, especially when Connor had been far more demanding of her attention, except the cowboy's posture was painfully familiar. Riley had told her Donovan Smith had worked on the ranch for almost 5 years, was reliable, quiet, and kept to himself, though sometimes he took lengthy vacations. Mac had told her the same thing. Okay, maybe she desperately needed a distraction before her flight. Something that wasn't connected to Riley. She opened Donovan Smith's file that Mac had given her. As she looked at the photo, she forgot to breathe. This wasn't possible. She must be imagining things. After all, the chin, the nose, the lips, the shape of the eyes, the hair color, all that was different. Totally different from the man she remembered, the man whose features she knew as well as, if not better than, her own mind. But the eyes. Their expression didn't change. She ran her fingers through her hair. No. This couldn't be right. And on her second look, she wasn't sure the eyes were the same. She spotted the chain on his neck, and her heart skipped a beat. A sweater hid most of the chain, and she needed to know whether the familiar pendant was there. Because really, what were the chances? Stop. If this was true, part of Donovan Smith's resume was false. She sent a request for a background investigation, then considered changing her London flight to Montana where he'd claimed he'd worked before moving to Missouri. Then she looked at the drawing Donna had done of the man Amy dated. She didn't need to show it to Mauve. While the guy had most likely worn the disguise to the dates, she could distinguish similarities. But first things first. Her hand shook as she pulled on her coat and boots, then stumbled out of the house. Mr. Smith, subtle alias, right, could be out mucking the barn or the stables or mending fences. But there were fences one could never mend. Or could she? She breathed in the crisp frosty air as she decided to start with the stable. Thoughts whirling through her head, she jogged toward the large building. Why would Gaspard need to disappear? She'd thought about it for years and had concluded some criminals he'd investigated wanted revenge. That he didn't want to put her in danger. He'd loved her that much. The fact that he'd never returned meant he'd been killed anyway. She'd grieved him, then learned to accept it after falling for Riley. But now. She thought about the expensive gifts and luxurious cars that hadn't mattered to her but had mattered to him. About something she'd considered a coincidence once, but no longer. An art theft that had happened while they'd worked on different cases. He'd said he'd left for Rome, and the theft had happened in Barcelona. But the fact that he didn't want her to go with him didn't feel right at the time. She'd told herself she was too clingy. But, was she? The snow crunched under her boots as she reached the stable door. She'd been a woman blinded by love at the time. Not any longer. She hesitated before opening the door. Most likely, it was a different man. No need to be this terrified. She found him near Inkblot. Something flickered in his eyes as she entered, but it wasn't recognition. "How may I help you, ma'am?" Was she a fool to believe? She reached him in several quick strides. "Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I know it's going to sound weird, but may I see your chain?" He moved the chain from under his sweater slowly, and there it was, a pendant identical to the one she'd given him for their first anniversary. A slow grin spread on his face, a grin so different from the one she'd once known. "Bonjour, Jenna. Finally, we meet again. I wondered how long it was going to take you." She gasped. "What? Why? How? Why did you leave me? And right before our wedding?" She resisted the urge to pound on his chest. "Due to the nature of my job, I needed to disappear." She wanted to believe him, oh how she wanted to. But she didn't. "No, no, no. I need to know the truth." She glanced around. "It's only us and the horses here, and I don't think they'll tell your secret to anybody. You were an art thief, weren't you?" His eyes going cold, he studied her. "Like I said, due to the nature of my job, I had to disappear." "I didn't say which job." The words mocked her as much as his unfamiliar grin. She leaned against the wall, her knees going weak. You didn't even like manual labor." He shrugged. "I discovered a passion for horses. Besides, you'd be surprised what one is willing to do to survive." She searched the unfamiliar features. "You had plastic surgery done. 3 operations. But we should talk about it somewhere more romantic and private." He winked. "Not that I don't trust horses." She recognized the mischief she loved so much, the confidence in him she'd once lacked in herself. His surgeon had been talented, and Gaspard looked even more handsome now than 5 years ago. But instead of attraction, anger surged through her blood. "That's the thing. I trust horses more than I trust you now." "How? How could you do this to me? I loved you so much. For some time I couldn't imagine life without you." "Well, that time's over. You moved on." His arched brow matched his droll tone. "Congratulations on your engagement, by the way." "I broke it." Her gut clenched. What a mistake that was. What had she done? That information about you being spotted in Europe again, it was a setup, wasn't it? "I called in a favor." He shrugged as he sauntered closer, keeping his voice low. "Listen to me. I did what I had to do. But I did it for us. Do you think it's a coincidence I came to your ranch, that happy place you talked about with so much longing? How was I supposed to know you'd take so long to return?" Wide-eyed, she tried to close her gaping mouth. For years, she'd traveled all over Europe searching for him while he'd been hiding right in her backyard. Riley was right. She'd been chasing a ghost. The ghost of a hardworking, honorable, loving man who'd only existed in her imagination. And for that, she'd ruined her relationship with a true hardworking, honorable man who loved her. Did she lose her chance with Riley? Her knees buckled, but she kept herself upright. "I made a horrible mistake. By choosing that guy over me?" "No kidding." He gripped her forearms, then lifted a finger to feather through her hair and let his words whisper over her. "But you're here now." "Not for long." She didn't say it out loud, but pieces of the puzzle started fitting together. "You cut down the tree that made Liberty's horse stumble. You hid nearby and fired a gun with a silencer. And when our livestock was getting sick at a higher rate than usual, that was you, too. His once mesmerizing brown eyes narrowed slightly. There wasn't much harm, really. I felt once you heard about those incidents, you'd come home. All I did for you. Je t'aime. Je t'aime. I love you. The words that once had made her go dizzy with happiness. Now she nearly snorted. Had he ever really loved her? The postcard Riley received with yellow flowers? That was you, too? I knew he was too dumb to figure it out, but you. You'd see a threat and tell him to stay away. He's not dumb. Once upon a time, she'd loved Gaspard's inquisitive mind. Now she feared it. The paintings stolen from Amy. They are exactly the things you'd go after. I was a thief, not a murderer. He growled, causing the horse to whicker. Shoo, she ran her palm over Inkblot's smooth coat. It's going to be okay. All the vacations he'd taken from the ranch. She wouldn't be surprised if a valuable piece of artwork was stolen each time. Doing her best to think rationally, she softened her features. More than a few times, she'd found out a thief could become a murderer once cornered. Which also meant he could kill her to keep his secret a secret. So her hand slipped into her purse, finding the cold reassurance of the weapon. It wasn't wise to confront him. A very, very subtle scent reached her. She knew that scent. That cologne. Gaspard had worn a wig and a careful disguise to Amy's house, but he didn't think about the scent. Big mistake. You were the man Amy dated. She watched for his reaction with acute attention. You also pursued Mauve, a neglected wife and an easy target. That gave Amy the opportunity to blackmail her sister, probably at your request. I don't remember you stooping so low or being so greedy. I needed funds for when you came back. I always treated you like a queen, and I wanted to continue doing so. But I should have known you'd figure it all out. He readjusted his cowboy hat. I admit, I dated Amy. I wanted those paintings. I can recognize a treasure when I see it. His gaze leveled on her, but she was immune to it now. But I didn't steal them. Neither did I murder Amy. Why should I believe you? Her fingers circled around the gun. First, because I taught you well. I'm sure you checked Amy's financial records. I didn't get the funds since she was killed before transferring them to me. Because someone stole the paintings before I could. There it was, a fleeting wince and tightening jaw. It dawned on her. Oh no. You found her dead, didn't you? I couldn't do anything to help her. But with my history, I'd be the prime suspect. Well, the police were going to be even more suspicious now. You know what? All those years ago in France, if you told me then that you needed to escape, that you wanted to quit stealing, I'd have followed you to the ends of the earth. But, you didn't really want to quit stealing, did you? You just needed to escape, including from me. The stolen painting appeared in her mind's eye. Something had bothered her the moment she'd seen it. She didn't realize it then because it would be too painful. But some things had to be done, no matter how much it hurt. She looked into the eyes she'd once admired. He wasn't telling the entire truth. But he would, given enough evidence. Eventually. He placed his hands on her shoulders, and his hot breath hit on her cheeks. Listen, we can go wherever you want to. Have the wedding of your dreams. Buy a great place in France, Italy, Romania, anywhere. You choose. Decorate it with our favorite art pieces. We dreamed of being happy together. We still can. Her jaw slackened. Was he serious? How could he even suggest it? She gaped at him, frozen in place. Then he swooped in and covered her face with kisses. Before she had a chance to pull away, she heard footfalls and an all too familiar voice. Jenna, I wanted to. She eased out of Gaspard's arms. Riley, I can explain. The pain in his eyes nearly ruined her. She was hurting him a second time. No, I see it now. He rubbed a hand over his face. This is the reason you returned my ring. Riley, please, let me explain. She pleaded with her eyes, but he stormed out of the stable and her life. No, no, no. This couldn't be happening again. Might be for the better. Gaspard's mouth curved up. We were meant to be together. Now let's make it a reality, Sherry. The familiar endearment made her wince. In response, she pulled the gun from her purse. What we're going to do is go to the police, and you'll tell them everything you know about Amy's case. As well as about your partner in crime. His eyes became narrow slits. You wouldn't pull the trigger on me. I am the man you love. She pushed the words past the lump in her throat as she gestured with her gun for him to move. That man I loved died 5 years ago. Chapter 21. The visit to the police was painful, but Jenna managed to go through it with her shoulders pulled back and her head high. She was a step closer to solving the mystery, which meant she was a step closer to reconciling with Riley, right? The hope was feeble, but she needed to hold on to it to be able to go on, to continue working. She'd nurse her shattered heart later. Once she was back in the green truck borrowed from Liberty, Jenna called Mauve. When Mauve's maid answered, Jenna asked to speak to Mauve and said it was urgent. I don't have to speak to you after what you did to Riley. Mauve's voice held as much steel as Jenna had previously seen in the woman's eyes. Pulling the phone a few inches from her ear, Jenna grimaced. So Mauve had heard about the broken engagement. Or did that anger mask something else? I believe it's in your best interests to see me, let's say, in half an hour. I know Amy blackmailed you. I know you went out with Donovan Smith. Do I need to say the other things I know? A pause stretched. I'll see you at my place in 30 minutes. The line went dead. Jenna made it to Mauve's mansion in 25 minutes, where Mauve invited her in immediately. The woman had no makeup on, leaving her red-rimmed eyes vivid beneath her disheveled hair. Once they were alone, Mauve covered her face with her hands. I didn't kill my sister. I know. But I need your help to find out who did. Mauve's hand slid down. What? Yes. I mean, if I can help. Holding her breath, Jenna studied her. Yes, Mauve was telling the truth. The substitutes for the stolen paintings were done by an artist, and a good one at that. It also took an expert to recognize the value of the art Amy had. First, why did you pretend to talk to Amy on the phone when you knew your maid was overhearing the conversation? Did you see your half-sister the evening she died? No. I started suspecting my maid reported to my husband about me. And he needed me to talk to Amy about her drinking again. It wouldn't look good for him if someone in my family suffered from alcoholism. But when I called Amy, she didn't answer. And after how she blackmailed me, I didn't feel like driving to her place and talking to her. Jenna filed that information in her mind. Do you know whether Amy hired an expert lately? Maybe to look at some paintings she wanted to buy? Someone she also invited to her parties? Yes. Yes, she did. Wisps of champagne brown hair fluttered with Mauve's vigorous nod. I need a name. Jenna gently touched her hand. Yes, the name would be fake, but it would be a start. The fake expert would need to create some online presence while using an assumed identity. And most likely, maybe, hopefully, there'd be a picture there, too. After 3 or 5 plastic surgeries, certainly. Mauve rubbed her forehead. Let me think. Once Jenna had the name, she started researching on her phone. Bingo! She found the fake profile listing credits from art programs at the most prestigious universities. She studied the screen for a long time, a knife turning inside her. Instead of seeing with her eyes, she tried to see with her heart, the part of it that had never stopped hurting. She did her best to let her subconsciousness speak. She might have found Gaspard's missing partner, the one who'd actually taken the paintings and pushed Amy into the swimming pool after a few drinks. I should have never dated Donovan. Mauve hiccuped. I am so sorry. I just wanted someone to look at me like my brother looks at you. Riley didn't look at her like that any longer, and the knife turned inside Jenna again. How well she knew the deep desire of being admired. So compassion briefly stirred her. But she didn't let it affect her judgment. I highly recommend you to go to the police as soon as possible. My husband's political career. My marriage. It's all going to be over. Mauve seemed to crumple in on herself as if whispering the words dissolved the last of her hope. I'm afraid it was over a long time ago. Jenna rested her hand on the woman's shoulder. But you still have your brother and your nephew, who are both wonderful people and worth getting to know better. Anne. I now know it's possible to find love again after heartbreak. As well as to lose that love, but saying so would be too painful. I made so many mistakes. How do I start over? One step at a time. You already started over by giving Riley guardianship of Andy, and I thank you for that. Please don't walk me out. Jenna's heels clicked on the marble floor as she hurried out of a house rich in things and poor in feelings. Compassion for the woman constricted her rib cage again. But her next visits were going to be much more difficult than this one. While Mauve had her marriage and beloved reputation in high society at stake, Jenna could lose her life. As soon as she drove off, she called Vera on the hands-free phone. A silence followed after Jenna relayed her plan. This is crazy. I can't let you do it, Vera said at last. Jenna drew in a deep breath of green apple air freshener, Liberty's favorite. Liberty wouldn't have let Jenna out of the house if she knew what Jenna was about to do. I already decided. I owe this much to Riley. I'm going to do it with your help or not. But with your help, it'll be safer. I'll be very careful. Promise. Then I'll go with you. Jenna shook her head as if her sister-in-law could see her. Then she slowed down as she entered Springfield from Mauve's suburb. I need your help behind the scenes. Why don't you call Riley at least? Jenna groaned. I did. Many times. He's not answering. He doesn't want to talk to me, and I don't blame him. She turned to the familiar street, doing her best to concentrate on her task, not her aching heart. I'll do everything I can to help you, but... Thank you. She found a vacant parking spot near the small art studio. Not far from here, she'd kissed Riley for the first time, and just across the street, he'd driven her home in that wedding dress. Now, he didn't even want to see her, much less kiss, and she wouldn't likely be looking for another wedding dress anytime soon. And she had only herself to blame. Lord, is there still hope for Riley and me? Minutes later, with a heavy heart, she moved through the photo studio to the art studio and back where children's cheerful drawings covered the walls. She easily recognized Andy's drawing showing an astronaut on the moon. For the first time in a long time, she prayed for Andy not to have the kind of friend she'd encountered. Lord, please keep Riley and Andy safe in your care. Whatever happens to me, I need Riley to know I love him. And, please help me do this right. Amen. She hoped her guess about her friend's betrayal was wrong. But a premonition constricted her rib cage. Donna climbed down the ladder after hanging another large drawing depicting two girls. The drawing seemed to be done by a young girl with a lot of promise, and Jenna stilled herself against the memories. Oh, glad to see you. Donna smiled and gestured for her to sit. For a moment, Jenna stared at her, seeing the images in her past in a new light, like paintings in a gallery. She knew now what questions to ask. Then she slumped onto the chair. We need to talk. The next moment, her phone beeped with an incoming message. She wanted to ignore it but then felt a nudge to open it. Once she checked the screen, the phone slipped onto the tiled floor. The text was from Vera. Andy had been kidnapped. Riley scanned the white hills and endless blue sky he loved so much, the place he'd always called home. today they failed to bring him the familiar comfort. His heart was as cold as the soil beneath the snow, and it would take much more than spring sunshine to thaw it out. He pressed his right knee against the horse to make her trot to the right, where he spotted a part of the earth-brown fence broken. Despite taking a vacation before Christmas to spend more time with Jenna and Andy, he needed the reassurance of this mundane task to keep himself sane. Besides, Andy had seemed to be excited to spend the afternoon at Bianca's place, and Maggie was glad to supervise them. Based on the sounds behind him, Mac had caught up. Riley wasn't surprised Mac had accompanied him on this job. Mac was a good friend, and a little part of Riley warmed up. It didn't matter what happened between him and Mac's sister. Mac would always be there for him. Riley needed to clear his head. He'd been suffocating within those four walls. He dismounted, and Mac did the same. Then, when Mac raised the wooden board that fell down, Riley hammered it back in place, all without saying a word. As they mounted again and moved forward, Riley was finally ready to talk. "I hope she'll be happy with Donovan." He swallowed hard. Okay, he didn't mean it. But he would. In time. Based on how his heart seemed to turn in his chest, in a very, very long time. It didn't help that Andy was asking about Miss Jenna all the time. Not wanting the child to experience another loss, Riley had said she was busy. Technically, that was the truth. She was busy with one of his cowboys. "I hope she'll be happy with Donovan Smith," he said again, either trying to persuade himself or torture himself, or both. A muscle moved in Mac's cheek as he surveyed the horizon. "I don't think that's going to happen. Considering how she dragged him to the police station at gunpoint, and all." Riley shifted in his saddle so much the thoroughbred stopped. "She did what? And you're only now telling me?" "Well, I wanted you to start the conversation. Besides, she asked me to give her some time to figure things out." Riley pinned his friend with a stare. "Spill." All right. All right." Mac lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. "Here's the story." By the end of the tale, Riley nearly fell from the saddle. "So that was Gaspard all along?" "Yes, but my sister thinks he worked with someone else. Someone who murdered Amy and took the paintings." Mac's cell phone rang, and he reached for it. As he listened to someone, his jaw tightened. "Got it. We'll be there as soon as we can." Riley ached to ask what was happening. It turned out he didn't need to. "Jenna is driving to the airport. We need to stop her." Frowning, Mac slipped his phone back into his jeans pocket, then took off in a trot that became a gallop. His gut twisting, Riley kept up easily. Urgency spurred him on. If she was leaving alone, maybe there was still hope for him. "Yes, I need to stop her from leaving. I need to tell her." Mac slowed down, his gaze gloomy. "I'll explain everything in the car. I don't want you to make any rash decisions right now." Riley's heart tumbled into the snow as they dismounted, then led horses inside the stable, where Liberty met them with tears in her eyes and gestured for them to hurry up. Maverick waited outside with car keys. "I'll drive." They made it to Maverick's vehicle in record time and took off, peeling rubber. Finally, Riley asked the burning question as White Hills rushed past the window. "What is this all about?" When Mac didn't say anything, as if struggling for the right words, dread pooled in the pit of Riley's stomach. I need to check on my nephew." Andy was with Bianca and her family, but Riley's rib cage tightened suddenly. He had to make sure Andy was okay. He fished his phone out of his pocket and stared at the dark screen. In his distress, he'd forgotten to charge his cell phone. He gritted his teeth. How foolish of him. What if Andy had tried to call? "That's what I needed to talk to you about." Maggie called the police, then Vera. "She tried to call you, but you didn't answer." Mac frowned as Maverick sped up on the outskirts of Cowboy Crossing. Something savage cut through Riley. "I forgot to charge my phone." What? What happened? Please tell me Andy is okay. Please tell me he's okay." Maggie was crying when she called. Mac's voice was grim. She, Bianca, and Andy were making a snowman. Then she and Bianca went inside to bring out cookies. When they came back, Andy was missing. A shiver traveled down Riley's spine. What? His mind refused to believe it. It can't be. He knows better than to take off on his own. Or to leave with strangers. Then it wasn't a stranger. At Mac's unusually quiet response, everything inside Riley shattered, and he prayed like he'd never prayed before. He'd gladly give up his life for Andy's. Maverick's phone rang, and he picked it up on the hands-free phone. Vera, you're on speakerphone, and Mac and Riley are here with me in the car. Jenna called. Remember, I said she might have figured out who killed Amy and let the police know. But now, it looks like that person kidnapped Andy. Riley went numb, guessing what would come next. She received a call to meet up or Andy would be killed. That's a trap, all three of them shouted in unison. Riley's world spiraled out of control. He was about to lose two people he loved more than he loved himself. She's well aware of it. But she'll go there regardless because, even if there's one chance in a million to save Andy, she wants to take it. She doesn't know the place yet, but she received instructions to pick up a disposable phone and throw away her own. She'll call me once she knows more. There was no time to put a wire on her, and it might have been dangerous anyway. I'm her contact with the police. I'm also shadowing her from afar, and I'm armed. Please be careful. Maverick yelled. I will. But your family is my family now. I promise to do my best not to let your sister or the child die. Vera disconnected. Maverick groaned, and his fingers tightened around the steering wheel until his knuckles gleamed white. Mac's tormented eyes met Riley's. Right now, Jenna is risking her life for your nephew. If that's not love, I don't know what is. Chapter 22. In this game, the goal was to get Jenna killed, and she realized it all too well. Her goal was to stall until the police arrived, hopefully before her family, since she didn't want to put any of them at risk. As instructed on the disposable phone, she entered the one-plane hangar with her arms up, unarmed, without her coat, most likely to show she didn't hide a weapon. Despite being dressed only in a sweater and slacks, she felt numb to the cold, her concentration on trying to rescue Andy. What an irony. Just when she thought she had a breakthrough in the case after talking to Mauve about her art connections, including the so-called expert, the killer had done something Jenna hadn't expected. Taken Andy. She demanded to talk to him on the phone, so she knew he was alive then, though sobbing and scared. But it didn't mean he was still alive, and pain sliced through her. She surveyed the area fast. No additional exits, but a few boxes piled up near the wall. Too far to make without getting shot, though. She didn't expect the pilot to be there, and she was right. For the record, I never planned for it to end like this. A woman in sunglasses and a ski costume stepped out from behind the plane, one hand firmly on Andy's shoulder, another holding a gun. Jenna released her pent-up breath. Andy was still alive and unharmed, though he looked groggy and his eyelids heavy. It's going to be okay, Andy. Do you hear me? Remember what I said on the phone. Think what Yuri would do. It might not mean much, but she wanted the boy to be brave. Yes, Miss Jenna. But I'm tired. I want to sleep. He yawned widely. He'd probably been given something to drink with sleeping pills. She suppressed a shiver, hoping it wasn't something worse. Then her gaze moved to the woman. The once sunflower blonde hair was caramel blonde now and straightened, not curly. Her facial features were different, too. Wide-open eyes became foxy, the nose slimmer, and the jaw outlined in a perfect oval instead of a circle. Lips were enhanced, and the cheekbones higher. She looked like a different person, so it was Jenna's heart that recognized her former best friend and not her eyes. Andy slumped onto the ground, and Jenna gasped. Don't worry. He's just asleep. He should sleep through the next 4 hours or so. It's easier that way. Claire gestured with her gun for Jenna not to move. Every bit of her going limp, helpless, Jenna looked at Andy and prayed, and prayed again. Now, she needed to act. Andy didn't know Claire's identity while Jenna did, so there was a tiny hope for him to survive. But if Claire could help it, Jenna surely wasn't walking out of this place alive. Her pulse thudded while her insides felt like they were ripped apart. How could you do this? I trusted you. You were my best friend. Her mind whirled, searching for a way out. Claire rolled her eyes. You always think everything has to be about you. Since you were a child, you were handed everything on a silver platter while I had to struggle to survive. You had a loving family while I was just a paycheck for my foster parents. You had a bright future while mine looked grim. Jenna drew in a shaky breath. Claire needed to let things out, and Jenna could use it to her advantage. My family welcomed you. I helped you with anything I could. A sneer twisted up Claire's unfamiliar features. Yeah, crumbs from your table. Your brother paid for a prestigious university for you while I had to wait tables. I did what I had to do. My art wasn't selling, but art forgery paid the bills. So most likely Gaspard and Claire had worked together. They'd made an excellent team in France, and no doubt, they'd made an excellent team in the US after Europe became too dangerous. But so far, Gaspard hadn't told on Claire to the police. Jenna searched for the right words. Maverick, and I could have paid for your arts degree. I could have helped you advertise more. Claire flipped her gorgeous hair over her shoulder and grimaced. Could've, should've. Besides, I never wanted to be a charity case. So what you did was better. You staged that burglary in Romania and your own death. Why? Jenna needed to know, but she also needed to keep her former best friend talking. She edged a little closer to the boxes. Head cocking, Claire gestured with the gun for Jenna to move back. I was about to be discovered, and not in a good way. Then the circumstances were so favorable I would have been stupid not to take advantage of them. A young homeless girl who looked somewhat like me decided to commit suicide by putting a stone on her neck and jumping in the river. I couldn't stop her. Jenna shivered. Was there no limit to Claire's cruelty? How could she have not seen this in her former friend? Couldn't stop her or caused her suicide in the first place? Does it matter? Claire shrugged. Anyway, from what I know, by the time she was found, she was almost unrecognizable. In the end, you identified her based on the clothes, the ring, and the pendant I gave her. Jenna's fingers fisted, but she remembered to uncoil them one by one. I grieved you. Believe it or not, I felt sad to disappear. Despite all your privileges, you were a good friend. But I didn't have a choice. You had the choice not to murder Amy. Keep her talking. Keep her talking. Not really. She decided to sell the painting and found out it was fake. She told Gaspard she suspected me of switching the original for a copy, though I thought I was careful. What else could I do? Go to the police? Stop this cycle? Live honestly? Easy for you to say. Someone who always had everything. Everything besides love and happiness. Right. Claire snorted. You had men attracted to you, but you were too proud to pay attention. Even now, you have two great men in love with you. Well, I'm always alone. Whose fault was that? It was best not to ask. But Jenna did need to keep Claire talking. Buying time, though for what she wasn't sure. So was it you who followed me to the photography studio? Gaspard's idea. He was supposed to show himself, come to your rescue. He needed a grand gesture for you to forgive him for disappearing and not contacting you earlier. But you fled to another man's vehicle and later to that man's arms. Who sent the postcards that could be interpreted as threats? You or Gaspard? I had nothing to do with those. Gaspard thought they'd make Riley give up on the search and let you go. Then Gaspard would comfort you. Even after all these years, it was still you. Claire's cold blue eyes narrowed. Enough talking. I need to leave. My pilot's license will come in handy now. Jenna's insides went cold. She was out of time. So you can operate a plane? There's no limit to your talents. No. But your life has reached its limit. Goodbye, my dear friend. Claire raised her gun. Au revoir. A shot thundered in the air. Minutes earlier, Riley shared his plan while Maverick drove, and neither of the brothers agreed to it. But they could already see the one-plane hangar in the distance where, according to Vera, Jenna was meeting the kidnapper. It was time to decide. I've got to do it. Riley spoke quietly, despite the shiver traveling down his spine. When Maverick frowned, shifted his grip on the steering wheel, and said nothing, Riley turned back to his best friend for support. A muscle moved in Mac's square jaw, and then he nodded as though coming to a decision. Bring back our sister and your son. Although Andy wasn't Riley's biological son but his nephew, Riley didn't correct his best friend. In his heart, the child was his son already, and Mauve had agreed not to contest the adoption, so Riley had filed the paperwork. And maybe, one day, Andy would call him his dad. Riley refused to accept that something might happen to Jenna and Andy. My son and my future wife, he said firmly. Maverick shook his head. You're both crazy. How about letting SWAT do their job? While they storm inside, Jenna might be shot. Besides, we don't have time to lose. Riley's teeth clenched. Okay. His jaw tight, Maverick gave the slightest nod. I'll agree to your idea because I don't see any other choice. But I'm more qualified to do this. And frankly, I have more experience with crashes. You're armed. I am not. You can enter after me. But if something happens to me, a lump in Riley's throat clogged the rest. That's not a possibility. There was a pause. Our family will raise Andy as our own if ever needed. Mac made a promise, and he always kept his promises. Maverick stopped a safe distance from the hangar, probably not to alarm the culprit. Hands still clenched on the steering wheel, he eyed Riley. Hummers don't have bulletproof glass. That's a myth. And that hangar wall doesn't look flimsy. You might not make it through the wall. And then you're going to be met with bullets. Are you sure you want to do this? More than I've ever been in my life. Riley unbuckled his seatbelt. With the way things are going, our family might need to invest in a tank soon, Maverick muttered under his breath. We'll be praying for you. Maverick and Mac left the vehicle while Riley slid into the driver's seat and took off, his heart pounding. Lord, am I doing the right thing? I know this is crazy, but I'm at a loss over what else to do. Please keep Jenna and Andy safe. Please help me do this right. I'm asking for a miracle. Adrenaline fueled his veins as he floored the pedal. The vehicle charged forward, the motor roaring in his ears. He'd never been so grateful for Maverick's love of expensive vehicles, a Hummer in this case. The moment the SUV smashed into the wall, a shot thundered in the air. Horror ricocheted through him. Was he too late? He found a woman on the floor, aiming at Jenna and kicking at Andy, who was screaming loud enough to rattle the hangar walls. Riley couldn't run her over because then he could hurt his son. His pulse thudded. In a moment, the woman was going to use the boy as a human shield, no doubt, or simply shoot him. Andy, move away, he hollered. The boy leaped behind some boxes, and so did Jenna. The woman rolled away and shot at the SUV windshield. The glass shattered while Riley ducked. Lord, please. Sirens wailing in the distance answered his prayers. But it wasn't over yet. The woman was alive and armed. Freeze. Vera's voice resounded over the sound of the motorcycle charging inside. Drop your weapon. Now. Any other time, he'd consider it a sight to be seen. The petite biker wore blue hair and a matching jacket and helmet, while Vera perched on the back, dressed in leather. The kidnapper lifted her arms. After a moment's hesitation, she threw the gun aside. Then the SWAT team stormed in, and chaos ensued. An officer read the kidnapper her Miranda rights. Joy and worry swirling inside Riley, he scooped up Andy. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Nothing hurts. I'm sorry I went with her. I thought she was Mom's friend. Mom invited her to the house for dinner, and he sighed miserably. Riley hugged Andy again. His heart nearly stopped beating, and he blinked away happy tears. "You didn't know. Please don't blame yourself. You're okay now. I'm so happy you're okay now. Miss Jenna said to do what Yuri would do. I knew I just needed to be brave, and I'd come home to you. He was the first to fly into space, and he still came home, right? So I pretended to drink the stuff that woman gave me. Then I pretended to sleep. When she wasn't looking, I hid at her knees and made her fall over. You did great. I'm so proud of you." Love for two amazing people expanded Riley's chest as his gaze searched for Jenna, who was talking to the officer. The man scolded them over not waiting for the police, but notes of admiration underplayed his harsh tone. The women in this family are something. Mac clamped a hand on Riley's shoulder while Maverick hugged his wife. You could say that again. Riley agreed wholeheartedly. I would have been here sooner if not for a flat tire, Vera grumbled, then kissed her husband. Thankfully, Grandma was backing me up. The paramedics hurried to Andy to check him, and Riley stepped aside to give them space. Buddy, I'm going to talk to Miss Jenna real quick, okay? Surely, the police were waiting for his statement, but first things first. He approached Jenna, who said something to the officer. The guy's eyes widened, and he nodded for her to go. Glad she was free to talk to him, Riley hugged her. You shouldn't have done this. But I can never thank you enough for what you did for my son. Her smile wobbly, she cupped a hand to his cheek. Maybe one day he'll become our son. If you can forgive me? Before he could answer, something sticky on his fingers registered in the back of his mind. He looked at his palm, and all the air whooshed from his lungs. Then he eyed her dark sweater. Is this blood? Are you wounded? His heart plummeted to the cement floor as paramedics surrounded her. Is Miss Jenna going to be okay? Andy's eyes were misty. Yes. Yes, she will be. Riley infused his voice with a confidence he didn't feel. He hugged the boy as if he needed the support even more than Andy. With every member of Jenna's family dropping everything and driving to Springfield, the hospital waiting room filled up fast. His mother walked in and gave him a silent hug, and then, to his surprise, so did Mauve. Still, it was difficult to breathe. Lord, if Jenna decides to leave for France, I'll let her go without a word. Just please keep her alive. Please. Guilt stabbed him when Max showed up with a tray of coffee cups. I'm sorry for dragging your sister into this. First, she volunteered. Second, Liberty and Maverick just cornered the doctor. Knowing them, I expect information soon. Until then, let's form a circle and pray. Mac placed the tray on the coffee table. It wasn't exactly a circle due to the lack of space, but everyone held hands. Riley didn't know whether he'd be able to utter a word. Every breath seemed to come at a cost. I'll say it. Andy's voice rang out, loud and clear. Lord, please heal Jenna. Amen. Then he patted Riley's arm. She'll be okay, Dad. You'll see. The child's simple faith and prayer touched Riley deeply, and hope unraveled the knots binding him. Lord, please. He repeated the words in his head and his heart again and again. He loved this complicated, fascinating, stubborn, and at times frustrating woman. He couldn't imagine the world without her. He just couldn't. Liberty and Maverick rushed to them. Good news. The doctor said it was only a flesh wound. They are cleansing it thoroughly right now. Then they'll bandage it up. He'll prescribe antibiotics, and the wound will need to be checked tomorrow. Thank you, Lord. Riley breathed out. As soon as the nurse wheeled Jenna out, he made it to her in several hurried strides. I love you so much. I talked to Andy, and if we need to move to France for you, we'll do it. Yeah. Andy hugged her. You gonna be okay now, right? Yes. Her smile wobbled on her pallid face as she squeezed Andy's hand. I didn't mean to worry you all so much, because of a simple scratch. Right. A scratch. Infuriating woman. The only woman he wanted. Then Riley tried to think with his mind, instead of his heart. I know I'll never become a sophisticated, cultured guy who understands art. I don't want you to, she interrupted him. I love you the way you are. I thought you wanted to fit into your sister's world when you decided to dress up and took an interest in Impressionism and Cubism. Oh. He stared at her. I wanted to fit into your world. To impress you. This time, her smile didn't wobble, and with it lighting her striking eyes, she tugged at his sleeve. I like you best with your cowboy hat and boots. You already impressed me with your kind heart, hard work, and determination way more than you ever could with fancy clothes or big words. I'd never want you to change. Warmth coursed through him. He thought he couldn't love her more than he already did. He was wrong. You're right. We should always stay true to our core, and I know it well now. Love glowed on her face, too. Ask me again. Did she mean it? Mac and Liberty gave Riley a nudge in the back, though he didn't need it. He was just too stunned to think straight. He fished the velvet box from his pocket where he'd carried it ever since she'd returned it, his heart beating fast. Before he had a chance to say anything, Andy stepped forward. Miss Jenna, will you please marry my dad and become my mom? She laughed, the sound bringing levity to his heart. Of course, I will. Everyone clapped, and he kissed his fiancé. What a beautiful word, with all the sweet abandonment in the world. Jenna could hardly believe today was her wedding day, at last. She'd gone through the process of being engaged twice already, only to end up heartbroken. Could this finally be happening? Her fingers moved over the white silk of the long-sleeved dress before her, and then she stepped out of the closet of her childhood room. She'd asked Riley for a super short engagement, the shortest possible, frankly, and he'd eagerly obliged. I can't wait to marry you, he'd said, making her heart sing. Excitement bubbled inside her until she could scarcely keep herself weighted to the earth. Science geek that she'd been, she once wondered what life without gravity felt like. This must be it, nothing holding her down, nothing holding her back. She couldn't wait to marry him either. Now she knew why she'd fallen in love with Gaspard, why she'd ignored the signs that God had clearly shown her about Gaspard's true nature, why she'd held on to searching for Gaspard for years. Hurt by Riley's trading her for a popular pretty cheerleader and later by her own father's betrayal, she'd fallen for much-needed admiration from Gaspard. Like so many people before her, she'd needed to be appreciated, and he'd given her what she'd needed. She'd loved the way she'd reflected in his admiring eyes, enough to get lost there. So, in her mind, she'd painted a rosy picture of the perfect, honorable fiancé, a man who'd never existed. Just like she'd painted a rosy picture of the perfect friend, missing the alarming signs, as well. Jenna's heart constricted as she looked out the window at the white hills that belonged to her ancestors, the land her family loved so much. She'd searched for Gaspard so desperately, not because she'd missed him, though there had been that. She'd missed the admiration and appreciation she'd craved so badly. She'd thought she needed it to be happy. But happiness couldn't be found in other people. It wasn't Gaspard's job to make her happy. And neither was it Riley's. Only when she saw that she was self-sufficient, that she was enough, had she realized God had already given her everything for happiness. Because she could be happy on her own now, she could now share that happiness with other people. Riley and Andy had helped her see that, and gratitude warmed her. A knock on her door drew her away from the window. "May we come in?" Maverick and Liberty stepped inside without waiting for her to answer. Maverick was wearing a tuxedo and a smile as dashing as his tux. Little wonder that he'd been the paparazzi's darling in his car racing days. Shockingly, Liberty was wearing a long dress. In honor of her sister, Jenna had chosen emerald green for her bridesmaids, and they'd paired their dresses with a matching jacket due to the cold weather. But nobody had dared suggest postponing the wedding until spring, just like Jenna had been afraid to suggest Liberty don a dress. Her favorite brother held a folder in his hands. "The family voted on something, and we just need your vote." She raised an eyebrow. On such a day, he wanted to talk business? But then something pleasant uncoiled within her at this indication that she was included. Okay. What is it?" "The deed to part of the ranch. You signed a quitclaim deed after leaving, effectively giving up your rights to the ranch. We want to give it back to you. And we're gifting part of it to Riley. He earned it a long time ago for his loyalty and hard work, anyway." Her eyes prickled. "Are you sure?" He gave her a brotherly hug. "Even when you're far away, we want you to have something to come home to." Loud voices reached her from the hall, and Riley and Andy entered the room. "I know I shouldn't have, but Andy couldn't wait until the wedding to see you." Riley's grin made her swoon. "Okay, I admit, neither could I." She took in the handsome man she couldn't wait to call her husband. He paired the suit she'd helped him buy with his black cowboy hat and cowboy boots, creating the best outfit in the world. Andy, who was going to be their ring bearer, looked adorable in a small suit and cowboy hat and boots that matched his father's. Riley opened his arms, and she walked into them. Her heart was full. This was home indeed. Then she looked up. "I decided to stay in Cowboy Crossing for a while. I used to be happy here once and didn't realize it. I want to see my nephews and nieces grow. I want to raise Andy here." Riley stared at her as if he couldn't believe she was serious. Liberty screamed and snatched Jenna into a hug before Jenna could continue. "Yes. Yes." All the air left Jenna's lungs. "I need to breathe." "Right." Liberty released her. Grateful for the gift of oxygen, Jenna pressed a hand to her chest. Riley brushed the back of his palm against her cheek, causing a delightful wave to rush through her. "This is a dream come true for me, but are you sure? I want you to do what makes you happy. You said you don't want me to change for you. I don't want you to change for me, either. You're a brilliant investigator, and you're passionate about your job. Sadly, crime happens everywhere. I decided not to renew my retainers with those European insurance companies this coming new year. I can open a detective agency in Springfield. Maybe expand into dealing with cybercrimes. I talked to Vera, and she's agreed to join me. She'll work part-time from home as she wants to be there for that darling little girl as much as possible." Jenna took a deep breath of the woodsy cologne that could excite and comfort her at the same time. "I don't want to live in the past any longer. I want to be with the man I love, the boy I can't wait to adopt, and the big, overwhelming family I've been away from too long." Andy squealed, and Riley lifted her. Yay! Maybe that was what she'd been looking for in all those masterpieces that survived hundreds of years. The missing part of herself, as if that could help her piece herself together after all the losses. Instead of grieving and eventually accepting losing people she'd loved, she'd searched for a replacement in the things two of them were passionate about. Or maybe that was a way to assuage her guilt because she'd felt she could have prevented their deaths. Now she knew changing their lives and their paths was beyond her control. Ultimately, all she could do was to pray for them and take responsibility for her own actions. She had her closure. Much better, she had a man who loved her despite her shortcomings, or maybe even because of them. A man with a heart for God. A man who'd hold her when she fell apart. A man who'd stand by her and never betray her. A man who acted when others found excuses. And that good, solid, trustworthy man with a heart of gold truly loved her. Maybe it was more than she deserved after the way she'd treated him, but it was exactly what she needed. Thank you, Lord. Max strode inside with his daughter and Bianca, both girls dressed in pink dresses and holding baskets as flower girls. Sure enough, Riley's best friend acted as his best man, and Jenna was more grateful than ever. Once, she thought she needed adventure and something new in her life. But now she realized the place where she wanted to be was with the people who'd always loved her, would always stand by her. A family and a home for Christmas, or rather, for a lifetime. Who could wish for more? As more family members filed into the room for a group hug, she remembered something else. She'd received the DNA test results, but discussing that with her family could wait until later. Liberty waved at everyone, then pointed to the clock on the wall. Okay, everyone out. Vera, and I need to dress the bride. Just one moment. Riley kissed Jenna, leaving her floating on air. I love you so much. Jenna didn't know how her heart could hold this much happiness. I love you more. Epilogue. Connor watched from the back church pew, doing his best to remain hidden. Most of the small town seemed to arrive for Riley and Jenna's wedding. But then, they were a prosperous family, weren't they? 2 girls in pink dresses ran through the aisle with baskets, spreading petals. I want to be a flower girl, too, his daughter whispered, snuggling up closer to his side. Both girls waved at her as they passed her, the scent of roses trailing them. His rib cage constricted as he hugged his precious girl. You will be. One day. When you get married, right? Her eyes were so trusting, so innocent. He coughed a little. He couldn't see himself getting married again after losing his wife 4 years ago, but Daisy didn't need to know that. People were smiling and greeting each other while they filled the pews as if they all were one big family. Well, some of them were indeed part of the large, rich Clark family, and his teeth clenched when he thought about it. About the mansion where he should have grown up. The land that should have been his by birthright. If his father hadn't abandoned them. If it hadn't taken his mother nearly 40 years to tell Connor who his father was. Pain sliced him. He didn't know whether he wanted justice or revenge. Or both. Well, some closure would be nice. If not for him, then for his little girl. Or could he hope for something more, if the family turned out to be nice? His late brother was his only sibling, and his wife was an only child, too. So his daughter had no doting aunts or uncles. Or siblings and cousins, for that matter. On the contrary, this family seemed to have plenty of children, who'd already welcomed his shy daughter into their circle in the park and during the Christmas celebration at the mansion. His gaze flickered to the children's pretty nanny, Gwendolyn, in one of the front seats. She'd sparked more of his interest than he wanted to admit, and their few meetings, could they qualify as dates, had made his heart flutter in a way it hadn't in years. As if feeling his gaze, she glanced back, and her lips curved up a little as their gazes met and held. Blood rushed faster in his veins. He didn't need this sudden attraction, didn't want it. She was his ticket to get close to the family for his daughter's sake. Nothing else. Then why couldn't he look away? The bridesmaids in emerald green dresses with their husbands in tuxedos started their slow walk to the altar, and he switched his focus to the happy couples. For a moment, envy stabbed him. All of them seemed to have eyes only for each other, and he wondered how it would feel to experience profound love again. But he'd loved once, and the pain of losing her was still sharp. He plastered a smile on his face for his daughter and hugged her. They are so pretty, she whispered. You're so pretty, too. He squeezed her tighter. He did everything to boost her self-esteem, but it didn't seem to work well. Wow. She gaped at the bride as if not hearing him. Jenna's long-sleeved dress was simpler than he'd expected, considering the family wealth, more in the sense of understated elegance than something designed to attract attention. No tiara or sparkling rhinestones. But with her smile shining so brightly, the bride didn't need any embellishments. At a more attentive glance, her dress was embroidered with small stars and the white belt featured a half-moon buckle, probably a nod to the groom's nephew, who according to Connor's daughter loved astronauts, stars, and planets. Connor wasn't sure why he'd had such instant dislike of Jenna. Maybe because of all the siblings, she'd most resembled the photo of his father Connor found online. As his half-sister passed him, her gaze lingered on him longer than on the other guests, and something akin to understanding flashed in her striking blue eyes. As if she understood who he was. Maybe she did run a background check on him. After all, she was an investigator. That was fine with him. His background was squeaky clean and crystal clear. His intentions, however, weren't. The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me, and for all the blessings. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Many thanks to my friend, Autumn MacArthur. I don't know how I'd survive without you. You're the best part of me. Heartfelt thanks to author Jessie Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jessie, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Kim, Trudy, Debbie, Paula, Karen, Susan, Mary Jane, Glenda, Julie, Jean, Deanna, Sarah, and Andrea, you're all amazing. I'm sorry if I forgot to name someone. Thank you, Renata, Patty, Carol, Lynn, Valerie K., and Narelle S., for helping me to name several characters in this book. Thanks to Robin and Lisa for helping me name the horses. I thank you to my wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Thank you for listening to Show Me My Brother's Best Friend. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde.